A brand new day here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. As always, thank you for making the Rick and Bubba Show part of your day. We don't take that decision lightly, so we're going to sit back and have a good time together. The kickoff hour is, it's named for just what we do. We kick things off for the Rick and Bubba Show with the Good Time Gang here. And then Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, join us in 1 hour from now. So without further ado, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Gentlemen. A little rainy this morning.
Ready to go?
A little rainy.
A little rainy where we live. A little system going through the southeast. And
I parked a little closer to the building.
Yep, hitting our flagship market.
Yeah, it was raining hard.
Yeah, I parked right beside you.
It was coming on down when I pulled up.
Yeah. Little.
I didn't run, though.
Little yellow. I know, I can't
run. That rain
run.
was cold, too.
I did run, by the way.
Did you?
Yep.
Ever since Coach Burgess, I can't run.
Yeah.
Your dad, he handed that
he
down.
told us not to run in the rain.
No, he didn't.
I'm not really sure why.
It's funny because a good friend of ours that's in the business, J.J. Pruitt, who works with the Fox affiliate and has for so many years, I saw him. Now, look, you got to understand, it's been 10 years ago when he first more than that. Anyway, he starts talking to me about it because he played for your dad.
Yeah.
And he said, I still to this day can't run in the rain.
It sticks with him. I even heard stories the other day when we were at
That's a true story. I ain't making that up.
Former players laughing about we've always had flu seasons, and it was going around, and he declared to the team that they weren't allowed to get the flu. He told them, nobody's getting it. So
that's good.
He goes, none of us got it.
That's good stuff. All right, so
I'm sure if you can do that.
I know,
that's what he claimed.
I know. I tuned over just a little bit to give Joe Buck just this much of my evening, just for you, Helmsy. And I saw the Commanders were pretty much handing it to the Eagles, and then the Eagles made it interesting. But the Washington Commanders handed the Philadelphia Eagles their first loss of the season, 32-21.
How about that? Well, you knew it was going to happen. You're not going to go undefeated.
No,
get it over with.
No.
I didn't watch any of it, and Amanda and I were talking, and this is going to own y'all, okay? And I probably should do this on the big show. It's that good. We should probably go through it then, but I love the kickoff hour, so here we go. Instead of watching the game, I was kind of catching up with Amanda on how her first day went. She got a new job.
Yeah.
So we can openly talk about that now.
New job.
And so what comes with the first day of that is – you got to deal with human resources.
Sure.
And you got to deal with paperwork.
A lot of paperwork.
And all those things. And so
all the paperwork.
She's going through manuals and things yesterday, and she got to laughing so hard inside in the meetings that she was having as they were going over things, because she said none of us, every little bullet point that they would go over, we would break the rule. And she said, talking about all of us here at the show.
Oh, yeah.
And for instance,
we don't need to be in the real working world.
We're a human resource nightmare, by the way.
And today's standards.
We're an HR nightmare.
But look,
we still think it's like in the 1990s.
She said she was reading this stuff and just in harassment and workplace violence, which people consider I don't think
what they call violence.
Right.
The word violence.
I know.
If you think, man, that's violent.
Right.
Well, what we call violent nowadays?
Not violent.
No, it's not violent.
But just some of the specifics of these things, I thought, well, that's us. Oh wow, that's us. Oh wow, there's another one that's us. Yeah. Oh goodness gracious, Rick did that to me day one. Just little things like that. I thought we would not survive in the real world.
No, I don't know how many years ago it was, but there's best ofs. There's 2 segments, and I'll try to play them during the Christmas break on my days. But we read the harassment handbook. Live on the show that HR put out.
Okay.
And, hey, it's a dandy.
And it's probably changed since then.
Yeah, and now let me just tell you, though, there's consultants and goodies and businesses that put these handbooks out, and we just applauded them for what they're doing because some of it's just ridiculous. But a lot of it we violated, to your point.
Let's say they come in here and did an audit.
It wouldn't be
just
good.
The independent source coming
Guys,
here.
we used to paddle each other for being late.
And I think we ought to bring that back.
I do too. Or make you run around the building for every minute.
I mean,
you had to run one lap.
You can't even kid with people anymore.
No.
I got friends that are still back where I used to work, and they say the environment, the way it was, because that was a rough place.
Yeah.
To now, you can't be that way.
Yeah. So, Helms, you're
Because
saying
my-
we would have got a failing score?
Oh, every one of us.
Yeah.
As a team and as individuals, no way. We would be fired in 2 weeks.
And I'll be honest with you, you know what?
Serious business.
You know what? I'm proud to say that.
Yeah.
I take pride in it.
Yeah. I agree with that.
The world's
I agree
turning
with
soft. Everybody, got my feelings right. How about this? You're going to deal with jerks.
Mm-hmm.
That's life. It ain't against the law to be a jerk.
No.
Okay, so if you have to deal with one, you just deal with it. Don't cry about it. It's okay. Don't go whining and want somebody to get reprimanded because they're a jerk.
It's just hit me on what our companies have done with us. All right, so we think that we've been sharp, and during the negotiations, we've created contracts that kind of get us our own wing and get us away from everybody. Do you think what's really happened is the companies that we've partnered with over all the years to give us our own space, it's really them protecting us from ourselves?
Yeah, I think that's a lot of
where
it.
they're like, hey, guys, I think it's a good idea. Let's do that, because if we don't, they're going to get us all fired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now that you bring it up, this place used to house a lot of employees.
Yes.
Now it doesn't.
Is there a coincidence that
we came here, they took everybody else and moved them to a different place.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
Except for a few.
I think they're shielding them from us.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Well, probably a good thing.
And then look, now they get us. Look, they people that work in the building can't even get in our door.
I know. And that's what. But
And I don't think it's to lock them out. I think it's to lock us in.
That's what
it.
I'm saying.
See, the other day,
I think
Bubba-
we've thought we got. Hey man, look at us. We negotiated a good deal.
Yeah.
Now they're going no. Let's give them that,
Yeah.
because if not, we're
Get 'em out
all
of the
going
way.
under.
I last week.
Think about it.
It was funny.
you're right.
There were some signs put on that main door to come in
Yeah.
here, and there was some discussion in the room about let's take those down. That doesn't look good. We're wanting to separate ourselves, and I was thinking that's what they want to do with us. But Bubba, I hate to break
That's
it to
who
you.
put the signs up.
They-
We didn't put them
hey,
up.
They
No.
want to be away from us. They
We took
designed
them.
it like that.
Right. We don't need a sign to know that we are being put away from everybody. That's known.
Right.
The signage doesn't do anything.
Truthfully, they're disappointed they couldn't get a bathroom in here. For
They
us.
don't look
Right.
at that.
In here.
They never look at that and go, well, those guys are too good for us. They look at it and go, hey, we put them in there for a reason.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we're like caged animals.
Don't feed the
really are.
apes.
Yes. Think about it, guys.
I know.
You're probably right.
All right. So
Now
there
my
it is.
feelings are hurt.
No, now you think about it. Oh my gosh. All right. So there we go.
Workplace harassment around here.
I'm gonna start filing complaints when y'all start harassing me.
Oh, really?
Just see what happens.
Well,
see if
here's
it goes anywhere.
Hey, by the way, who are you filing them with?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba. Reckon
gonna
they
go.
put the squash on that?
No. And how about this? We have a lot of witnesses because most of it's on air.
Yeah, no, you're right.
That's a good. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Won't hold up in the court of law.
Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREON HelloFreshInfo.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Provember is back at Lowe's. Save up to an additional $750 off now on select major appliances from Hisense and get free delivery on items $396 or more. Plus, get an industry-leading 2-year warranty and great low prices on items like a Hisense refrigerator and air fry electric range, exclusively at Lowe's. Find the right appliance for your jobs and properties today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. Offer ends 11/30.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
They all up in Ohio.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. As we roll on back, it's another great day to be together, and we thank you for choosing us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We were talking last segment about Helmsley's wife, Amanda, starting a new job, and she, anytime you do anything like that, you have to get with HR, and you have to fill out about a gazillion. You feel like you're, getting a mortgage on your house. You have to fill out so much paperwork, from insurance to this, that, and the other, and taxes, and what you want taken out, and all that. Well, Helmsley said that the harassment or the guidelines that a lot of these companies have we would never make it. And so that was a discussion last hour. And then we realized that the company really is shielding us from everyone else because of the way we act. We don't hide it. It's on air. We kind of have a good time with each other. And Helmsy in the break said, guys, I know we're going to move on, but there's just a few that stood out to me that we would violate.
Well, I would like y'all to consider these things moving forward. If
okay.
You could.
Oh, you want us to
especially
okay.
Greg.
Okay.
All right. Wow.
And I'll just start with this. Always consider how others may feel or think before you speak or act. Always consider how others may think or feel before you speak or act.
Interesting.
I just like y'all to do that.
Hey, just take that and take a big black marker.
Well,
and
let's
go through
talk.
it.
Let's
That
talk
one
about.
gets violated every day.
I don't
Let's
think
talk about verbal harassment for a minute. Okay.
There's a lot of that.
I would like to talk about verbal harassment, and specifically for you two. Okay, I want y'all to know this includes offensive jokes and language. Okay, Greg.
Oh, wow.
Threats, comments, email, cartoons. Okay.
Not a lot of that, but
Suggest. Well, we'll do some emojis and we'll do some other
we
things.
will.
Greg,
We
there's
will.
a whole
About that.
spectrum.
We
here.
will.
I forgot about that.
Let's see here.
Threats, a lot of that.
I'm just
Yeah,
going to
lot
read
of
this
threats.
line,
Lot of
and I'm
threats.
not saying that this is us, okay, by any stretch of the imagination,
Right.
but I do want you to know it's in here because I think this is important. We need to hear this too.
Yeah.
Let's stay away. Suggestions based on a person's race, color, religion, pregnancy, national origin, age, disability, gender, or sex.
Well, this really takes me back to us reading the handbook harassment stuff. Golly, we violated so many things.
All right, this one, nonverbal harassment. Now, Greg, you got to listen here.
Yeah, Greg.
Give me an example of that.
Includes offensive gestures or motions.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Okay.
But the intent sometimes is not to be offensive. It's like a greeting,
Is it?
right? Does intent matter?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. If it's offensive.
Well, we wave that way. So,
Right.
hey, what's up? Ooh.
All right, I'm just going to stop there. But I just
Those were just some that jumped out.
I would like to give a hand gesture to these.
Right. Right.
guidelines.
Yeah.
Couldn't get guidelines. So.
No, it's okay.
As
buddy.
like I said, as Amanda was reading through them yesterday, she was like, "Yep, failed that. Yeah, they would
Yeah.
fail that."
I don't think
yeah.
we've passed one yet.
I know we have. Well, we haven't. We haven't. But I hate to say this, the fact that we're violating all that, isn't that what makes this place great?
I think so.
I don't know that.
So
Probably wouldn't hang my hat there, but
the fact that we
I
verbally
hear what you're
harass
saying.
each other, doesn't that make it great around
I
here?
think it does. I look forward to it daily. I'll
Yeah.
say that.
Do you really?
Yeah, so I
Interesting.
can't wait them away. And
And I
I'm
tell you
trying
what.
to think of stuff.
I tell you what,
In case I need it, just in case I need it.
But to harass somebody else,
Yeah. Or,
it's
or
not
to fire
being,
back.
it's not that good being
Or to fire back.
the one in the firing line.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's, you can think of some you can use. If you some you hold back, you may not need them.
right.
But man, I don't know what somebody's
Just
hair is.
think of-
Hey, I don't know what somebody's hair is going to look
Think
like.
about what you just said.
Right.
There's a whole company
Yeah.
that stresses to their employees the do's and don'ts, and he thinks on the way in how to break those.
Yeah. Right.
Well, indirectly. I never thought of it that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just natural.
I tell you what, it toughens you up.
Oh, it does that.
Now,
you
I
got
do-
some thick skin
hey,
in this
hey,
place.
and how, even if except for the victim, how about the laughter?
Oh,
We get- laughter is
And we
healthy.
talked about that.
Oh, it
we
is.
laugh more before we leave here at work.
you,
Yeah,
won't
a lot of
find,
time it's-
you won't find anything in these guidelines about laughter.
No,
And,
no.
and a lot of those things they mentioned, we actually get laughter from.
Yeah.
Except maybe one person who's in the barrel. But
The laughing defeat.
and a lot of times I'm gonna say 85% of the time they even
They're
think
in there
it's funny.
too.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get in on board with that because nobody likes to
right.
be made fun of. But
Well, it hurts for a second.
I will say this: the laughter sometimes beats up the hurt feelings.
Yeah,
you
it
know.
does.
it does.
I mean, because some people
Yeah.
would like go to their car and just cry.
Yeah.
You know, but we don't. We just
well,
think
and
it's
we have
good.
to have the mindset too.
Of laugh at
Is
yourself.
it best for the show?
Yeah.
Is it better for the show if I just let them just keep going till they finish?
Right.
Or if I sit here and pout like a baby, what is that going to do for the show?
That's right.
The audience of America's favorite radio show is not going to like that.
No,
So,
but now I'll tell you this: we have talked about this before, where worlds collide a little bit, and you can't bring that aggressiveness to other factors of your life because people don't understand it.
yeah. I had a moment yesterday just with what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
like running sound at church. If somebody's doing
Depends
something,
on what they're doing.
and I start, verbally,
Right.
having fun with them like we
Yeah.
do here, and they
Yeah.
look at you like, what's going on?
Yeah.
You know, and then you have to realize, oh wow, they're not Greg or they're not Helmsy.
Yeah,
I walked
but
in.
they should be.
They really think
They should have the
they
same
really think they're
attitude.
doing a bad job.
Everybody, I got to go. I want the world to lighten up.
Right.
That's what I want.
Is that your goal?
Hey, lighten up, okay? Hey, look, you're going to come across people that you may not like, and they're a little coarse sometimes. But again, that's not against the law, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
yesterday-
avoid. How about this? Avoid them, or toughen up.
Well,
Buttercup.
Yesterday, I went out to my second, third,
God,
fourth
that's
job,
good.
whatever you're counting, and out to Pelham Racket Club, and it was because it was the temperature was a little down. A lot of the people that are normally outside were inside.
Yeah.
And what do you think the first thing I said? Ooh, gets a little chilly, and everybody comes inside.
There you go.
And I said it like that, and I thought,
Yeah.
well, hey Helms, you're not the show anymore,
Tell
buddy.
them get outside.
And I
let's
noticed
go.
I got a couple of looks like,
Right.
what a jerk.
Right.
You know,
You say, look, we ain't gonna be in here. We're getting outside.
some kid looked at me like, why is he saying that?
Right.
You know what I'd tell
cold
you? I'd have
outside.
kicked him off the team right then.
Right.
Greg, it wasn't one of those situations. There's actually adults in there. One of them looked at me like, who brought this guy in here?
Right. Come on, bring it.
Yeah.
I think it was my tone and the way I was screaming.
I actually oohed the pastor the other day.
Oh, I think that's like
he came
in 1 Corinthians or something. You're not supposed to do that.
He came in to like edit the slides that are shown up there, and he did something. I went, ooh, look, I know how to do it. You know,
I
and
bet
he
he
looked
looked like you were an idiot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did.
Yeah.
I owed him.
We take ooh a little far.
We do.
Yeah.
This
Sorry,
one
Josh.
especially.
Yeah.
You'll
I
owe
will.
somebody.
I've tried
Even
to
if
pull
he doesn't
back.
have a reason to do it, he'll make one up.
Yes.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I got a memory.
See,
See,
there you go.
No,
That's it
I
right
hadn't done
there.
that in a long time.
A
Think
week-
about
a
it.
long time. So a week's a
You
long
just
time.
said Sunday.
Well,
3
right, I'm talking about
days.
to y'all. I'm talking about to y'all.
No, you've done that. Oh, you did it yesterday, I'm sure.
You'll
No.
probably do it before this hour's over.
That's a fact.
I've got a like a ooh alert within myself that I try not to
Okay.
do.
A little
Ooh
meter.
alert.
You got an ooh meter.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that and then not copy callers that have funny voices. I'm trying to.
No,
those
then-
two
I wish
things
you
I'm
would.
You're
on.
I wish
failing.
you'd start back doing that.
Yeah.
You're failing on that.
Ooh, I got a thought.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From pumpkin spice to apple cider, fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it deliciously easy to savor all that the season has to offer. With mouth-watering recipes delivered to your door, right now you can treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up some cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner Series, complete with easy-to-follow videos, and HelloFresh Market makes hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors. A rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more available for a limited time this season. With more than 35 weekly recipes to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to your door, HelloFresh helps spice up the cooking routine with fewer trips to the store, and it even saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA. HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
There's nothing worse than the mall in the months leading up to the holidays. You got children screaming and take forever to find parking. The list goes on and on. Now, right now, you can shop early, skip the stress, and snag some of the best deals of the season on something everyone will love. Premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound. useful features, and almost custom, comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life. And they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. Or knock that list out all at once and get 30% off by shopping Raycon's holiday bundles. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLY YBF to get 20% off site-wide. That's 20% off, and save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's exclusive holiday bundles. That's code EARLY YBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without a
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Everyone here, Rick coming in, had a great time during the commercial break. Some of you on YouTube, you see that the cameras are still rolling during the break, so you can't hear us, but you see us moving around. And Big Papa came on in and said that during that last segment, he started dogging us as he pulled in because he saw that we parked closer to the building because it was raining. And so he started calling us puds because of that. But I got to tell you, it was raining pretty hard when I pulled in. And so I knew I couldn't run in the rain, so I parked closer to the building. So
well, what I'm going to do, and this is how it works around here. He come in harassing, right? Well, what I'm going to do, me and him are going to scruff between now and the next break, and we'll work it out physically.
Yeah. Well, wow.
How about that? We do that around here too.
Right.
And that's probably not good.
Now, normally we have to go outside.
That's probably not good, in most workplaces either, right?
Probably not.
Physical fighting.
No, I wouldn't think so. All right, so a couple of other things. We've had some emails sent to us with questions from the audience.
Look, I want you to look at this. This is all QFT.
And so we're not making this
Talk
up.
about questions from the audience.
Those of you that get us and can see us here, you see what Helmsy is holding a stack of papers up.
It's ridiculous.
And we thank all of you for your participation. And I just got notification Reese is on his way to work. He actually, and I didn't know this, he actually loves this segment. He said, Dad, I love when y'all answer questions.
I'd like to see him send me
working
an email
man
with a couple questions.
Really? That's probably not going to happen.
He's a working man. He ain't got time.
He ain't got time for
silly
stuff.
stuff.
You don't think all these people are
he might text
working
you one or
people?
two.
Huh?
Yeah, Ray, send me a.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
While you're driving, son, don't do that. But just listen.
Concentrate on what you got to do.
Yeah, it's raining. It's cold and wet. And
got a
be
lot
careful.
of work. Got a lot of wire to pull.
Be safe.
Throw myself under the bus with this first one.
Spends a lot of time on the ladder, he said.
How about
This
that?
one was actually sent to Speedy, and Speedy just forwarded it over and said, "Hey, put this in your stack."
Yeah.
This came from Wyatt. I like the name Wyatt.
Hey, Wyatt.
The subject, Helmsley's Spanish.
Oh, gosh.
Hey, man. Actually, it's James. I don't know why his email says Wyatt. He signed it James.
Well, he goes by Wyatt James.
Yeah, Wyatt James. James, maybe his middle name's Wyatt. James Wyatt something.
He sent this to Speedy. Hey, man, one of my favorite segments ever was like 10 years ago. Greg argued with Helmsley that Helms would never learn Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
Helmsley was adamant he would. Whatever happened with that? Can Helmsley speak Spanish?
And this would be if you'd learned it. This would be the point when you would just go into a whole
I would.
monologue.
And do you know what I nearly did too? Because I knew I had this question earlier. I had this question because he shared it with me, and so kind of him to do. I started to pull up the Google Translate app and come up with a couple sentences and just fire into it.
And go,
and y'all be like, what in the world just happened? But I don't want to be a liar too.
Right.
I do not know Spanish. I got ahead of my skis on that one. And
I'm going to go ahead and report, just
Would
so
like
you'll feel
to.
better. That rant he did, 3 days later he was over it.
Yeah.
It didn't like it built up to now.
Right.
And I don't blame him. I mean, you got
It was a step out.
technology. You don't need
Look,
it.
I'd just been on a mission trip a couple years ago. I was fired up about it. We had a high Latino population in the city I was living. I was just trying to figure it out.
They couldn't play youth sports,
yeah.
and that was a dang shame.
Right.
And you
You were
wanted
like-
to fix it.
And because all you knew was me amo Coach Helmsley.
Yeah. Then he moved to Vestavia Hills and he don't care about nobody.
That's not true.
Now from the hills he looks down.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
Now he's looking over Pelham.
There it is.
That's
Yeah.
it. Impel about every day.
Good luck,
Yeah. Good luck,
Craig.
in Pelhamo.
Don't think that's it. I think what y'all just did was more offensive than what I, which goes back to a previous segment.
Well, that's how. I mean, think about it.
Hi.
But no, I think at the time you felt like, because I've always had, you know what, it'd be kind of cool to be,
wish I had
speak another
multiple
language. Yeah, it'd be great.
Look, and on
and
a
then,
side
but then
note-
you start having to study and learn it. Now, here's what's sad. I
hard.
took it in college for a couple of semesters. Can't remember
did.
anything.
That's like me. I had 2 years of welding. I can't weld at all. Then high school. I don't even know how to turn the welder on.
That's funny.
They built the trade. You really? Here's what happened. Back when I was in school, Oxford didn't have a trade school. So if you wanted to go to trade school, you couldn't if you were an athlete because you had practice. And because they would bus them to the trade school and they wouldn't be back in time. So you couldn't. Well, they built a trade school at our high school. So we all said, well, let's go get a trade. Well, we got one. And we didn't learn. We had fun for 2 years. But I can't weld very good. And I'll just leave it at that. But
Think about what you could do with knowing.
oh, I know. I wish I could. What a great you make a
welders
good living, son.
They do really well.
Heck,
You get underwater welding. That I mean,
I'd like that. Have
extremely
a
one of the
would
most
you like-
dangerous jobs you can ever have. But
Yeah,
I mean,
and I want one of them trained dolphins that brings me tools and stuff. You know, they got them.
Okay.
That's real, by the way. I saw it on TV. I want to be an underwater welder with a dolphin that works with me.
that speaks Spanish. It would be kind of cool to speak Spanish.
Yeah,
I was having a really tough time, and I went to French for one semester, and I couldn't believe I was over there.
There's
and
no
I
way I'm
almost
gonna-
didn't even make it out.
yeah, I won't be able to speak another language. I know that.
But anyway, I
accept it.
should do better than what I know. I have no idea any.
I'm still trying to dial English in, and so
Right,
you
we
know.
do.
Oh, well,
terrible
of
job
course,
at
they're
that.
changing it now. With
Sure.
with this.
We've talked about these type things before, these next few, but let's just be real quick, rapid fire. And this just shows you the mind of our audience too. This is from Curtis. This is a question for all three of you. You have to choose between one of these three superpowers.
Ooh.
The ability to fly, X-ray vision, or the ability, this is the mind of our audience right here, the ability to make people poop their pants on command. Wow. So those three.
Yeah, that'd be-
I'm gonna pass on the poop part.
Yeah, even though I've stood in line behind people that can't get it together, and I'd be like, that'd be
And
nice.
you've actually pooped in your pants.
Yeah, I think I want to fly.
I always want to fly every time.
Think about you flying here. Can you fly fast, or did you like a slow flyer?
He didn't put
It's
that.
like
Are you like-
Superman.
I mean,
if
are
you're
you like a-
flying, you're
I
like
would think
Superman.
Right, but
I
are you
think
like
you're
a
getting
prop
it.
plane or a jet?
I
Are
think
you
you're clipping it
faster than a
pretty
speeding
good.
bullet?
Yeah.
Man, think how fast you could fly here.
Oh,
Every
I love it.
day.
I wouldn't have flew today because it rained.
You
but
get a backpack on, and just fly.
I would rather have the ability to fly.
X-ray vision be
Now,
cool.
I will say it's interesting, the ability to make people poop in their pants. Because you blow by that, but think back at it. That would be funny.
I was
Somebody up there
just while
speaking.
you
Somebody's up there speaking.
I knew
from a
you'd go
crowd.
there.
While you were talking, for some reason I squinted at you. I was trying to make you see if you could do it.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
I know how as we age, our taste buds change, and so there's things that we like now that we didn't like.
Yeah.
We've had this question before, but
Yeah.
I was
as
very
we're sitting
picky
here in
kid.
our 50s and 40s, Brennan has a Thanksgiving question for the kickoff
Bring it
hour.
on, Brennan.
Do you like cranberry sauce?
No,
No.
absolutely not. I
No.
don't get it. I
Negative.
don't know how it goes with that food, turkey dressing,
Yeah.
all that corn. Oh, here's a green bean casserole. Give me a thing that looks like Jell-O. I don't get it.
I don't either.
I don't get. I don't
Didn't
know
get
how
it when
they
I was
go
a
together.
kid. Don't get it as an adult, and I will not allow it on my plate.
Right.
And I really hate it
Period.
when they dump it out and it still looks like the can.
I know.
And they
I
gotta
don't
slice
like it. Don't
Okay.
like it.
On
No,
agree-
no, no, no.
I just don't think it fits.
By the way, I got a question for y'all that remind me coming out of the next break. I want to eat up the question segment.
Okay.
Speaking of food,
Ryan with the QFTA. This is about peanuts, Greg, your favorite.
Oh,
I think we've
yeah.
discussed this too, but again,
I love
things
roasted
change.
peanut.
You have three options: boiled peanuts, roasted peanuts, or raw peanuts.
Roasted, not even
Yeah,
close.
I agree.
And I want them
Yeah.
a little bit burnt.
Yeah, we know
Not
that.
burnt, burnt.
Greg, we
Not-
got it.
Hey, Greg,
Right up to burnt, and you kind of lean towards burnt. That's wrong.
believe me, we know that.
And boy,
Don't bring any mediums
Don
to
Day has got it dialed
Don
in.
Day, he complains about the type of ones you bring.
No,
So
I've never complained about Don's. Never. That is not true. He's got it perfect.
Well, you're like, hey, he could keep these medium
But see,
roast.
Speedy's doing this trying to make him quit.
Do you not
bringing
complain
them.
about him having medium roast?
No, I mean I don't. I would rather have the ones that are burnt, but the
see?
mediums are still good.
There we go.
I've never said they weren't good.
You said I wish I
the
should
burnt
stop
ones
bringing these.
are the best. See, you're just doing that because you're jealous of him bringing me peanut. I get it.
Eddie Dottie
Actually,
checking
I'm
in.
playing you.
Don, you don't have to bring them, but if you happen to bring them, that's okay too.
Hey, Eddie Dottie checking in. His friends call him ED.
I bet it's
Really?
That's great. I bet it's Doty, but go ahead.
Right.
Well, either way, they call him
It's
ED.
still ED. Yeah.
Yeah.
ED.
It may
You're
be
out of
Doty, by the way. It may be Doty. It's
But the reason I
it's
say that 'cause
D-O-T-Y.
I knew somebody that their last
Okay.
name was Doty.
Oh, look at me.
I don't know. How long, this is an interesting question, how long is the maximum amount of time a handshake between two men should last?
Oh, that's a good question because
Here,
sometimes
can
I
we
get
try?
uncomfortable.
'Cause I do.
I'm going to say this.
And add to that, how many shakes is too much?
Two.
We don't do a
Two-
lot of
two's
shakes.
enough.
Most time it's
Here,
one
let's just-
shake.
let's shake hands
as you
real quick.
grab.
All right, here we go. That's it.
I just did one. We just did
Well, it depends. Hey, come here. Give me this.
Shake, you only.
That's it. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just
Okay, that's about right.
Yeah,
but
that's
I,
what-
wait a
but
minute.
I don't
wait a
like
minute.
the. What about the people that hold
That
on
could have
too
been
long?
about as half
Hey,
as I've ever seen.
So,
That's how I do it.
let me ask you a question. So that face comes with it?
Yeah. That.
Did you see it? So you open your eyes real big?
Well, I was kind of, yeah.
You're like, hey.
I've never thought about it. I must
Did you
do
say?
that.
You're like,
Hey,
I
how are
don't
you?
I don't think you made that
But I don't-
noise, but
no,
it
he
looked
got
like
it.
it.
Let's be
I didn't
honest.
see his
Hey,
face.
look, he's like,
I have met those people who, when you shake their hand, they grab hold of it and won't let it go.
but you're an open mouth shaker.
Am I?
Did you know
I
that?
work on that. I was probably just doing that
I'll
this morning
work
'cause I
on
couldn't
it.
breathe good.
Yeah.
So okay, so when you shake, so what was that? That was less than a second.
Yeah, it's
maybe a
almost-
second.
I'm not almost
one
like that guy.
Mississippi.
It's almost like
Because then you're holding hands with a dude if you hang on too
Right.
long.
It's
Now,
almost-
now I'm holding hands with a guy.
it's almost like engage, hold, vibrate it, and leave.
You went with vibrated.
Of course, don't
shake
forget
it.
now during
You know
the
what I mean?
pandemic.
Come here, like you go here. Yeah.
Remember they were going to
You know what I'm
ban.
saying?
Yeah.
They were trying to ban handshaking during the pandemic. and all
They
that.
were.
Say, hey, make your statements; they'll never come back. Come on.
It's back.
How about
handshake
y'all
people all
remember the
time.
elbow shake?
I don't
because
like it.
everybody didn't know what to do.
I refuse to do it.
Did you?
Just don't shake. Just wave at me if you're gonna do that. Let's wave. It's fine.
I started kicking heels with everybody.
I started like headbutting people. Take it a level even better.
Right. I didn't know you were an open mouth, big eyed.
That was the one shake. I was exaggerating. I don't like somebody that clamps down and won't let your hand go.
No. How about the people that start the hey, how you doing? They start bringing you in closer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, inside I'm screaming, let go.
Let go.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
At Boot Barn, we believe that cowboy boots are made to be worn, not collected. For a boot to last a lifetime, it needs to be built properly. Hand craftsmanship is among the best ways to achieve that, where 90 artisans have the boots in their hands from start to finish. Dan Post has been handcrafting boots since the 60s, ensuring the highest quality, made to be worn with comfort and artistry in mind. Dan Post Boots at Boot Barn.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is sponsored by allform.com/Bubba. You know, the holiday season is quickly approaching. And that by the way, that has to do with my question, too. And with all the inside, everybody's inside, you got family coming over, friends, all that kind of stuff. You want to be comfortable in your own home, and especially when you're hosting guests. I'm sure some of you are probably going, boy, sure would be nice to upgrade the couch, the chair, whatever. Well, you can do so at allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba. Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade-in-America furniture. I'm talking about modern designs to fit any room, from armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats. They have you covered at all affordable prices. Go to allform.com/Bubba. The furniture arrives fast and ships. Shipping is always free. Think about it. You could have your chair or sofa 3 or 4 days just in time for the holidays. Customize exactly the way you want. And you won't need a screwdriver or anything, as it's set-to-go tools free. Who loves that? I got some better news, too. It comes with a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. You have nothing to lose. Go to allform.com/Bubba. It gets even better. When you do, save 20% off anything you buy and get a forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy and get that forever warranty. Or you can always go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right.
Petey, can I clear one thing up? Just to let people know. It was based off yesterday's show that we had that good pound cake. I'm not going to send you the recipe. I don't have it.
We knew you wouldn't. That's why Speedy and I
I'm
have
saying,
been
so
doing that.
quit emailing me.
I don't know.
I'm not being mean.
That's kind of mean, Greg.
But I don't have it. I don't have it.
HR
so I'm not
department
sending
would
it
probably
out.
say that's mean.
First
and
of
I'm
all,
not a cookbook.
First of all, you do have it.
No, I don't.
Speedy sent it to everybody
but
yesterday.
I ignored that. But I ain't. Look, I'm not here to give out a bunch of recipes.
You
Greg,
don't give
Burgess.
a rip.
Do you want to spend your whole day giving out recipes? That's what you want to do.
No, but you know what? the joy that everybody
I knew
had.
y'all would eventually put it on something.
Well, we have.
We haven't.
We
just
probably
you know
put
what
it
we've
in
been
show
doing? We've just been emailing.
Well, I'm not doing that. I'm not. So it's not a big deal.
You're rude.
So I'm almost. Have you seen how many people?
So if
ask
somebody
have I seen? What you don't think I've been?
We've been
returning
responding
emails
to
into
them.
the night last.
Well,
night.
that's on you. Good. That's what you wanted to do. So
no, it has nothing. It's just about
but anyway,
being
I'm
nice.
just saying. If you're waiting on the recipe from me, it's going to be. I'll probably not get to it. I'm just wanting you to get it. So go to Speedy or
No. Just,
you can come to me and I'll email it.
Okay,
so
good deal.
if Lisa or a family member wanted it, would you give it to them?
Yeah.
So you care about them, but nobody else?
No, it's not that I don't care. It's just there's so many I can't answer all those.
Lots making sense now.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is.
Just saying. At least I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So y'all get ready for a few more.
Hey, everybody likes an honest jerk.
Yeah. So
that's not being a jerk. It's just
Greg,
like when people.
wait a
look,
minute.
I'll go ahead and pull this back.
What is wrong
when
with
people email and ask me what song we play coming in, I don't remember.
I always answered. I asked Rick.
don't because I
don't remember it either, Greg. But I just asked Rick or Speedy, "Hey, what song was that?"
Well, they don't know.
Takes 2 seconds.
Nah.
So you didn't think you were being rude?
I'm not being rude, but I'm just being honest. I mean, I'm probably not going to send you.
But
the recipe.
you can be honest and rude
At the same time.
I guess.
You can be honestly
But
rude.
that's just one thing. It's so bad. I mean, it's okay. I don't send out recipes. Ooh.
All right. So don't email Greg.
Yeah.
No, I'm just said the recipe.
Just
because I don't have it. And
no, I wouldn't even email you.
Greg, you can't say you don't have it.
I enjoy
at this point. You can't say you
I
don't
just had a
have
good
it.
one a few minutes ago. I had a good one and I answered it. That's not that. So now you're trying to twist it in something else.
But you can't say you don't have it. I'm not going to let that go. You have it. You can't. You just choosing not to send it to anybody.
Well, I hadn't looked at it.
But you have it.
Do I?
Okay.
Yeah.
You had it yesterday.
Yeah, you have it, buddy.
Let's see,
Everybody on this team had it.
And I sent it just in case
y'all took on that y'all going to tell the world the recipe.
Well, I didn't. Rick and Bubba told everybody to send to email me. I didn't.
Well.
And so Kevin, who brought the pound cake, he and his wife.
And by the way, that's a real good pound
They were
cake.
nice enough to send us the recipe, and then we talked about it and sent it out.
Well, I was just being honest.
I've sent it to a lot of folks.
Well, good. That's awesome.
Greg at
Maybe
rickandbubba.com.
that'll get you in heaven.
Oh my gosh. That's where you went with that?
It's messing with it.
I think this is his way to get me to have more emails.
Yeah, kind of. How many times do you do that to me? How many times? Well, email Greg, you do it. Says,
yeah, but I do that because I know you're not going to you're not going to look at them.
I mean, if you want it, if you really want to get the recipe, Speedy would be the way to go.
Yeah. All right, so write down. I'm gonna table my question. We have 2 minutes now. I'm gonna table my question for tomorrow, Helmsy. If you'll,
you sure?
Yeah. We don't have enough time.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me.
No. I'm not mad. I'm just saying I'm not going to get into it.
I'll tell you what. Let's do. We got a few minutes. I want you to read the recipe on the air. On how you make it. Go.
Add a little bit of jerkness. That's Greg. With just a little smart egg right there.
Kidding. I'm
2
just
ounces of
having
that.
fun.
How about yesterday? Living in the Southeast, we see a lot of deer on the side of the road, especially the time of day that we're coming in to work. It's basically in the middle of the night for some of us. For others, because with the time change for sure. But it's dark, and so a lot of times the deer are out on the side of the road or whatever. And we've all seen deer that have been hit, and we've all seen deer that we've almost hit.
It's daily for me.
And it's
daily.
just it's part of our day. I had a situation the other day where I came to a complete stop. I'm talking about like I'm at a red light to avoid a deer.
Really?
And have y'all ever seen a deer coming up? Your headlights, see it. It's probably a quarter of a mile up, and you're like, "Don't move, please don't move." And all of a sudden, you see the deer. The deer kind of starts taking a step,
panic,
and they get to the edge of the road. And it was a 2-lane road, only truck driving on the road. Thankfully, because I came to a stop. And then it gets in the lane that's to the left of me. And I'm like, please don't come, please don't stop, please don't. And then all of a sudden now it's hung. It don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So now I keep slowing up.
I end up coming to complete stop, hoping nobody runs over me.
Yeah, and then it's like it doesn't know what to do. So now it's hunkering down, and it's like, do I go left? Do I go right? For some reason, they always choose in front of the car. I don't know why.
Always.
I don't know
all
why.
they have to do is turn around and go the way you were coming
That's
from.
all they have to do. I haven't laid on the horn. I heard that was a trick. I haven't did that, and it still jumped out in front of the car. I had to stop, and it was literally in front of my headlights.
1 o'clock in the middle of the day yesterday, I had a doe and 2 small ones, and they did that. They got hung up. This is in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
I stopped.
Yeah.
And they finally figured it out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you ever see a nanny doe, you better really stop because there's something trailing it probably.
Just sent the recipe to 5 people.
Yeah. Thanks,
outstanding.
Rick and Bubba.
But obviously attention of the team.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so there's a moment where God is standing there saying, I'm going to allow this. And then the adversary says, and when you do, this family's going to turn on you. And then the angels are like, you want us to stop it? And God says, I'm going to allow it because I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to be glorified. You ain't nothing but pawns in my plan. There's a platform I've been building with this, because what does it say that Satan is the prince of the air waves, the prince of the air? So God's saying, I'm going to go into the whole secular part because as if all radio doesn't belong to me. Y'all need to go over in Christian radio. Hey, it all belongs to him. Now, you can decide whether you want to use it for him or not, but it's his, okay? So he says, I've set up this platform, and it even has this look like there's a lot of blessings going on, and they certainly are. But I'm about to show y'all that this faith y'all keep hearing about is either real or it's not. And I'm going to provide the power that my kingdom is going to be advanced. They're not going to go backward. This is going to go forward. This moment will actually make it more effective, not less. And that's the first thing that when I stepped on that plane to try to get back to Sherry, I was just like, what are you doing? Because I knew he'd allowed it. And he said, I want everybody to be perplexed by your response. Show them that what we've been talking about is real, not just something that you're trying to do some health, wealth, and prosperity thing with me. Just like with Job. I mean, he took 10 of his kids.
Can you imagine?
And allowed Satan to kill 10 of his kids with the weather, by the way.
A whirlwind.
Yeah. So we'll come back. We'll hit a few more things, too. I know some of you are out
that is and understanding that part of it, I think, is, to me personally, one of the most difficult things to understand as a Christian and get your hands around.
Yeah. I will tell you,
it's tough. I do, but it goes against our every ounce of our being.
Unless you understand it's all about him being glorified.
That's right. That's the bottom line.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thing I want to make sure too that it missed is besides everything we've talked about today and the impact. I mean, here I am on the front row. I mean, it's impacted me and my family like there's been, nothing in our life that's impacted us like this and will forever be changed. But one thing that you taught me through this, and I remember you saying, is not sweating the little things. Sometimes we can get so caught up that we're in our life, and before you know it, it's Friday, and it's 4th of July, and it's Christmas, and we just get so caught up in the materialistic type of things in our life or the goals for our kids or ourselves at our work that we forget about what's really, truly important. And I remember before this, when I was 39 years old, I guess at the time, boy, I'm intense. I'll get into it, and I'll sweat the little things if you don't watch me. And that's why I was convicted by that. But the text that you sent to your kids, I try to do because of this weekly about what is important, and it's their spiritual walk, not the trophies they get. Or, it's great to have achievements here on earth, and, and if you've got athletic ability or you're smart, it can pay for school. I'm not saying that that's not important, but don't let that distract you from what's really, truly important. And the little things, you can get caught up in stress and worry and drama about the little things in your life that you just let it control your life. I remember you looking at me going, I just buried my youngest son. I'm not worried about this little thing over here going on.
I'm not overly concerned about this who's going to win this ball game.
Priorities in order.
But then I got to where I was enjoying ball games better after I finally put them where they belong.
Yeah.
In a very, very low part of the list of what matters.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can actually enjoy it. And
there's
like
a piece to that.
There's nothing wrong with trophies here on earth unless that's all you got.
Right.
About the 10th anniversary, January the 19th, of William Bronner Burgess going to heaven, and all the things that have happened with the show and with our families and us as individuals and all of you in the last decade. Of course, this brings much healing to our family to hear all the different testimonies that have happened over the last 10 years, and gets us excited about what God still has ahead as long as we're taking breath on this side of heaven. To the phones we go, wrapping it up. Let's go to James in Wetumpka. James, welcome to the program. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good, man. I enjoy listening to you guys every day.
Thank you.
Thankful for, the faith you guys have. Man, I just wanted to echo a point you were making earlier about people and their acceptance or unacceptance of healing. I lost a child back in 2012. My son was born with a lot of health issues, and when he was here on this earth, I always prayed for healing, and not just a little bit of healing, but complete healing.
Right.
And I was wayward, and I was lost for a long time throughout that process while he was alive here. And but I rededicated my life to the Lord and started following Christ again. Got back into church, and we were blessed to have about 9 years here on earth with my son. We were told he wouldn't live 6 months or a year or 2 years, and after that we quit listening because it became evident that they didn't really have any idea.
It was God's call on when he was going and when he wasn't.
That's right. And my prayer was always that he would be completely healed, and it was March 28th of 2012.
Yep.
I woke up and went in there to check on my son like I did every day, and I found him not dead here on earth, but completely healed and made whole. And I'm thankful that God was able to give.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. This hour starts with your national anthem. Let's go. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. The kickoff hour is done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've handled that for you. They'll also rotate on the phones today. No interns, so it'll be staff members taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So listen for those prompts for phone segments coming up. Big Boy, the statue, is here, ready to go in the No Name studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world on various platforms, including but not limited to YouTube. Eddie Van Adler settles into his spot to give you the YouTube experience live and archived, the best of hours, and you name it. It's all there. If you haven't subscribed to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, please do. Doesn't cost anything, but that gets our content in more places. The more subscribers that we have. That's just how the game works. And everybody plays a game of love. And we got everybody in here but one. Here he is, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters man of the year. The inventor of pizza in a cup. Shakespeare's worst nightmare. And the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to America's favorite little radio program.
Yep.
It's called Rick and Bubba. 29 years in the making, and all because of you, and we appreciate it.
There's the Tubes. She's a beauty. Background vocals by?
That is Toto.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah, how about that? Right off the hip
Right
there.
off the-
huh?
Hey.
Ha! Ha!
That old Toto lead singer's got a pretty distinctive voice.
Oh,
You
he
hear me-
does.
you hear
It's,
me
it's
there,
a
you know?
good one. It's a good one.
Yep.
I wish I had those pipes.
Love little tidbits like that. And we've provided them over the years, and have you retained them? We check every now and then. All right, so we have a lot to unpack. We really yesterday, I don't know if there is such a thing. It really almost turned into a Fun Zone Monday.
Yeah.
And we went ahead and spun the wheel of meat yesterday. We were hanging out. We had a big delicious pound cake show up. We had, casseroles show up. It just almost felt Friday on Monday.
Yeah,
it's almost like we had 2 Fridays in a row.
That may be why when I woke up this morning I thought it was Saturday.
Right, so that probably does explain that. But anyway,
Why's my alarm going off?
right. It was after the show was over. We realized we missed some pretty big stories, but they were not happy stories. They were pretty bad stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, yesterday we had fun. I guess we can go back and update people on stories that depress you, but we
don't have to.
Well, we've got some of that we need to
But
mention.
I mean, they're out there.
Just,
we do it all here.
yeah, and just real quickly, the election was 1 week ago. We're still counting votes.
Yeah.
The balance of power. Let me give you the latest update on this real quick.
Unbelievable that we're still counting.
In the Senate, we have Democrats hold 50 seats, Republicans hold 49, and we have one that is going to a runoff in Georgia. If Herschel Walker wins that, we'll be right back where we were. If the Demos win it, they will have a 51-49 majority in the Senate. In the U.S. House, Democrats have 205, Republicans 217. They need one more seat declared to have control of the House. Looks like the Republicans will get that by the slimmest of margin. You need 218. Republicans have 217. To show you how everything is still split, even in the governor's races around the country, which doesn't affect the country as a whole, but it does show kind of how the people of the various states are looking and thinking. Currently, Democrats hold 24, Republicans hold 25. One is still up for debate.
This Arizona gubernatorial race, and like you said, it doesn't affect anybody other than Arizona directly, but the way the vote counting's going, any election that comes to Arizona, including the last presidential election, there was a lot of things in Arizona that looked a little shaky. I don't know what Arizona's doing. I mean, they're becoming Florida cleaned their act up.
Yeah, Florida had a mess. Mm-hmm. They were the laughing stock. Mm-hmm. They were the problem, and they went in there and cleaned that mess up, got rid of some people that were incompetent running some of that, cleaned it up, and now, we had their returns in, my gosh, before some of the polls closed in Arizona. Mm-hmm. They were just hours away. And each state does it a little bit different. I got that. But I think it's time for Arizona and Nevada to look at an upgrade.
They found 70,000 votes.
I don't know that story. I'm kind of out of the loop on it, but
it's when all the voting was going on, and was it Maricopa? What was the county that's the biggest there? That's
you mean in Arizona?
Yeah, is it Maricopa County?
That's the one I kept hearing the name.
I don't know how big it is. I just kept hearing that name.
Whoever's in charge of that county was the one doing interviews and stuff like that, and they said we had 70,000, and I think I have that number right. If I don't, then I thought that's what I heard. On the latest, dump of ballots here that we're going through, we're not sure where they came from, what precinct they came from, which basically means we're not really sure, where they came from, but we're voting. We're counting them. That's what we're counting now. And it was just a bizarre statement to come out and say that. I just. So you don't know where they came from?
There's been calls for the federal government to get involved. And while that may create some standards, that also would create more central power in Washington.
No, thank you.
Which I don't think we need. As messy as it is.
No, thank you.
We need to let the states take care of their own business.
No, thank you.
Now, if the feds want to put out some guidelines and say this is a good way to do it, to get it done quick, and we wish you would follow this, that's fine. But I don't want any more power concentrated in Washington, D.C. I think that's not for the better interest of all Americans.
Well, based on what you guys just talked about, the story we have today says that Arizona may go to a recount based on their Arizona law, because obviously Katie Hobbs is going. Carrie Lake is going, hey, man, come on. We can't let this stand, because what they're saying now is that Katie Hobbs would defeat Carrie Lake on this latest bunch of votes they found. And they're coming, and now, of course, Carrie Lake is saying, based on Arizona law, I think I get a recount on this. So it may go to a recount.
There may be an automatic trigger if it's so close, or if it's another range. The candidates have that option. Some states they have to pay for it. Mm-hmm. We'll see how all that plays out. Also, Lara Trump, who you see on Fox News from time to time, is warning Ron DeSantis not to run against her father-in-law in the 2024 presidential election, because primaries get messy and raw, and he will have opportunities in the future to run.
Yeah, today's supposed to be Trump's big announcement.
It is today, and we've said I think DeSantis is pretty smart. I don't know that he wants in this mess right now. And no one he hasn't said he wants to run, by the way.
I don't have any idea why Trump is attacking DeSantis and saying some of the things he's saying. It doesn't make any sense or look necessary. I don't follow that at all. 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The perspective to be able to see things that way.
That's right. Yeah,
because I really did have that peace and that joy that the Bible tells us about that surpasses all understanding.
Yep.
And knowing that in the twinkling of an eye, when he was called home, he was made whole.
No
he
question.
was able to sing and to rejoice and to be in the presence of the Lord, and just to not have to deal with the fallen society that we live in anymore.
Yeah, and the health issues too. Just like Bubba and I were talking about with School Clothes and Tony. I mean, his final thing was like, you know what? This body's been. I've had to battle this thing my whole life. I ain't battling it anymore. You know,
it's one of the funniest things.
Yeah,
we talked about that over the holidays.
But that is ultimate healing. There's no ultimate healing ever found here. Mm-mm. I mean, it's ultimate healings when all this stuff this hold that fallen flesh has on you doesn't have a hold on you anymore.
I'll never forget the quote, "This body has made a clown out of me. Now I'm going to make a clown out of it."
Yeah. Well, and it's one of the things that we're going through now in this Bible study we're doing on Wednesdays, because now, I'm always looking and pursuing and pressing. What's the next thing, God, you want to show me? And this death to this misnomer that somehow, even when you're in this fallen state, that God does not have the power to transform you to the part that that you do cease from sin. And the ability not to just completely live in perpetual sin, that is not in the Scripture. And I thought one of the things that Dallas Willard was saying, this thing we were going on, he was talking about, even Sherry and I looked at, 2 Peter 4 or 1 Peter 4, where Peter's talking about those that have gone through suffering cease from sin. They get refined to the point that goes away, and they're not held captive to their sin anymore because of who Jesus is, because they're so in sync with him through the suffering that gave them that kind of intimacy. And it was a great statement he made. He said, when we come to become followers of Christ and we've been redeemed and through the sanctification process, the desire of the sinful flesh may always be there. But what changes, the more you get to know God and the more you walk with Christ, when that sinful desire shows itself at some point when you're in sync with Christ, that desire will not entice you, it will repulse you, just like it does him. Because there was another quote that they talk about taking sin serious in our life, and we've all become a bunch of grace abusers, especially the modern American church, that it doesn't matter, grace, mercy, grace, mercy, and we love all that, but there's also a lot of power in that. And what it says, the reason why we've gotten to the point that sin isn't hideous to us, what makes sin so hideous and heinous is not really the act of the sin, it's who the sin is against. God Almighty. That makes more sense when the Bible says if you want to really have wisdom, it's got to start with fear of God. What makes sin so terrible, in order to make it repulsive to us, is who you're really sinning against. And I think, like I said before, and I used to be one of these guys, this is why you get some of this, God's become a slogan on a T-shirt to me, or I call him the big man upstairs and that kind of garbage, is I don't want to speak of him of who he really is, because if I do, then it'll feel worse on me to sin against him. So I have to make him something that I can more comfortably sin against, so sin doesn't bother me that much. And then I keep talking about how gracious he is. But what it is if we truly become intimately involved in a walk with Christ, it's impossible for the power that is truly found in the Holy Spirit for us to just remain comfortable with sin. It's not possible. So if sin is something that you just find yourself in all the time, or no problems, things you're exposed to, things around, don't bother you at all, and I'm talking about the process I've had to go through myself, that should be taken extremely serious. Extremely serious. It's not about
the new movement now is
it's not legalism. That's not legalism. What we've done in our attempt to throw legalism out of the church, we've thrown obedience out of the church.
And the new craze is to take something clearly, not even debatable, that's a sin, and say no, it's not.
Oh yeah,
that's the one that's shocking to me.
Hey, God's evolved on this. Really, where do you come to that? What revelation did you get?
Yeah, I've been to Revelation. I don't see a book here at the end of this.
So, and this is what I've heard from that movement. Well, I've just observed it. Okay, so now you're God, and so what you've done is you've told God you're not going to adhere and submit to Him where He can make you something He's more comfortable with. You want Him to become something you're more comfortable with. So now we're God. That's a very dangerous place to be.
It's crazy. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous place to be. He's patient. He is. But he's still just. So thanks a lot. I really enjoyed this. This stuff brings much healing. I always enjoy, people say, I bet you dread these markers when they come up. I really don't. 21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us. As I mentioned, Wheel of Meat actually spun yesterday, so it has already happened for the week. So that's out of play. But going forward, your phone calls on topics today, we'll get to some of those, and we'll see if Trump makes his announcement today. He said he was going to before the show is over or sometime later. There's some strategist that's telling him the perfect time. It's a lot like what we dealt with radio consultants. if you're going to make a big announcement, you make it on this day at this time and all that. So I don't know if he'll make that announcement today, if that's still on. Like Bubba mentioned, we did see they definitely got his daughter-in-law out there, talking yesterday, almost like laying down the path for today, telling everybody to stay away. It's my father-in-law's time. He's got 4 more. Then y'all can do what you want. But anyway, so we'll see how that goes, and if that happens today, we certainly will update you. There's nothing really to report on that until it actually happens. Now, our current president's got a couple today we'll get to in a little bit.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, you got that daily list. It's always present.
Wow.
Also, I saw the Mike Pence interview on ABC.
Yeah, you were telling us
night.
about that. Yeah,
and we were talking at the break. Mike Pence, I think, is a stand-up guy. He's a solid guy. He's a big-time believer. He handles everything probably as well as you could.
Mm-hmm.
But he said he was unhappy with Trump and the way he was handling some of that. But he did it in a classy way, of course. It was an interesting interview. Of course, the guy on ABC was trying,
of course,
to get him to hammer Trump, and all he really would say is he was unhappy with the way he was handling some of it. So I didn't see the second and third part that was later that night. But Pence, I think, is a pretty stand-up guy.
Yeah, well, you can be, as stand-up a guy, as devout a follower of Christ as there is, but if the president that you're serving under is giving some people that are very angry the incorrect notion that you could solve the problem, but you really constitutionally can't, and they get so angry that there's talk of maybe coming after you, that would upset you. You'd be upset about that.
Well, and he had his family there too,
right?
So
yeah, but
it was now that's one thing, and I know we're all that way too. You can mess with me and threaten me.
Of course, that comes with the territory.
That's one category. You start messing with my family, then that's a whole other category.
That's a different game. Because we come here and know what comes with the job. That they didn't do this job, and
they didn't sign up for it.
No, and so anyway. But I told Bubba in the break, and I do think this, and something could happen that would change my mind. I mean, just as something could happen that would change your mind about me or anybody else if we decide to fall away. But I'm going to get an opportunity. I don't know how the weekend's going to fall, but summer of 2023 at Gridiron Men's Conference, I'm going to get a chance to be on the bill with Mike Pence. He's speaking at Gridiron this next summer. I don't know how the days will fall. I may not even be there the same day that he speaks, but I hope I get a chance to spend some time with him because I'd love to meet him in person. And everybody I know who's met him in person really, really likes him. But I told Bubba in the break and the guys that I don't think he really has a future as a political celebrity. And the reason why I say that is because he's too devoted to his faith and he's too devoted to the Constitution. Yeah. And I don't think he would I don't think he would violate either one of those, so he has no future in politics. He can never be a political celebrity. He's what we used to demand if people were going to represent us or serve in our government. And it's what they demanded, by the way, in the beginning. But we don't demand that anymore. We want you to have the ability to rebel rouse people and to get a mob going and to get some sort of trash the other party, trash the other people, and that's the way it is. So if you're the people you send into that battle now. Unfortunately, let me be clear about that. Unfortunately, they can't be like Mike Pence.
Yeah,
they can't be that good a person. And again, like Mike Pence may do something that changes my mind on that. I'm talking about
nobody's 100%.
Right. I'm just talking about how he's living his life right now. Yeah. I do think those two principles are principles to him, not just sound bites when he needs them.
Trump is having a problem with some of the mainstays of the party falling away from him. I saw where it was a couple of the people who were elected, where was it? Maybe in Maryland or Virginia, somewhere up there, that he had actually helped pretty much, and they said they would not support him running for president again. So that it'll be interesting. We've always said Trump was like a bulldozer. And when you look at the D.C. swamp and how overgrown it was and how much kudzu was up there and how many rotten trees that you needed a bulldozer to clear it up, But at the same time, if you're working in a rose garden, bulldozer not as handy.
Well,
and I think we've seen where he did a lot of good, but he's run over some property lines and some easements, and he's got some people mad at him now. And a lot of them are saying that they're just not going to support him.
You know what it sounds like to me when I hear it, because I'm with you. There's been people who were completely never Trumpers, and I think I didn't necessarily agree with them. But now it's getting into people that weren't part of that group, and you know what it looks like? And it's really been our problem with wars going forward. Sometimes Americans lose their stomach for something.
Yeah.
They're like, I just don't know if I can stomach that again. Even if we ended up with a victory in it, because number one, there certainly could have been some things that happened in the election that swung it. But Trump did not win a second term, in case anybody's wondering. However you think that worked out, the fact is that Biden is president now, not Trump. That is the fact.
He was sworn in, so
Right.
stolen or cheated or straight up by narrow victory, whatever.
I don't pretend to know all the details of how he got there, but he is there, okay? So it's almost like that bulldozer, like you said, the mess that it makes and the things you have to tolerate and the pills you have to swallow. I think there are some people going, surely we can win another way. It doesn't have all that collateral. Here's the question: is Trump getting more crazy than he is fine?
Well, and you've brought this up too.
Right.
There's two thought processes in anything you deal with.
Right. Yeah.
It could be football coaches or politicians, and that is dance with the one that brung you, and the other is, are you evolving to the situation?
Right.
And I think Trump is kind of he hasn't changed as the time has gone on a little bit. We've talked about Nick Saban. He used to be a run between the tackles guy, but now he's opened up and he's modified and he's grown his approach to it. I don't know that Trump has.
And I think that's what we're seeing. Some people are like, I just don't know if I have the stomach for the same thing again.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
REO Speedwagon.
How about you?
Rolling with them changes.
How about you?
Bubba.
Rick.
No Viking horn today.
Well, if it is, it's the Viking horn with a car crash right behind it.
Well, you know what was almost when I didn't, I'm supporting the troops, so I didn't see it. But I went by the time I got home on Sunday and had a great day Sunday. And I said, well, let me check in, see how old Vikes are doing. Didn't see the first game at all. And old score came up, and I just looked and I said, well, that the good news is Bubba's not going to have to struggle. I mean, this.
Well, I told y'all.
Yeah, that door got slammed and got slammed hard. I do have one question, and this is just the weird, peculiar way we are. Because I could have had the vision wrong. I mean, maybe it was wrong.
Right.
I need to know how long the hat stayed on. Was there a point where you took it off and said
I never even had it on?
Didn't have it on. Okay. Because I pictured, I was trying to think, does he have the Vikings hat on? We saw it a couple times last week. We all knew that was really living on the edge a little bit.
Well, it was a good hat. I appreciate
it was.
Scott bringing that to me.
Great hat. Yeah.
From Minneapolis. So look, it was fun. What a great finish. The New Orleans game was. But look, I knew we were on borrowed time. I told you when y'all started all this, I go, guys, look. Every Minnesota season ends in a horrific loss.
Right.
It's either a blowout.
Yeah.
Y'all probably
I didn't see
remember.
the blowout coming. I thought they could lose, but it's not the blowout when you have a number one defense.
Agreed.
Well, that's the Minnesota way, Greg. We'll have incredible stats and then leave them on the table.
Right.
I mean, and I got lit up by the great Nick Foles.
Yeah. So, every season ends in a horrific loss like that. When you have, you may remember a few years ago, they played in the NFC Championship against the New York Giants in New York. Lost that baby 41-0.
All right.
And then on the ones that are close, you have extra points missed, 20-yard field goals. kickers who've never missed all year,
Gary Anderson.
and they miss. You have, we've got you beat. We've outplayed you the whole game. Oop, I slipped on the ice, but your guy didn't.
Right.
You just have, it's
well,
amazing.
You saw me, when the guys were, can always be so supportive. But when I came in and says, "No, Bubba, you are not a delusional Minnesota fan."
No, not at all. I knew exactly. And look, I knew, and even to add insult to injury, when the Patriots won, I thought, oh no, we might actually win this thing and have to go play them at their peak. That would fit with.
There was actually some mercy in this.
I did.
Yeah.
I kind of started wanting them to lose after I saw the Patriots win. I thought, well, let's just not do that on the home field. And it's just, nobody wants to see that. But look, it's been a fun year, and we kept it in the right place. And I supported the troops most of the time, except when they were on. And
well, at least none of these teams, they all stood for the national anthem.
Yeah, I will say this: I enjoyed seeing Case Keenum finally have a year that I thought he was capable of having. I pulled for him when he was with the Texans and the Rams. I was like, come on, man. I mean, nobody gives him anything. I mean, every announcer, you just have quote after quote. Well, he's not a franchise quarterback. He's not this. He just kept knocking down walls, and I felt good for him to do it because he seems like a real humble, modest guy. And
I saw the end of the game, and of course
I didn't see it. I already left.
I didn't realize that he and Foles were actually were friends.
Yeah,
and he went out there, and you could tell that he could not have been more gracious to Foles. Hugged him and talked to him and encouraged him. It was very classy. Like I say, I think Keenum's handed himself and so has Foles.
And their careers are very similar.
Yeah, in a very classy way.
Keenum wasn't even drafted.
Right.
After having a stellar college career for his numbers, I mean, he lit it up with him and Sumlin when they were at Houston. Yeah. And I think one of the announcers, I need to look and see, but I think they said he held like a majority of the passing records for college. I mean, you think about all the great quarterbacks. He owns the records because they threw it. I mean, they threw it all over the field at Houston.
So one thing, there was things, because all I saw was the very end. Terry Bradshaw referred to Howie Long's son as his nephew.
Did he mean just because they were together all these years?
Is that what it was?
Yeah, like
they're like brothers, work brothers.
Right.
I heard the same thing.
Because I was like, what? Because when he first said that, I didn't know who that guy was. And I thought, where's Terry Bradshaw's nephew?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I see Howie over holding the guy's baby, talking about it's his grandson. I'm like, wait a minute, Bradshaw and Long aren't kin.
Right.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Let's talk about LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Go there for all the information about posting a job opportunity that your company may have and doing that for free. That job will be put out in front of the nearly 40 million job seekers that visit LinkedIn. Join us and post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That link also, of course, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. Now, here's the cool thing that LinkedIn helps you with. You think, well, all right, we're putting it out in front of a lot of people, and that's good, but they go further than that. They're going to use some screening questions that they get from you, and they're going to do the job of kind of weeding that number down to people who are actually qualified for the job. So you're only going to interview the most qualified candidates. You're going to put that purple hashtag hiring frame on your LinkedIn profile, and you're going to spread the word that you're hiring, and then they're going to use these simple tools like the questions I mentioned to make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and the experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire so you're not wasting time. I'm sure a lot of you that run businesses, you've been there, you've got an opportunity, you got these resumes, the person sits down in front of you, you ask a few questions, you're like, and I should not have given you my time today. You're not even remotely qualified for this job or right for this job. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba helps to avoid wasting time. And that's one thing that I want to be a good manager of my time, and you probably do too, because it's money when you're running business. LinkedIn.com/Bubba and look for how you can post your job for free by being associated with the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so we got some things to work through, Bubba. Anything else before we move to something else?
Rick, I think we have probably covered that. We'll know more when we hear former President Trump's announcement today.
Yep.
Or tonight about what his intentions are. and we'll see how all of it plays out. American politics at its best.
So speaking of that, I mean, we could go ahead and get our current president's sound bites out of the way. Would you like to do that? I mean, we could. Adam, you got those right here?
Sure.
So let's start with 1A and B. And Adler just handed us our list, so we'll jump right into that. Everybody, no matter how you feel about who should represent the Republican Party, I think we all can look at our current president and go, really, based on the stats that Adler found and put up, and everybody's talking about them now, and we had them on the show, if the Republicans ever want to win again, it looks like that they should focus on trying to win some single women to the party, because that's where the Republicans lose and lose big time. And that is, and so there must be, because no matter what the current,
they're winning everywhere else.
Yeah,
by the way,
yeah, or at least it's real close, and by at least, like you said, at least more than the Democrats. So our country is almost 50-50, as you have pointed out many times. But one party will be up, a little 47-46 or 48-40, whatever. But that with women, I think the number we showed, it was like almost what.
Yeah, it was probably about 70-30.
It was an unbelievable number. Yeah, that the single women, and some people, which I think this seems too simple. Well, it's the abortion issue, Rick. That's what it is. You're telling me that every single woman, that their main issue is abortion. I don't think in those numbers. For some, it is. I agree, but I think some single women are turned off by the Republican Party for things other than that.
Yeah.
And if you could just get them. The ones who say, look, it's abortion to me, nothing else matters, you're never going to get them. But there's got to be some out of that 70-something% that's not their only issue.
Yeah.
Enough to swing it for you to win, Yeah. All right, so here's Biden, and he is he starts again by telling everybody things he's not supposed to tell us, that he's been told that there should be 4 questionnaires. So here.
Questionnaire?
Yeah.
Is that a word?
I'm happy to take here. Listen to what he says.
I'm happy to take questions, and I'm told there are going to be 4 questioners. But I'm not going to do 10 questions from each questioner. All right? Let's make that clear at the outset here.
That's clear as a bell. Buddy.
Yeah,
Rick, I like the word questionnaire.
I do too. I do. But is questioners a word?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. There'll be questioners.
Those would be people who act in the way of asking questions.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. I like questionnaire. That's what you
questionnaire, like auctioneer, but
questionnaire you fill out. Questionnaire is someone who
hey, questionnaire.
What if a questionnaire gave you a questionnaire? But anyway, so he said he's happy to take questions. He was told there'd be 4, and he's not going to let the 4 ask 10. So he's telling us that he's been told to ask.
No, he's not going to answer 40 questions, basically. And I don't know that he could.
And now the thing that they've given him that he needs to, the script he needs to work, he can't read it. So here we go.
I can't have trouble reading this. Reuters, Netanya Bose.
Oh my.
Y'all.
He
looks good.
There it is.
I can't have trouble reading this.
This is what people
Reuters,
voted for in the
Netanya
midterm.
Bose.
Nobody cares.
Oh my gosh. Can I tell y'all this? I bet our enemies are shaking in their boots.
Yeah.
I bet they're terrified of our country.
Sure. Well, he's on the tour.
Well, he
so
just met with China for
I bet that was
several hours.
He looked real strong. Didn't even bring up COVID.
All right. So next, we move down to him.
China 100-year plan. Look into it.
Yeah, he's about to. He's supposed to tell us about Cambodia, but he keeps calling it Colombia.
Yeah.
Now we can't really make fun of this because we would probably do the same thing.
Yeah, look, this was on day 1.
We
of
really
his tour.
can't make fun of anybody doing anything other than when they're doing it, and we always do that.
But here's the thing that I think everybody who agrees with that point, and you hear us giving you that point, we don't speak well either. We get names wrong, words wrong. Understand that. We're not leading the free world.
We're not president.
That's important to note that we are not the president. Okay, we're a radio show host. Now, you would say probably radio people should be able to communicate better than us. I'll give you that. But it's not as important.
I'm not too sure we could run the country better than he is.
Oh, I know I could. And I know you could. I know you could. I think everybody on this team could. I don't have any doubt we could.
President Helms, what would you like to say today?
But saying that we could run the country better than this guy, that's not even a compliment. There's not that many people that couldn't. All right, so anyway, here we go. Here he is. We're supposed to be getting something about Cambodia, but it stays Colombia. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. I look forward to building even stronger progress than we've already made. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for Colombia's leadership in the ASEAN chair.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was recognizing somebody important.
Yeah. You know, let me ask
Prime
you this.
Minister Rick.
Should we have like the Secretary of State and all these other people do all the talking, and then just have Biden sit back there in the chair, Rick, and do like the Pope does? Look he would look at me like he would talk, and then Biden would just go.
No, you're right.
I'm good with that.
No, absolutely.
Can he just do that, or
totally
I don't
agree.
know what he would do?
We're gonna have to ask him to stop talking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the more he talks, the more. I mean, he just talked about the Prime Minister of Colombia when he should have been Cambodia. So,
if you've got say in the worst case scenario where you pop open the nuclear football and you got to punch in codes, you really want to get those right.
You got to get them right.
I mean, you don't want to launch toward Colombia when you meant Cambodia, or vice versa.
I don't want
whatever the package is.
I don't want there to be missiles in the air, and he's saying I can't read this.
Yeah,
but the so let me go with this, Adam. Let me make sure I got this right, because this is a question we keep asking, and it really upsets the climate people. Isn't this the climate summit that we just saw? Is that where he is?
Yes. Yeah. This last one is from that as well.
Can I ask all of them?
Why do they call it COP27?
I have no idea.
Do you know, Adler?
I don't.
Climate something?
I don't know. It's the UN, the United Nations Climate Change Conference.
So is this the one
it's called COP27?
Try and be sharp.
That sounds too much like something they're trying to eliminate.
They're trying to hip it up, but I don't know what it means.
Yeah, well, it's the Association of Southeast Asian Nations Summit is where he was just now.
Okay. Is this the climate? Aren't we having another? Didn't we just have another climate thing somewhere?
We need to see 2B. That's where he's
at the climate.
Yeah, and somebody yells in the back and makes a weird sound, and it 2 blocks him.
I would like to ask this question that we ask every time there's a climate summit. How did all these leaders get there?
Yeah.
Did they?
Rick, there was a report. We had it Friday. There was 400 private jets there.
Yeah.
All right,
400.
So now, I just want to.
If we would quit having climate conferences, the climate would be better.
We said this when it was in Copenhagen. We said it was in the Copenhagen. I want to say this again.
In the Copenhagen.
And everybody correct me if I'm wrong. Do we not have the technology right now, that all the world leaders can be on a platform that is reliable, and they can discuss climate without ever getting on one private jet?
Yeah, I mean, I think they could.
Right?
You're talking about a big Zoom call.
And if I saw them doing that, wouldn't y'all say, man, they're serious about this? We're cutting down on any kind of carbon emissions. But if you got over 400 private jets, the carbon emissions that are being produced as we go to talk about eliminating carbon emissions, how do you keep buying this crap? They wouldn't do that if they thought it was going to be the end of the world. All right, so that point's made. All right, so here we go. What happens to him at this summit?
So he's now at the United Nations Climate Change Conference, and
he flew there,
talking,
right? Is he riding around the big cars while he's there?
Yes.
Okay.
And he's talking about the changes and everything, and then it's interrupted by some noise in the back.
Okay.
To reestablish the United States as a trustworthy, committed global leader on climate. As I stand here before you, we've taken enormous strides to achieve that.
Oh, my goodness.
But I don't stand here alone.
No, you don't. Look at these people yelling in the background. That sounds like something we would
That was
do.
Greta back there or something. Was that Greta?
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you fly here?
You talk about budgets. How dare you?
Now, they got some pretty big cars that they secure the
Rick.
president in.
Yes, they do.
Of course, Rick.
400 private jets.
Now, how did the
Not
cars
counting
get there?
military escort?
How did the cars get there?
They had to fly them.
Okay.
And another plane.
Are the cars, they're all electric?
Negative.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A joke because they probably grew up calling him Uncle Terry.
Rick, one other Minnesota note that is funny: they have 4 quarterbacks. 4 quarterbacks,
and they're
going to have to decide who they're keeping and who they're getting.
The contracts are all up on all of them too.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've got Bradford, who's never finished the season, who they've got an arm and a leg invested in. They got Teddy Bridgewater, who was doing a great job for them, goes down injured, hadn't took a snap in 2 years. And then how would he hold up? You got Case Keenum, who everybody thinks is playing with a horseshoe in his pocket. So
I wish somebody.
And they
would
got a
run the
rookie
numbers.
that they've signed. He is signed. He is going to be there. He is the quarterback of the future. I don't even know who he is.
I wish that they would run the numbers on Bradford because he's the last one to get the big bonus, and how many games he's actually played in his contracts over the year, how much he's made per game because he hadn't played a lot of games.
No, he got a huge contract.
And he's been hurt more than
Talking
he's
about
been
Glass Bradford.
He is the China doll of the bunch, no doubt. I believe I'd punt him.
I'm with you, Greg. Let's get his money and let's divide the games
How many
actually
games
played
he's
in it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
38-7 over the Vikings. AFC Championship, Patriots 24. Jaguars 20, and the Jaguars actually led 20-10, I understand, at one point.
Yeah, they were up by 10 in the fourth quarter.
So,
hey, you can't beat Brady. You just can't beat him.
And then everybody was sending me the video that Gronk
He got knocked out.
I saw the hit, and so
not knocked out like arms raised, but he got knocked out of the game with a concussion.
Yeah. So in concussion protocol, we'll see people talking about whether he's going to play or not. And
Gronk is like a mule out there. I mean, he's just so much bigger than the rest of the kids. So much more physically endowed than everybody else. Somebody finally just had enough of it and says, I am going to hit you as hard as I can wide open. And he did.
Well, and you got him reaching up for the ball, too,
Yep.
so you got him exposed a little bit. It looked like to me the guy was trying to lead with his shoulders, just Gronk's so tall that their helmets end up hitting him. But it looked like it didn't look, people have called it a cheap shot. It didn't look cheap to me.
Well, no,
it looks like to me the guy led with his shoulder.
But defensive back,
and then as his head goes down, his head.
A defensive back has as much a right to go up and try to knock that ball loose as a guy catching it. That's where
Richard Sherman for the Seattle Seahawks, he quickly tweeted out, what's a man to do if he goes low, he's going to take Gronk's knees out, and he's going to blow his knees out, and he's going to be called dirty there. You got to try to separate him from the ball, and he just tried to do what he could do, but he wasn't targeting him. It's just it's a tough spot, especially when the guy's what is he 6'6"? How
he's
big
like
is
6'7".
Gronk.
He's 6'7".
I don't know.
He
6'6",
he can't be
6'7".
that tall. He ain't that tall.
He's I thought he was 6'6".
I saw
but
somebody
don't
say
know.
6'7". He ain't 6'7". Is he?
I bet he's close to it.
Unless I'm wrong. I don't know.
Well, those DBs look like little kids up under his arms.
Yeah, they do.
Standing next
Good
to him.
night.
And some of them are pretty big now.
But the clarification I want to make is just this. I don't have a problem. What was the call and play? Was it a penalty?
Yeah.
They called unnecessary. No, they didn't throw the guy out.
No, they don't do that.
That's not college.
But it was helmet to helmet.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is I don't have a problem with the hit or the call.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the DB was, and I certainly don't think it was cheap.
No.
The guy tried to leave with his shoulder. You got a guy taller than you. Gronk's head comes down. Your head's going up with your shoulder.
Yeah.
And let me be clear, I don't have a problem with the call either because the rules say you can't go helmet to helmet.
Right.
But he was not trying to go helmet to helmet.
No.
It was not intentional. He was trying to tackle correctly and separate the receiver from the ball, and then it didn't work out. But to call him cheap or dirty, I think is wrong too.
Right.
I think it was just football, but it violated the rules.
Yeah.
And Gronk, who's been known to play dirty.
Yeah. He ain't got nothing to say.
I don't think he can today, but buddy, when he got up, Rick, he was stumbling around. When you see somebody that big that dishes out as much physical torment on people as he does, and when he's stumbling around, that was quite a sight.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I tell
If
you,
you're the DB, it was worth it.
Yeah, I'm excited about seeing the Eagles and Patriots in a Super Bowl. That just sounds good, doesn't it?
I think I'm gonna continue supporting the troops.
I don't. There's something about the Philadelphia Eagles to me that it's just boring.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't say that because they just beat the Vikings, but their uniforms are just. I mean, they need something with that green to spice it up a little bit.
That would make you watch it.
What?
No, it would make me appreciate the Eagles more, but they're just boring. I didn't like them when Jaworski played, and he was, it's just. I don't know. There's something about that team.
We all wanted the Jags and the Vikings. Bottom line, we did.
I thought that would have been a better.
I'm not sure.
More interesting.
I'm not sure the networks would want that.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, because they're getting Boston and Philadelphia TV markets.
Yeah.
They're in pretty good shape.
Pretty big
Sure.
markets
When
there.
they have
That
it
includes
all,
New York.
when they have it all, on,
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start
8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. All right, so we didn't have this story yesterday. Like I said, yesterday was almost like a Friday Fun Zone extended, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that. But we do want to update you on some other stories that we didn't get to yesterday that are not all that pleasant, but they were big stories. And one of them, and Adler had it available to us, but we just didn't get around to it, and so did Speedy. That is the Dallas Air Show collision. We do have an update today, and it's unfortunate that all 6 victims killed during the Dallas Air Show over the weekend. 2 historical World War II aircraft collided, unfortunately, in midair, and there is footage of it. They all have been identified by investigators, and they said it's still too early to know what actually caused them to collide. But you've seen this before at air shows where they bring out the classic planes from World War II, those fighters. And I guess somebody's in. Is this a security camera that catches this? Or
no,
something?
This is somebody in a parking lot, and we have a couple of different videos of it. We can only play audio of one because the reaction from most of those that are they're just using their phone, guys, and just pointing up to the sky at this air show. And I don't know what happened here, but they just collide. It's awful. Got all these planes, and then that plane just goes right into that one.
Oh, wow.
Just cut the tail right off of it, didn't it?
Oh, wow.
And I don't know if they were doing crisscrosses and they just were off, or if they were going to try to fly under it and do some weird maneuver, but he just flies right into the heart of the
It looks
plane.
like they were just flying over because it was these classic I don't think they were trying to do a trick. You wouldn't think.
No, but
it's like I don't know how he ended up.
Oh, look, here's a closer shot of it right there. I mean,
I don't see how that other plane did not see that. I think it was a B-17.
Yeah, it's a big
old flying fortress.
And how did he not see that out in front of it? Do you think they had some kind of control problem or something?
Well, that's what
That's what it looks like.
Don't it? Yeah, when I see that, it's like almost like the plane that hits the big plane couldn't get under control or something.
Something weird happened.
Oh wow.
It just cuts the plane in half.
How about you're in the B-17 and all of a sudden your tail's just cut off? I mean, you're
wow,
and you're very close to the ground. You got no chance.
And look at those people that are in that parking lot. They're they have no idea what they're about to see, and then they get a good look at it, don't they?
They do.
How about too? It looks like an interstate out there.
Yeah. Yes.
The air show is flying over some very populated, dangerous area there. It looked like.
Yep, outside Dallas. The I read somewhere that the smaller plane has a pretty bad blind spot underneath it.
Oh, really?
So he may not have even ever seen this big old airplane here.
Mm-hmm.
But that may just be some speculation because I think this is one of those things where you're just like, you never know.
Wow.
And the pictures of these guys, they all just look like pros. They all three of the 6 guys had mustaches. So you know that if you had a mustache, you can fly in it. If you're a pilot and you got a mustache, you know you can fly a plane.
I'll tell you the picture of Terry Baker. He looks like Dale Earnhardt Sr.
Yes. Poor guys. It makes
those type guys usually they don't make mistakes like that.
They don't mess
I'm
around.
like you, Bubba. It almost looks like he couldn't control it.
Yeah, I know some of you were calling just then, and we don't have an intern today, so Speedy's gone in there. If you are familiar with these aircraft and you have some inside information on it, try to call us again because we just saw the calls when we were watching the video, and Speedy's in there now. So if you know anything about it, 866 We Be Big. But yeah, so the B-17 bomber, and I guess it was hit by one of the World War II aircraft that was more of a fighter jet. Is that what that is? I'm not familiar with it. Is it a P-63 fighter?
I'm not familiar with the smaller one either.
Yeah. But anyway, so we're looking right at it, and Adler said he heard
6
about
fatalities.
He heard about a blind spot. Was it out of control?
It's a Bell P-63 King Cobra.
Here's a look at the 2 planes.
Anonymous out of Illinois. Can you add anything to this? Are you familiar with the aircraft?
Yes, former pilot. I've done some research on this as well. I know some guys in the vintage aircraft world. I didn't know anybody personally there, but So the P63, in fact, does have a terrible, from my understanding and research, has a terrible blind spot, a couple blind spots. And if you look at that footage, I think that first video that you played, I could tell from the audio is the one that I'm thinking of. You've got two P51 Mustangs that are in front of the P63.
Yes.
And they have a normal circuit. If you look at that P63, he appears to be going much faster and misses his turn. He's flying at a different angle than those P51.
Oh, yeah.
And also, I did see an update on one of the videos. ATC, Air Traffic Control, had given him a command, this is my understanding, could be wrong, to basically kind of regroup. You're out of sync, you're too fast, you've missed your turn, overtake the B-17 and regroup. Well, he didn't even see the B-17 because he was in a left bank, so he couldn't see it in the blind spot. And
it would have been underneath him, basically, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yes, and he was. It looked like he was going significantly faster than the T-51. Basically, his turn was way too wide. He was out of place, out of formation, and he couldn't see the B-17. The B-17 couldn't see him because he was high and behind the B-17.
Yeah.
So and the closure rate's just incredible. It's just incredibly unfortunate. My heart goes out to those guys and the family.
Yeah. So you're saying, I mean, it's just speculation. What you lay out, though, makes perfect sense. I mean, it sounds like you know what you're talking about. So, and when it all ends.
I mean, that's what it appears to be.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you adding your expertise to it. Thanks, man.
And Rick, some of these planes belong to a group called Texas Raiders they collect these antique World War II planes and keep them running, and they do a lot of these air shows. So, just a bad deal all the way around. Have you ever been to an air show?
I have. I think when I was a kid.
I went to one. I'll tell you, I love the ones I've been to.
Oh, yeah.
They're awesome. But, it's a lot of flying in close proximity. It's a wonder we don't have more of this, probably.
It seems like we were taken to one. Was it the one down below us, Shelby County? I think one time we went down there and saw that, or some. Can't remember.
The one close to where Speedy lived used to have some air shows out there too.
Yeah.
And I saw one at Maxwell one time. It's pretty cool.
It seems like I've seen Oxford. Yeah, it was Oxford. You're right. It was. All right, we'll be back top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So if you're paying attention to what's going on right now, the inflation that, of course, the Biden administration keeps telling us isn't happening, but we all see it because we're actually buying products. And we've also took a little look-see at our IRA or 401k, and you'll see a little damage there. It's probably wise because I don't think this thing is going to change in the immediate future. So you need to start thinking about, how you cannot be in this situation anymore. And our friends at Allegiance Gold can really help you protect that IRA and 401k with physical gold or silver. And if you prefer, they'll even deliver it right to your door securely, of course. If you'd like to find out more about Allegiance Gold, which has some of the highest ratings in the industry, you know why? They customize a plan for your situation. You're not given some boilerplate thing that everybody's doing. They look at your situation, and they come up with a plan that's best for you. They have 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with the Business Consumer Alliance, and an A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Go to protectwithrickbubba.com. Now, this is the best offer that they've made available. It's up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them Rick and Bubba sent you. You can also tell them that if you call them. 844-790-9191. ProtectWithRickBubba.com. That's ProtectWithRickBubba.com. Or call Allegiance Gold, 844-790-9191.
Yeah. And they need Brady named.
I don't think they'd have been jumping up and down about that Jacksonville, Florida market. But
I don't know. Will New York hate them both?
No.
And not what?
Well, no, because
what about the West Coast?
Didn't they do the Empire State Building?
Yeah,
they light it up.
They lit them up.
But that explains everything. That's why they did it.
All the New Yorkers are mad. How dare you light up somebody else's team in here?
I know. So it'll. But no, as far as a fan though, you'd like to see the Jags get there But even with Philadelphia, you've got the never won a Super Bowl story. Now, the Patriots, they've won a ton of them.
And we're going to win another one.
By the way,
I remember when the Patriots hadn't won any.
Oh, you remember we used to
when
laugh
the
at the
85 when the 85 Bears drugged them all
drilled
over the
them.
field, and they actually had a drug problem. You know the joke. You know, got a drug problem, got drug all over the field. But
Y'all have to understand, those of you that are really young, and you won't get this either because neither one of you is going to work because you're too young. The Patriots being good in football is just like the Braves being good in baseball.
yeah, it's
for
a,
us.
yeah, it's a total turnaround
for people our age. We
remember when Grogan was the quarterbaid 14, and
Craig
they were
James.
good. They were good.
The Patriot and the 3-point
but
stance on
they
the
were
helmet.
they were not. I mean, they'd get to the playoffs, but they were never a threat to win it. And the time they got to the Super Bowl, the 85 Bears dismantled them. It wasn't even close.
And now they get back, and Green Bay beat them.
Yeah, Green Bay beat them with
then
Drew
they
Brees.
started that run.
Then they started the run with Brady. And now, give me his numbers right.
See,
Is
that's
Brady already won 6, or this will be 6 if he wins it?
I think he's got 6.
I know it's his 8th Super Bowl, and I think he's got 5.
Yeah, this will be his 6, I thought, but
5
I could
wins
be
out
wrong.
of 8.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's been it 8 times.
This is his 8.
Rick, they've been in the AFC Championship game 7 years in a row, wasn't it? Wasn't what they said yesterday?
That's a bunch.
That's crazy.
I don't know, but when you're setting your calendar up, I guess you just work post Super Bowl because you think you're going to be there, right?
Well, if he's won 5 or 6 out of 8 trips, and think about this: the best team they had, the team that was undefeated, lost in the Super Bowl to the Giants.
Yeah.
So I mean,
in that weird 9/11 year.
You talking about just excellence. And they do it in a way, Rick, that just it kind of makes you mad.
No, it's the
because you're not
opposite. They
supposed
won
to
in
do it.
9/11 because they were the underdog. Yeah, the Patriots won in 9/11.
See, this is what bothers me. I wish
and
they
they were
put
the
the
underdog.
years.
Yeah,
They
won
put,
it on
they
the field
put
goal.
the Roman numerals out there. It says 5-time Super Bowl champion, and they got all the Roman. So I can't tell you which year's what.
Rick, but you realize they win.
But you've
with
answered my
guys
question. He's won 5. This will be 6 if he wins it.
like little. What's that little number 80's name?
Amendola.
Yeah.
Boy, he's something else.
You look at him physically, Rick. If he walked on a college campus around here, they probably wouldn't even give him a scholarship. You know, I mean, he just doesn't look. They
find him every year.
The Patriots have always done that. They get these undersized guys.
Quick.
Now they're quick as a cat, but they run them at tailback and wide receiver, and you think they couldn't even make the roster at most places, and then they just perform. Man, they perform.
By the way, I will say this once again, showing our age. Very few people use the term tailback anymore. Remember, that used to be the standard when we were.
Is that what I say?
You said tailback.
Yeah.
Man, tailback. You talk about an 8. That shows how old we are right there. When's the last time somebody said, "What do you play, tailback?"
Tailback and fullback.
That was
an eye formation.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of the things we were talking about, now, Greg, I know you left us on from the weekend.
Yeah.
You and the great Gerald Cates.
That's right.
Went out to now y'all were.
It'd be important to teach kids.
Minutes past the hour. You got more Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. And we're glad you're here. Somebody say, my cup is on the table. And welcome back. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Number 12 on his jersey, number 1 in your heart, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank you. What an honor and privilege, and thank all of you for being part of it.
Well, now I know in football fandom, and like I say, I didn't see the games this weekend. We tried to break them down a little bit yesterday, and I know how fandom works. Just so you know, fandom works this way. My team is mistreated. My team never gets calls. My opponents get away with everything. Everybody's out to get my team. Everything my coach says is appropriate. Everything your coach says is inappropriate. Every call that I get, it should have been a call in my way. Every call against me was a cheat and not a penalty.
By the way, every media person is
right.
against me and my team.
And
treat us unfair.
Every color commentator and sometimes even the play-by-play guy hate my team. And they're all
or even radio guys recapping.
Anybody recapping.
Yeah.
Anything said that is not the way I want it is because you hate my team.
Yes.
So anyway, I know how that works, but I people nowadays people produce videos and all this, and it did appear. I'm not saying it. I think was it Helms, Speedy, Greg? I think y'all all were saying this. Maybe Monday's kickoff hour. Can I just tell some of you this? And Bubba opened the door for me on this yesterday, and I was I'm trying to be kinder and gentler. Y'all know that, but I really think that. Hear me out. Doesn't mean this is okay. I honestly think it's very rare that officials have an agenda against your team. I think the problem we have is we just don't have very good officials, and they're just bad officials. So
your team gets caught up in it.
Yeah, and there's a gross inconsistency because they're just not very good.
Can I defend the referees?
And they let things get out of hand, and they don't stay on top of the game, and they let things get chippy, and they need to control the game better, and they need to be more consistent. And some of them apparently need to work out a little more. They're not fast enough to keep up and get themselves in position.
I was going to do the Jedi mind trick and make it move again.
Well, we're talking about my microphone stand. The problem is, going in the future, when you build the microphone stand and the microphone setup for this seat, you got to take into account that all this is here.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you're going to have to move around a little bit. I don't get to just sit here and be a commentator. I got to move around and get stuff going and turn stuff off and flip this that way. Yeah. So there's a lot of moving around here. But anyway, so you defend officials.
Rick,
I was raised that they were people with a part-time job trying to cost my dad a full-time job.
I think their job has got increasingly more complicated.
No doubt about that.
Because of the complication of the rules, the speed of the game, and that now there's 900 cameras on everything to catch everything that they don't have. They're not privy to what we're seeing at home unless they actually take a timeout and review something. So, I've said all along, Rick, I kind of go to the Elon Musk design school for refereeing. I think we need to cut out about 20% of the rules.
Yeah.
And really look at why we have them in there. Is it player safety or just something that we wanted to do, because some of it doesn't make sense. But anyway, I think if they would simplify some of the rules and take out about 20% of them, amazingly the refereeing would get better.
I will agree with you 100% because one of the things I hate right now, we've covered it once on the show, but I keep seeing it. The games have turned into fans basically pointing that that's a penalty in my favor. No one wants to complete a pass anymore. They want a pass interference call.
Right.
No one wants to actually make the first down. They want a roughing the passer.
Or roughing the passer in some cases.
Well,
we've seen that.
Well, I've seen some of the behavior. They're roughing their passer, I promise you. I also think that the players in general are not as disciplined as they once were. You see teams with penalties that normally didn't have penalties. Players don't seem to be as disciplined on not doing stupid things as they used to be. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that if you act as a coach the way coaches that we all played for acted, that you would be terrified to do a stupid penalty.
Yeah. So it would be in your mind not to do that.
If you become that kind of coach now, somebody gets in the transfer portal and leaves you.
Really, that is one a consequence we never really thought about to the whole transfer portal NIL thing.
My coach is mean. I'm leaving.
So the coaches can't come down on them as hard to be as disciplined on the field because of that.
Well, it goes back to
that's a great point.
It goes back to the great. I mean, I don't remember the exact details of the story. I told Bubba this yesterday, actually, and it was a famous story about a very great quarterback, but not overly athletic, who played for Bear Bryant, who threw a pick six to lose the game, and he ran down the far superior speed-wise defensive back, and no one could believe it. And when the coach of the opposing team shook Bear Bryant's hand after the loss, he said, "How in the world did your quarterback run down my defensive back?" And he said, your defensive back was running for a touchdown. My quarterback was running for his life.
Yeah.
And so
probably true.
Right. But
It's a good joke, but it's probably true.
But anyway, so Lane Kiffin says, there was a lot of video I saw that their quarterback at Ole Miss was getting. I saw one where an Alabama defender pushes his head down on the ground and
he was trying to get up, right?
and pushes him a few times, and they were
doing a few push-ups on his helmet.
They were face mask calls.
I thought he was going to get called for that. By the way, I did see that one live on TV. I thought, well, they're going to get a penalty, and they didn't call it.
There were face mask calls that looked obvious that weren't called. Some were, some weren't.
Well, that one when they nearly ripped his head off. You see that one?
There was one time that his head nearly came off.
See, those kind of things don't have anything to do with the rules.
Right.
You just missed the call.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You were looking at it and missed it.
Yeah. So that now Mama of the quarterback at Ole Miss believes her son is treated differently because he plays for Ole Miss, not Alabama. And so Lane Kiffin gives that report and says, I can't be fined for what she said. So here we go.
There was a lot made during the game and after the game about officiating on social media and whatnot, with some hits and some non-calls. You retweeted some stuff. Could we just get your thoughts on the officiating from that game?
Yeah, you probably missed me by a day. I probably would have said a lot of different things, but like I said, I've put the game behind us. We can't go back and win the game by calling a different play, changing something. So it is what it is. Obviously the Jackson part and after the whistle stuff, is disappointing. Talked to his mom, just kind of apologize even though it's out of our control. So, like she mentioned, it's just a shame her son gets treated different based off what SEC program that he's at on game day and protected different. So, is what it is, and we move on.
I suspect you won't answer
And
this.
let's make sure that quote was right. Like she said, not me. I really don't want to get fined today. Can't fine me for what someone else says.
Pretty smart.
But you said it.
Brilliant. It's brilliant.
Yeah, fine me for somebody else said.
Pretty good.
He's so frustrated.
The Mississippi coaches right now are finding ways to talk about the officials without actually having to talk about the officials.
Do you think
I can't remember a more exciting time with Mississippi coaches?
I know.
As a whole right now.
Do you think that when the quarterback transfers with him to Auburn, that he'll get better treatment?
Oh wow, probably so.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, because that's pretty much a done deal.
Rick, don't start that today.
What? I'm just
There it is.
look for a big announcement.
This was
here. Is this
Well,
a play?
they
at
called
it.
this.
Look.
It ain't like this one.
No, they called that.
Oh, okay.
one.
I didn't.
They called
okay,
that.
okay.
Yeah, well, he's holding his helmet.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. The thing.
Now
that,
there was one that was just like that without the helmet coming off that they didn't call.
that is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw that. But the one that everybody's mad about, Adler, is there, and it's all over social
Push the
media.
guy getting up.
Yeah, Greg, here, let me show him how. Let me do your head.
Do you have that one, Adler?
Yeah, I
Do
got.
you have the push on the ground?
Yeah, the Bama guy attacks him and pushes off of him, or does
He's got both hands, and
Yeah.
he's trying to get up. You'll see because he's.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, I did that.
I mean,
We all did
let's
that.
don't
Yeah.
get to
Well, we all did that. We all had it done to us.
I saw this one. I said, "Hey, that's going to get."
Now,
him
is it a penalty? It is a penalty. But I mean, all right. So watch this right here. So this
He
is
sacks him, gets up, pushes shoulders, and then a head push on the way by. Too.
Rick, you did that every series.
I mean,
don't
I
wanna
did.
hear
That
it.
is a penalty.
Yeah.
But I mean, but it is part of,
But let's don't act like he was in danger.
I mean, he's gonna be okay.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. And yes, I did that as a defender sometimes, but it is a penalty.
Yeah.
I think, Rick, he lost his balance. He was trying to get up. He lost his balance. He fell back down on
trying
it.
to
It
find
happens.
some ground.
Right.
Happens all the time.
Goes back to the great, what was his name? So Sam Walsh, who was the coach of the Bengals.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He said, hey, because the referee goes, I just want you to know, checked with the medical team, our quarterback is going to live, but that is a penalty.
He was funny, you know.
Oh, he was great.
When he was mic'd up, he was one of the
great.
best.
We come back,
That
but
is a penalty.
Bill Maher continues. Look, this new Bill Maher, I really like what he's saying.
But is it a pure comment, or has he got other motives?
I think I know what his motive is, by the way. He's like, look, I oppose all this, but I can't be part of the embarrassing things we say that just aren't true.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks, go old school.
That's right.
You know, back to the days of us hunting and go
camping. You walking in, you climbing trees.
Boy, I hate
Go
to camp.
barefooted, wearing a loincloth.
Exactly.
Yep.
Spears.
Yeah.
We were actually spear hunting.
So you guys went.
We do have a season for that.
We
in
do.
Our state, don't laugh.
That is a fact.
That is a fact. So you went to
Mona Lisa, men have named you.
So Gerald Cates.
Yeah, they were already down there. I went down and met them.
And this is on public land,
Barber County
management area, you know, all that old school. Greg, how did you ever agree to go hunt and come back and sleep in a tent?
I'm gonna tell you that I loved everything, but there's nothing good about a tent. I don't care.
Tents. Look at what's done to Bubba.
Look at him.
I know,
Slept in one last night.
Right.
And I even had a cot to get me up off the ground. That helps, but it's still a tent. And
I can't stand tents.
And you get cold. It's kind of cold.
Rick had to get up in the middle of the night, go to the
you know,
bathroom, couldn't get it open.
Yeah, you know, and all these zippers.
A lot of zippers.
They got on these tents, and you say, "Oh, this is a zipper." You unzip it, and there's a mesh there.
Yeah.
Well, how am I going to get out through this mesh? You know, first of all, at my age, you got to get up in the middle of the night and go to the bathroom, it seems like.
Yeah.
And look, I finally got a little bit warm, and I woke up and thought, God, I got to go to the bathroom. I'm fighting it all, so I ignored it because I was warm and had it like I liked it.
Sure.
Finally, I got to the point, so I got to go. So I'm over there, and I'm zipping. I'm zzz, and I'm up. There's mesh. Zzz, up. There's something. I'm zipped it back up. Oh, there's the other side. There's mesh. I can't get out. And I'm about to go through the screen and just use it right through the screen.
Right.
And Chris Reeves was with us, Gerald's cousin.
Oh, yeah.
Chris. He happened to get out for the same reason from the other tent, and I said, "Hey, you got to let me out of this tent."
So, wait, you couldn't get out?
No, I couldn't get out. Too many zippers. I mean, there's a lot of zippers. And they got little pockets. Oh, that's a pocket. That ain't. There's a mesh. I was finna say, look out, mesh.
But
Here we
Greg,
go.
do you have
How far did Cates run with that one?
Mona Lisa, men have named you.
Or he slept
Greg,
through
was
it.
it-
He was in the tent with me. He slept through it. When I was fixing to wake him up. Go, look, you got to get me out of this tent.
See, when these people just lays down and go sleep
he
wherever
can sleep on a rock.
Yeah.
Did y'all have one of them show enough good ones in case you had a bear or something come up?
A bear?
Yeah.
They're in a tent,
They're
not
big.
an RV.
I had a lot of bear attacks in Barber County.
I don't know. More and more every day.
We had plenty of food out there. He'd just eat it. We had deer burgers laying out. Sure. Because it was so cold, you didn't have to put nothing up. You know, it warmed up Saturday, but this was like Friday night, Thursday and Friday night. You could just leave your hamburger out there and just start eating it again in the morning. No big deal.
So when you go to a place that's thousands of acres and it's state-run land,
Wow, man, that's
how do you even know where to go?
well. They were familiar with it. That
Okay.
helped. And
You
then
had
we
to
were-
have a permit to go on it.
Oh yeah, you get all that, but then
I heard.
daily they got the weigh-in station. You check, and as far as the check, you don't do that because you have to check out everything
Right.
you kill anyway through them, and you get a daily permit on top if you have a management area license and then regular license, and then every day they give you a new permit. But it's always set up really good. But they knew, and then but once you get in, you get to walking and just try to look for sign, find you a good tree to climb, and away you go.
Yeah, well, you couldn't get
Lot of
this
walking.
picture out to the
A lot
staff
of tents.
Friday quick
Oh.
enough of you and your dad's rifle.
Yeah, it was
to
just
throw
for
it
you,
right in the
Rick.
face
That was
of
just for
Rick.
you.
That's the one that made God sad.
Yeah.
I'm up in my tree.
Greg
stand
with
right there.
Dad's rifle that should be mine.
Of course,
Yeah.
I do the typical. I'm sitting there. You get up in the tree, and I look around, and we hunted hard. And I got up and I look around. I said, God, I wish I was over there. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And then right before I said, I'm gonna come down 30 minutes before we're coming out, and I'm gonna walk. And sure enough, I go back further, and I thought, God, I wish I'd have been back here. You
Well,
know?
it's just a lot to
It is.
take in a short period of time. So, and then you said Saturday you tried to fake everybody off and hunt middle of the day.
Yeah, we went. Actually, the guy beside us had killed a big 8-point Friday, and he goes, I didn't go out to 10 o'clock. He said, I do it every time. I go out there, and everybody starts walking in. They run the deer right on me. And then Gerald and them hunted the day before, and they didn't move to the middle of the day. So we went. They moved. We just didn't see. You could shoot a doe or a buck, and Chris, one of the guys in there, he killed a doe because he wanted some meat. But and I seen some doe. I could have killed a doe, but I don't want to fool with it because nobody at home eats it but me.
Yeah.
So I really don't need it.
Yeah, the deer last a long time every time you got one.
So you know.
So it was. And did Cates prank you at all, or did he leave you alone?
Believe it or not, he didn't. Now again, because I know how to deal with him. Don't ask him if he's seen anything, because he's gonna make it up. Well, I seen a good 10. Yeah, and don't text him. Go, you seen anything? Or he'll say, "Hey, there's a 10 coming your way." Get shot at. See, I don't give him. I know what he does. I don't give him. Them other boys, he drove them nuts.
If he gets some new blood.
Oh yeah, Ricky, don't let another camper come over and start talking.
Oh no.
How'd y'all do any good? Well, Greg shot a good 8, but he can't find it. And he'll just right off the top of his head, you know.
Yeah, I bet he just totally harasses other campers.
Oh yeah.
So how close are you to the other campers?
Oh, you're right there on top of each other. That place, it looked like Talladega. They were campers. And look, it was funny on your way out. They were deer, since it was, either sex hunt. they were deer strung up everywhere. A lot of deer killed.
Yeah.
And you drive through the camp on the way out, and people over just skinning them. That was awesome.
Did he? Did he ever give him by a 1-2 way back? $22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so as we make our way back, Bill Maher, we continue to be perplexed by this evolution of Bill Maher. He was once on the list of people we want to slap at 5.
Yeah.
And I'm certain that we would disagree on most things. But I really think that what Bill Maher is doing right now is he's still politically is really far to the left. He certainly does not share our views on anything when it comes to the scriptures. He thinks we're all idiots who believe in God and all that, and that still stands. But I think, have you ever been associated with a group and they started acting in a way that you didn't want to be associated with them anymore? Or you at least wanted to step out and go, look, let me be clear. I don't believe that.
Yeah, I'm losing credibility.
I don't think that. It's just like when he said the other day, and he said he is pro-choice. So nobody on the left panic. He's not saying that he's changed his view on that. But he said, what I don't like is when people in the party that I support pretend that people who are pro-life hate women. He said, that's just not true. You have to understand that most of them believe that this is murder of a human being, and that's why they're so passionate about it. It's not because they're out to get women. He said, I think when we say that's embarrassing because it's not true. At least understand what the argument is, and you can still stay where you are, but just acknowledge that the argument is this, not they're out to get women, and stop women from having health care. Yeah. And in this case, he is saying that he disagrees, and he's talking to is this one of the Democrats he's talking to?
Yeah, I think it's a congressman out of California, a Democrat, and that's one of the guys on the panel, and they're having a discussion on DeSantis.
All right, here we go.
DeSantis. The reason why I think DeSantis is so strong is because he can do both things. He can do the performance art that seems to have you so exercised to the base, most of which I don't really know if it's that damaging. He picks a fight with Disney. Does it really affect anybody? I mean, I read the Don't Say Gay, which is not the name of the law. They called it the Don't Say Gay law. It could have been called the Let's Do Things in Schools the Way We Did 5 years ago law. It really could have. So what I'm saying is he can do both that, but he knows how to rile up the base. I agree. He's a politician. But he also can be a normal governor. In other words, after the storm, he can stand with President Biden like a normal governor does and work with him, and then send some migrants to Martha's Vineyard. And that's a very powerful thing to have both those elements.
That's a great point. That's really great.
We won't, because he starts using some language here in a minute, but he goes on to say that he should run for president immediately. And today, by the way, on that note, we're supposed to get the big Trump announcement today. Do y'all think he's going to announce he's going to run in 20?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what else he could announce.
Yeah.
What, he's opening up another hotel somewhere? Or?
And I thought it was odd yesterday, and you mentioned it earlier, Bubba, and I saw it off in the distance, but I didn't hear it, that he kind of had his daughter-in-law out there telling DeSantis not to run. What was that?
Yeah, she's a correspondent on Fox.
Right, but what was that? Is she out there telling DeSantis, stand down, it's my father-in-law's, he's got one more run?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she's trying to say in a nice way what Trump cannot say in a nice way. Yeah. Or maybe she'd just say in a phone call.
Right.
But I think a lot of us are saying, look, DeSantis has a bright future. But again, let me point out, he hasn't said he wants to be president or is going to run, okay?
Talking about DeSantis,
Yeah, and
he just didn't answer the question correctly, according to Trump. He was asked the question about does he have an ambition to run?
Yeah,
and he said, right now I'm just focused on being governor and for Florida, whatever. And according to Trump in that statement, he said he didn't answer that correctly.
Yeah,
he should have said no.
No. Yeah.
I think that there's a lot of upheaval in the party right now, and there's going to be a lot of finger pointing with the red wave not materializing like they wanted it to. that, I think it might be wise for DeSantis to sit out this one and not get involved in a Trump mudslinging contest.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's
either DeSantis sit out or Trump bow out and support DeSantis. So which one do you think is going to happen?
I
know the answer to that.
You can talk to DeSantis. He's coachable, I think. You cannot talk to Trump. Trump's going to do whatever Trump wants to do.
Yeah.
And you're not going to sit down and have a reasonable conversation. Say, maybe you want to become.
And look, let me be clear. I'll support whatever the Republican nominee ends up being.
Sure.
But if you look at say we're a football coach and we're trying to decide what quarterback to put in, we're going to put in Trump or DeSantis. Okay. Mm-hmm. Look at the election returns. It is so close. It's so razor thin. You got to have somebody that can reach out there and get the moderates or some Democrats to come over and support you. That's not Trump's game plan right now, and it's more of a DeSantis. If I was the coach and I was putting in a quarterback, I put in DeSantis to drive the team down right now. But I don't know that Trump would sit on the bench and allow that without a transfer. So,
something's got to change because I think it's obvious the last presidential election and in the midterms, if you don't win basically Philadelphia or Pennsylvania, or you don't win Ohio, or you don't Florida, of course, but DeSantis being from there, you don't win Arizona, you don't win Georgia, you're not going to win. And so somehow the Republicans have got to figure out a way to win Pennsylvania, to win Arizona, to win Georgia, and make that change, because if not, it's going to come down to the wire again. It's going to be the same states. It's going to be down to the wire, and the Republicans are going to lose, in a slight margin.
Well, what is happening in those states?
Been.
What is happening in those states? Look at Pennsylvania, the Oz-Fetterman race.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, 51 to 49?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all of these races are really close. So you got to have somebody that can take those people who are not dyed-in-the-wool Democrats, not dyed-in-the-wool Republicans, that little pool in the middle who's going to go with, going to float one way or the other. You got to win that bunch or you don't win the election.
Do y'all want to hear 30 seconds of Lara Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have 30 seconds.
I think that Ron DeSantis is very smart. Look, he's a young guy. There will be a lot of opportunity for him in the future, and he knows this, to run for president. And so I think he's probably waiting to see what my father-in-law does.
Yeah, they're basically saying you need to stand down. But Bubba makes the point that I'm sorry the situation everybody's in, no matter how you feel. DeSantis would work with Trump. Trump will not work with DeSantis. And it's almost like if you want a divided party.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We stopped to eat on the way home, and this foreigner, bless his heart, I don't know where he's from, was trying to order in front of us, and Gerald got trying to help him order. Hey, buddy, I don't know if you want that. And he'd get in there with him,
Wait a minute, he was questioning.
Yeah. And then he asked him, he said, "You finally got it all worked out, didn't you?" And that guy was looking at him like he's nuts.
So he was questioning, saying, "No, you don't know the language real well. I don't know if you want that."
Mona Lisa, men have named you.
But yeah, now they had been going at it. See, they went down earlier in the week. They went to a different place. They were about 4 days in. They were about worn out. Time I got
bet
there.
they were.
But that's sleeping in 10 every night stuff.
No, I do not like. I'm all about being out there. I love getting out there in the middle of the wilderness. But when it's time to wrap it up for the day, I got to have more than a tent.
Now the cot getting you off the ground's a good idea.
Yeah.
Put you sleeping bag. That helped.
Yeah.
So who's stuff? You ain't got any of this stuff. Whose stuff is
I
that?
took the cot from here. I took ours.
The old blue cot.
Oh, blue cot.
Yeah.
How'd he do?
He did good. He was a little wide.
Oh, really?
They had these others that were a little more narrow. Probably been better.
So whose tent you in? Because you ain't got a tent.
Gerald. They already had tents.
So
it's just a little pop-ups. This ain't nothing,
Well, I'm talking about, did Gerald do that thing? Like, I got a little tent over here for Greg Burgess.
Oh, yeah. He said, we're going to fit you in here right beside us. Because I come out and said, there ain't no room. Yeah, there is.
You're right beside us.
So, Greg, everybody.
Here's this thing that this is what he does. He loves to get something going that gets on everybody's nerves.
Oh, of course.
And he really don't care, but he does it anyway. This was his thing. Hey, close that door, and I don't want that smoke getting in the tent. Yeah. So every time somebody unzips the tent, and it was open because you're going, hey, close that door. You don't want that smoke getting in the tent. And he did that the entire time. Everybody go, come on.
What he lives for. Like,
but he doesn't care.
No, he really didn't care. He just wanted to tell you that because he knew it bothered you.
Well, it's like, you remember that time JT, who worked with us for years, and still out there, making it happen when JT was anxiously awaiting our arrival when we were all hunting together, and Gerald would keep claiming that there they are. Like it made JT go to the door and he'd look out again.
Yeah, JT fell for it every time. I got to JT asked me.
Hey, here comes Rick and them.
There they are.
Finally got here.
They go and look again.
JT asked me, he said, "What's wrong with him?"
Why would you do that?
Mona Lisa, men have named you.
And Chris Reeves, his cousin's just as bad. There's no, I mean,
Well,
he's-
yeah, yeah.
I mean, I had two of them going.
Yeah,
So when you're on all fours trying to get out of that thing,
I
and
was
you
struggling.
can't find the zipper, and you're crawling around, and
It's
you
dark,
see,
and I
Oh,
can't
my
see.
gosh.
I mean, why you got to have so many flaps and stuff? How about one zipper in and out?
Right. Did you hear all the wildlife out there now?
So, Greg, but everybody who's hunting on the management, you camp at one place.
Well, there's different areas, but on your way in, you go down the road. And a lot of people have campers they bring, and they leave them there year round. And then we got back in the part where you just had tents popped up everywhere.
But you don't get a piece of property you're hunting on and you camp on.
No. You camp in a
different
camping
place
area, and
go
then you
out.
drive out every day.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't
See, I got my map right here. You go out and you know where you're going. But you all camp in one place. You can't just camp in the woods.
You don't know where you're going
You
on that
got,
map.
I do now. I had to learn it when I got there. It's over on Hanging Tree Road. That's where we was at.
Try to get some more phone calls in this hour at 866 We Be Big as we start another week together. So these were prescription drugs again. Here we go, involving painkillers and things that are supposed to aid in his sleep. These very strong drugs, and he put the wrong cocktail together with these two, just like we've heard from others. And they said that's actually what killed him. He'd had some problems. He broke his hip one time, and and had all kinds of pain medicine going on. And then sleep. Medicine, he combined those two, and they said they think that's what actually killed him. So there we go. How about Bubba? I told you the headline, and you loved it so much.
Yeah, I love catchy headlines.
The headline, "The Dark Side of the Moon."
Oh, that's funny.
And what they're saying, this is what they're calling an outburst by Buzz Aldrin with Delta agents.
4, 3, 2.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. SimplySafeBubba.com. Let me tell you something. Burglar busting. They roll up in your property and see that Simply Safe sign that they burglar out because they know that you were wise enough to invest in the latest technology and security. And SimplySafeBubba.com is a whole home and small business office security with advanced sensors for every room, windows, and doors. They have hazard sensors too that immediately detect fire, flooding, frozen pipes, and more. 24/7 professional monitoring. It costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. And when their top-rated apps stay in complete control of the system anytime, anywhere, you can arm or disarm, unlock for a guest, access your cameras, adjust your system settings. Don't miss your chance for massive savings on this security system, folks. Get 50% off. I'm here, half price, 50% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com today, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, say it with me. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com.
No safe like simplysafe.com.
Go to simplysafebubba.com.
Come on, Bubba. Simplysafebubba.com.
And by the way, this is their biggest offer, half off. They've never done half off before.
That's 50.
50. How much off, Rick? 50. All right, Bubba, Speedy has a dilemma.
Speaking of 50.
He wants to ask.
50. I'm 53.
He wants to get our feedback, and it involves the controversy of family around holidays.
Yeah,
we're headed. Y'all, Thanksgiving is 1 week from this Thursday, and then we roll from Thanksgiving to Christmas to the New Year, and here we go.
I know that Thanksgiving is Greg's favorite holiday because you don't have to bring gifts.
That's right. You just get to eat.
Yeah. And and so we have a classic Thanksgiving.
I like that.
You can believe it's pound cake I'm bringing.
We have a classic Thanksgiving. A lot of people will a classic Thanksgiving menu, right? We do it up. Your turkey,
turkey, dressing,
green bean casserole, rolls, classic stuffing, all that stuff.
Got all that.
So Thanksgiving's handled, and it's always been the same. But for Christmas, we kind of repeat a lot of Thanksgiving's menu. We do Thanksgiving over again almost. We throw some ham in there.
Yeah, a little
we got
ham,
turkey, and then you have all your fixings and your rolls and all that. Think of your classic Thanksgiving menu, and we really do that again on Christmas.
Pretty much.
There's been a stir the last couple of years, and we've never just made a decision and said, okay, of switching the menu up.
Uh-oh.
And I've heard people do this, and I wanted to know, A, have y'all done it?
Uh-oh.
Or do you agree or disagree with it? Here it is. I've got friends that go, on Christmas Day, we make steaks. We don't do it.
I've heard of that, too.
I've heard people say, hey, we have barbecue, or we have a taco bar, or
spaghetti.
We mix it up.
Lasagna.
We have an Italian dish type deal. And so that's come up in discussion with the family. And our three boys have overwhelmingly raised their hand and said, please, can we please do this? Terry, because we host normally on Christmas, and then Johnette and Reg will host this Thanksgiving. And then there's a tradition that on Christmas Eve, my sister comes in and makes our family recipe of gumbo. And so we have gumbo on Christmas Eve.
That's a nice
I like some gumbo.
Yeah, but for Christmas Day, we've always defaulted back to the classic Thanksgiving / Christmas menu, all of your traditional dishes.
Understood.
So if we go the way of the boys, and Terry says she doesn't really mind, we go, all right, we're mixing it up. We're not doing that this year.
Do you know what you're going to do?
Well, there's discussion. Do we go Italian, baked spaghetti, chicken Alfredo, or whatever? Think of Italian.
Got it.
Then there's, hey, we could go pork. We could go, barbecue of some kind. We could do steaks. We could do
chili,
some type of, taco bar. It's something like that. We don't really know. Does it need to be a mixed dish? Like we got a little bit of, 2 or 3 different things. So if you don't like one thing, you got something else. Have y'all done this?
That.
I've heard from friends that have done this. And what do y'all think about it?
I'm not against it. Now, obviously, Thanksgiving has to be Thanksgiving.
The question, Bubba, you're fine. Somebody's giving you food, you're good.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving has to be the tradition.
Yeah.
But we're not changing Thanksgiving.
I'm with you. I kind of
we've done
like
it for years.
I like
you
the
have.
thought
So
of
what do you do then?
Just different. Do whatever everybody wants.
Okay.
My mom and we'll reach out to everybody's family members. Hey, we're thinking about this. What do y'all? Now I know decision world here for you is going to be tough.
Well, this is more Terry than anything, and my sister and her mom and my mom and Johnette or whatever. They'll start the texting of, hey, let's do this, that, and the other. But we've always defaulted back to the traditional.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am.
And I love
because
the
you
variety.
don't get that. You don't get the traditional food any other time. Nobody has dressing in March,
But now,
which we should, by the way. I love it.
I know, but now
they don't like making it. But
it's not official Christmas Day, but when we get together on Christmas Eve as a family, we usually have stuff like
sandwiches,
cheese dip,
sausage
chicken
balls,
chowder soup, sausage balls.
Well, you take the sausage balls home.
Yeah, now we have sausage balls. We got pig in the blanket. We got all that. We have dessert,
chowder.
and the desserts wouldn't change.
And there'll be some turkey.
I wonder if Penny Miller will make sausage balls for my family.
Yeah.
I could. I'm pretty good.
You'll see her before
I can make you a whole bag.
Yeah.
I think she lives like 3 miles from you, but you can make that happen.
Or you could just tell her to bring you some when she comes
week.
for the 4th time in the next 6 weeks.
Yeah.
All right. I will say that I don't really have anything on this because we've never done the traditional Thanksgiving for Christmas.
Okay, what do y'all do? Do y'all cater?
Yeah,
y'all...
no, what we do is
We've done that too.
We get up Christmas morning and make sausage balls immediately. Then Sherry makes chocolate biscuits.
Okay.
So that's every Christmas. There's no variation on that.
All right.
And then the actual dinner that day could vary wildly. I mean, we've had roast. Sometimes we'll celebrate the fact that because of Christ, as Gentiles, we're the wild branch grafted in and eat some sort of pork dish.
Right.
A ham. We might. Literally, there is no tradition on Christmas Day past sausage balls and chocolate biscuits. The rest of the day, it could be any meal of any kind.
Okay. And see, we've always just done what we do.
We don't do Thanksgiving again.
Now, we normally eat a late lunch. I would call it more of a 3 p.m. kind of deal because we really do a lot. We make, breakfast casseroles, sausage balls, pig in the blanket, all that kind of stuff to kind of wait and eat, mid-morning into lunch. And so we've really already eaten lunch because we've eaten all morning. And so then we eat the big sit-down, hey, here we are. Here's a dish. Go through. We got, 4 different casseroles. Here's some turkey and some ham. But the boys are begging, can we please do something else?
Yeah, we do Thanksgiving is your traditional. We do our big gathering of our family from everywhere is Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve when we're all with mom and dad and all that, and all the siblings bring all their kids and all of us together. And that, as Greg said, can almost be, and Bubba, I know you're a fan of this, you're grazing. Over here, there's a soup that's really good. Over here, there's a cheese dip.
Oh, look, there's some hot wings.
Over here's wings.
Oh, shrimp.
Over here, and then there's a whole dessert table that has chocolate covered peanuts, fudge,
starving.
Yeah,
and like the rolls,
Chex Mix, that homemade party mix.
Still be some turkey there to put in a roll.
Put in a roll.
Like a good friend of mine says, we do steak and shrimp. That's what we do on Christmas.
And then
Christmas sounds pretty good, by the way.
And then what we've done, because even though it was nice, one of the things that our mom always talked about, and they committed to it, and that was fine, is we do not get together with the extended family on Christmas Day. It's just the immediate family only.
Okay.
And really it came from, and it was okay, it was fine. Please don't hear me saying something's negative. But Mom, when she said, I'm just going to tell you guys, I'm not going to demand that y'all bring your kids to see me on Christmas Day, because I didn't like the fact that when y'all would get up and it would be Christmas morning, you'd be excited about your toys, and now I'm panicking saying, everybody get ready, we're going to your grandparents, and we would leave.
Yeah.
I think Christmas morning should be with your family all around, stay in pajamas all day if you want to. Everybody enjoy the gifts, have wrapping paper everywhere, and y'all do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And so
we went to that format, but it just we went from leaving to hosting. And so we still do that. It's just now everybody comes to us.
So we're only immediate family on Christmas Day.
Okay.
And so that gives you a little more flexibility because you're not having to make a meal for a bunch of people.
We're just trying to find like different menu items, like what I'd like to present to the family, or Terry would like.
I love a roast.
Oh,
I love a roast.
I'm writing that down.
Because you know what? You get up on Christmas morning, you put it in, and it slow cooks, and you smell it all morning. Ooh. And then you have your breakfast and
you
all
think
that.
It's like a roast or a Boston Butt? Or
either one. I like a roast better.
I like that eye-round roast.
Yeah, that's good. I love a roast. And put the
like
potatoes,
roast, mashed potatoes all together?
Yeah, all that together. That's good.
There's a
corn.
I love
like
roast.
that. Okay, roast, mashed potatoes.
I love a roast. A ham's good.
Ham, ham's good, but see, we've had.
I'm
ham.
hungry now.
I'm starving.
Of the three,
like something really
meats. Ham's my last.
Me too.
Like outside the box, I'm looking for something not like a ham, because we'll have ham. We can have ham.
Roast. I love the roast. I like to take the roast and put the potatoes and the carrots and the onions and the French onion soup in there and let it cook slow in that crock pot.
Okay.
Dana says make beef Wellington for Christmas.
Beef Wellington.
That's not speedy.
All right, I'm writing that down. And Helmsy, you said that y'all are all over the place, but what's your your main course?
Don't hesitate to cater too. You bring in some things that.
When do you get them in? Because a lot of things close on Christmas Day. How do you get it there?
The day before.
Day before.
Oh,
yeah, we used to do that. We used to have a guy that did both ours, Rick. He catered a lot of those meals. Remember, it was really nice.
We'll go Italian as far as the big. To
I'm
answer your question, we'll go Italian a lot.
Hearing a lot of that.
I love that.
Yeah.
Hearing a lot of Italian talk.
Yeah.
I'm like y'all.
So I like roast, mashed potatoes, Italian.
Oh yeah. Italian, you can't.
What if we had a couple of different dishes just in a line, and you're like, get whatever you want?
Yeah, I like that. I love to graze. A lot of options.
Yeah.
Everybody bring a dish. I like that.
Yeah, we'll do a little bit of that.
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG with your feedback on this and any story you want to talk about. When the Rick and Bubba show continues, but I think it's fine to go the other way.
Rick and Bubba.
All step for man, one giant leap for customer service.
So, but what happened to him?
Well,
he missed a flight.
He's look at the footage here. He we now can I use any of this?
Yeah, you can right now.
Okay. Look, he's in the wheelchair now and he's mad.
This is. They're right now. He's debating the workers that are looking at the flights and he's complaining because he's been delayed in trying to find answers to what's going on.
Yeah, at one point he asked them if they're running an airline or not.
And he just said it's her fault, and he pointed to a lady that's working.
Oh, he's saying you can be in trouble.
I've been sitting here now 20 minutes waiting for somebody to come and fix a 2-minute problem.
Oh.
I don't want the next flight.
I can't put you on the 925. That's a given.
Attention Vancouver passengers.
Okay. I know he drops a GD here in a minute.
Well, I got it marked at 135.
Okay.
I think he
oh, he's up.
I want. He said, "I want your name and your name."
No.
I'm not kidding you.
No, I don't ever. I don't ever say
this is the most lousy operation I've ever seen.
Lousy operation.
Remember me and you talk.
Got a space jacket on, Bubba.
Where to go, and I said, yeah.
All right. Then he just cussed, and I'm back.
Okay, you want me to go find out you want to talk to him? Who? I'm going to have you talk to the tower.
I'm going to have to talk to the tower.
They can tell you if the airplane.
He says he's going to call the president of Delta.
Yes. Checking if that's like that. Okay, so do you have a question on support?
Now he wants to talk to the tower. He's an astronaut.
10 minutes up.
Yes.
Where are you traveling?
Would you say that it was easier to go to the moon than
fly
out of Delta?
No.
No?
Look, my son worked for Delta, and I know the people quite well.
Are they
I
going
don't
to take?
want to say things like that.
Right.
It's just
Are they going to take care of you, or what?
yeah, later flight.
Oh no.
Now, Rick, he's left the wheelchair behind. He's so mad he's just walking now.
It's made him so mad he's walking now.
Y'all,
hey, when you had to break him.
Rick, there's a few people that get a pass. And I think living astronauts who've walked on the moon should get a pass. Call the plane. I guarantee the captain would say, set him up here with us. Just set him in here. Get him on this flight somehow.
Some of the quotes are
Let him have the navigator seat. Let's go.
Some of the quotes, are you operating an airline here or not? I'm telling you that you guys are going to be in a little bit of trouble because we've been sitting here now 20 minutes waiting for somebody to come fix a 2-minute problem. I don't want the next flight. This is the most lousy operation I've ever seen. And then he asked for the agents' names and that he was going to call the president of Delta.
Rick, you realize he flew to the moon, okay? To the moon.
Yeah, you got to watch him.
240,000 miles there, orbited a while, and landed in 240,000 back. And he's trying to get a lousy flight from Canada.
Yeah.
That just can't happen.
No.
We cannot have Buzz Aldrin delayed.
See, if I'm behind the desk right there, I may have my screen, I may have my tickets. I would say, Mr. Aldrin, you sit right there. I'm going to take care of this. I'd call the captain. I said, hey, I got a guy that walked on the moon here. Can you not get him on?
Well, you
kick somebody off of that
She
thing.
say at one point, you want to talk to the tower? Like Buzz is asking to talk to the people in the tower. I've never been in the Delta desk and they let me talk to the tower.
But
didn't you see me? I said, yes, I do.
But Rick, let's be
like
honest.
that referee at the time. You want me to leave? Yes.
If we got on the phone and talked to the tower, unless the tower was in a Rick and Bubba city, they'd have no idea who we were.
Right.
They ought to know who Buzz Aldrin is.
Yeah. Well, I think what we have
if
here,
nothing else, if you didn't know he landed on the moon, he did a rap song with Snoop Dogg.
That's right.
Something.
Bubba and undoubtedly this past December launched a fashion line. Did you know about that?
I didn't, but I will check it out.
Were those suspenders he had on? Is that part of it?
It's his first collection.
What is it? Adult diapers?
Greg. Greg.
I mean, he doesn't look like making a fashion statement.
Greg.
How old is he, Rick?
87.
87.
And he's doing good.
He looks good for 87.
Yeah.
He's
So
mad.
much for space travel being bad for you, all the radiation, huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
A little bit's good for you.
Yeah,
by the
look
way.
at him.
It kills the bad
You
stuff.
think that's not an angry old man right there?
He-
I've been to the moon.
You ain't gonna win an argument with him. I'll tell you
Hey,
that.
I've been to the moon.
How about the Mad Walk? How about that?
Well, let me tell you what.
Hey, that wheelchair's nowhere inside. He just left that thing.
Let me tell you the other part about this. They did that deal, like I talked about the time when I was dealing with the referee that time, where they make a big statement and they don't know, they expect a different response. What do you want us to do? Let you talk to the tower? Yes. Yes. I want to talk to the tower.
I'm Buzz Aldrin. I'll talk to you.
That's right up there with that referee that asked me if I wanted him to leave. And I said, do I have that authority? Yes.
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls. We're standing by chatting with you. We'll start with Rhonda in Alabama. Hey, Rhonda, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm fine. Good morning.
Hey. So, Rhonda, what's on your mind? Bring it on in.
All right, for Thanksgiving, we do the traditional.
Mm-hmm.
But for Christmas, when the whole family gets together, we do a shrimp boil.
Okay. You know, Sherry makes a very good low country boil, and I'm trying to think, have we ever done that on Christmas? We may have too, Rhonda, at one time. Like I say, ours is not, there's no tradition once we're done with breakfast on Christmas. There's no telling what we might cook.
Yeah.
But that's a good idea.
We do. Yeah, we do cinnamon rolls every Christmas morning.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We've been doing that for years. And
Oh,
then
Speedy likes
whatever.
that. Speedy likes that.
Come on, you don't think?
Yeah, thank you, Rhonda. I'm telling you, don't overlook those chocolate biscuits. I'm just telling you.
Wow, somebody just said they do crab legs or cooked prime rib.
Wow.
That's changing it up.
That ain't going to happen with Speedy. Let me just let y'all know that I've seen the market price.
Okay.
Jim in Huntsville.
By the way, inflation in general up 14% from this time
What,
last
Bubba?
year.
There's no inflation.
Yeah.
Well, go to the grocery
You're
store.
right. Jim in Huntsville, go ahead.
Yeah, at my house, of course, Thanksgiving's always traditional, but the family gathers on Christmas Eve for a shrimp boil, fried catfish, and hush puppies, and all the fixings that goes with that.
Speedy, you're hearing a lot of a little boil there.
But I like that because, we love seafood. Our family, that's
It's not
one
a
thing
bad
we all
idea.
agree on.
It's not a bad idea.
Seafood, putting that down.
And just go with shrimp. You got to get crazy.
Right.
Let's go to, because you don't want it to be something you dread that's a hassle.
What about this, though? We have gumbo on Christmas Eve.
That's true. That's true. That's a lot of shrimp in that.
It is.
You got to stay away from it. You're right. I forgot about the gumbo. Yeah. You can't go down that road. Paul in Birmingham, welcome. Paul?
Hey guys, are you talking? Yeah, have you heard the latest football news? Texas A&M's 12th man has entered the transfer portal.
All right. Paul, that is a good one, by the way.
Really good.
That is a good one.
Florida, free state of Florida. Clay checking in. Clay, go.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, would you expound upon chocolate biscuits? Is this regular biscuits with chocolate gravy or actual chocolate biscuits? I'm intrigued.
Yeah, when I first heard chocolate biscuits, I was like you, Clay, because this came from my wife's side of the family. It was not a Burgess tradition. It is now. And I thought she literally meant the biscuit itself would be chocolate. And no, what it is, it's buttermilk biscuits, and you lay them out piping hot, put a dab of butter on one side, and then Sherry, from one of my mom's recipes, makes a chocolate sauce. We call it chocolate gravy, but it's not. It's chocolate sauce like you would put on a hot fudge sundae too, and it's homemade and delicious. And you take that and you get the ladle and put it on each side of the biscuit and let the joy begin.
Rick, under goodies in our document library and goodies, we have that recipe.
Yeah, so if you go to documents, go to goodies at rickandbubba.com under documents, the chocolate sauce recipe is there.
Rick, I'm very word sensitive. There's words I like and there's words I don't like.
Yeah.
Like the town eclectic. I always like saying that.
Do you really?
It's fun to say. And I tell you another word I like, ladle.
Yeah.
It's just fun
Ladle's
to say
a good word.
ladle.
Yeah, ladle is fun.
Can you picture the hot chocolate sauce coming over that piping hot biscuit where the butter is just melted, and you just start using that ladle and dripping that chocolate sauce on that biscuit? Could not, and that little bit of butter teams up with the chocolate sauce, and then you talk about good. It make you look, it makes you right here on the front of your forehead. It'll tickle just a little bit, and then you just keep smiling. You can't stop smiling. And it's so funny to watch the boys when they're trying to do a little better, claiming they're just going to eat one.
Yeah.
And I just laugh. Keith in Florida. Keith, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Bubba, a buddy of mine has plantar fasciitis, or however you say that.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him I was going to call you today and find out what you did to cure that.
Well, we have a shirt that kind of explains that.
Have you ever thought
Have you ever, just ask him if he's ever thought about a little topaz. You know, I did, it's a very, very painful thing to walk around with a rock in your shoe, and that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
And I tried everything under the sun. Topaz fixed it for me, and then when I had it in the other foot, I went and got it done, and I'm a big fan of it. I've had no problem since.
And once again, if you go to rickandbubba.com under goodies, you'll see documents there, and everything that Bubba knows about Topaz is there.
Is it in there, really?
Big day for
I
goodies
forgot.
today.
Yeah, it is.
Big day for documents.
And you said, I don't know the proper terminology for her because they're not married yet, but Brody's girlfriend's mom is struggling with that, and I had a conversation with her, and you said she's gonna
have Topaz.
Okay,
Yeah.
good deal.
Yeah.
I hope it goes well for her since I was an advocate for it.
I got that update from Camtastic last night. All right, Craig in Gulf Shores, Sunny 105. Craig, go ahead.
So the new Florida high school football playoffs is city schools play each other, town schools play each other, and rural schools play each other. And they make the playoffs based on a computer, which doesn't seem right.
So, and this is going on in Florida now?
Right this year.
Okay.
So all the city schools are based on size, play each other. All the town schools based on size play each other, and the rural schools based on size.
Well, that's kind of a strange format, but that's interesting. We'll have to look into that.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Craig. That's on me, y'all. Let's go to John.
Now, if I understood him right, the city schools play each other,
Right.
the town schools play each other, and the rural schools play
Based
each
on
other.
size.
Right.
John,
sure I had that.
John in Nashville. John, go ahead.
Every time I hear Biden read, it gives me a little PTSD and takes me back to Miss Brown's third grade class. I don't know if y'all did this when you were a kid, but you try to time out when you're supposed to read.
Oh, yeah.
And then when it doesn't work out right, I sounded like Joe Biden in third grade. It was terrifying.
You should have heard Bubba and me trying to. We did that in Spanish, and she would change the direction she was going on the rows. But we just read the one we were working on, even if it wasn't the right one.
Yeah, I had rather, Rick, in that case, look like I couldn't keep up with which sentence was next, then I just couldn't say it.
Right.
Because there was going to be a degree of that anyway.
Right.
But at least I got to practice a little bit, you know?
Top of the hour. Speedy, I think you're fine on going on to something different. Don't repeat the same
No,
thing.
the
All kinds of
emails
suggestions.
between recipes for the pound cake and Christmas meal ideas, I'm covered up over here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And I'm going to get Craig to send you the playoffs in Florida, too.
Okay, thanks.
Rick and Bubba.
I would.
Yeah, I would like.
Hey, Tower, this is Buzz Aldrin. I walked on the moon. Can you get me on a plane?
Right.
And I'd have gone, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
There's a time you just get it done.
I don't want to live in a world where Buzz Aldrin can't get on the right flight.
I don't know.
Do you?
No.
Rick, it was a
Next thing you'll tell me-
2-minute problem. He somehow deemed it a 2-minute problem.
Hey, you making me wait 20 minutes over a 2-minute problem. Greg, the next thing you'll tell me is I'm living in a world where Bill Cosby's a sexual predator.
Rick, keep in mind, he was an engineer, too, and he was the lunar module pilot. He's the one that had to fly that thing down and land it and was almost out of fuel. On a place, flying a spacecraft that had never been tested in space.
Well, wouldn't that
on
make,
a planet we'd never, a rock, which was our moon, that we'd never landed on.
to that point, would that not make life's little obstacles seem insignificant and you can't imagine anybody's got a problem they can't solve? I mean, it would drive you crazy.
Well, that's why he said it was a 2-minute
That's
problem.
right. That's right. Mentioned a minute ago that Tom Petty, the autopsy showed that Tom Petty basically was killed by a bad mix of prescription drugs. But we're hearing that a lot, aren't we?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, also Major League pitcher Roy Halladay, that died in the private plane crash, that little aircraft that he was
Right,
flying in
yeah.
and crashed it right into the ocean. Now the autopsy has revealed that his cause of death obviously was the crash, but they found out while they were looking at the autopsy that there were all sorts of amphetamines, morphine, and traces of drugs used to treat insomnia. There it is again, just like with Petty, at the time of his death. So they're saying, I mean, you're talking about throwing morphine in the mix and all of that. So they found all this and said that that likely contributed to the fact of him not being able to guide the aircraft like he.
Wasn't he kind of hot dogging it a little bit? Didn't they say swooping down close to the water? and all that?
But I guess what they're saying is, when you're impaired, what a recovery you would normally make, now you don't make. They're thinking that did contribute to what was going on. And we were mentioning, this is on at FoxNews.com, and of course other news sources today. This odd story out of our home state of Alabama. They're saying the police are investigating the murder of an Alabama wife and mother, who they found dead outside her home in the community of Calera, south of Birmingham, and we're familiar with that area. And they're saying that this is a pretty quiet neighborhood, and that she was found dead, 42 years old. And they were saying that she had very little clothing on when they found the body. They don't really know what's happening, but as they investigated what's going on, they found that she was actually had a secret life online where she was participating. And of course, as I've always said, some of the most misnamed industry, but I think you'll know what I'm talking about. Some of these adult type websites, like I say, anyone who is trapped in this stuff is not acting like an adult, but that's what they're called. You know what I mean? And I certainly understand the big issue out there, but that she was doing this, making money, and it had a secret life going on. Now they're trying to figure out, now is this tied? Did she online, wearing the lingerie and doing her stuff, that you would think that could bring seedy people into your life, obviously. But you would think these people would be anonymous. I don't know how someone would find out, but with all the things that you reveal, even unknowingly sometimes with the technology, did someone find her and kill her? And we don't know, but it has revealed. Just picture that picture if you thought you knew somebody and you were and all of a sudden you would be horrified by obviously them being, and then all of a sudden they start investigating, going, hey, did you know your loved one had this little business going there? And you're like, what? And so it's sadly they're saying that that is what they're finding.
They still don't know the cause of death, right?
They don't, not as of us getting this story. So they're all waiting on answers.
They think it is a homicide, though.
I thought I saw slain.
Yeah. So they're trying to figure out what the deal is. Saying, the people in the community are obviously saying, all right, so this is in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Is this person one of our neighbors? Is this somebody that was brought into this neighborhood because of what she was doing? Don't know. And they say that it was one of these things where they set up about like this clothing being sold, and then when you get there, it's like hey, you want to go over here, and
right,
and she was providing pictures and stuff like that, sadly, and now she's been killed. So
of course the neighbors are all freaking out because they don't know if they have a killer.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I mean, but as far as just not knowing what in the world is going on, is this?
Yeah, you obviously want answers if it's someone that you love and care about, and then the rest of the neighbors want answers because hey, this is in our neighborhood. What's going on?
Yeah,
what's up?
So kind of a really, really odd story. Also, speaking of odd, Rob Reiner, Bubba, these things
meathead.
I don't know that there's anything. And I'm just going to say this with because it really is true. We've said it before, but it's worth repeating. I don't know if there's anything more difficult to watch and more comical than a old white liberal. If you have an old white successful liberal, they are out there. It's almost like first of all, they feel guilty that they've been successful in this country. There's a certain guilt they seem to carry with them. And they love to get emotional about things, but they get emotional, and when you press and go, now look, successful old white liberal, everything you said today, can you point to me where that's actually happening? They're the ones that always told the press conferences that the world's going to be over if we don't do something about man-made global warming, and then that date will come and go, and You know, they're Chicken Littles. They're always the sky's falling.
Yeah.
Now they conveniently, because their whole worldview is based on emotion, there's no consistency to them whatsoever. You know, what they declare is things we should stop, and then they'll declare things that we should allow.
Right.
There doesn't really seem to be consistency. So. Everybody, here we go. Everybody, let's go. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A brand new hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. From sweet home Alabama to the world. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. And remember, we only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Greg, since you never update us like we wish you would with Helmsy and the gang, and for me to know, are you appearing anywhere this week?
I am not.
Okay, Greg, you're out. All right. So we'll tell you this from the manchurch.com, couple of man churches this week. As we're getting down to wrapping up another year, look for Andrew Varvutis, a Northside Baptist Church, Jasper, Alabama. That's 104.7 WZZK. And Varvutis will be there for their next man church, and you can go there and hear his message, which I'd encourage you to do. And you can plug into one of our small groups, and they're going through, I think, our second curriculum. The Real Men curriculum, I think. But anyway, you can get into one of the small groups there at Northside Baptist Church in Jasper. Then on the 19th this weekend, Scott Dawson will be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy at Sand Spring Baptist Church, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. And Scott Dawson will be there kicking that off this weekend. So find those both at themanchurch.com and get your tickets for the first ever Man Church Conference coming February 24th and 25th to Greg and our hometown, Oxford, Alabama, at the Performing Arts Center. We're excited about that. Tickets are moving rapidly. They're great gift ideas, ladies, for the men on your Christmas list. They're reserved seats, so that makes it a lot less hassle for your group. A lot of churches are sending, like our church, we bought a group of tickets, and we're handing those off to the men of our church to go as a trip. A lot of people making that their next gathering, coming from all over. If you're doing the strategy, or even if you're not, might be a great opportunity for you to get introduced to it and have a great conference. The February 24th, 25th, as we told you, February is men's ministry premier month because football and deer season's over, and baseball and turkey season has not begun. So there you go. And we'd love to see you coming up in 2023. Just look for the link there at themanchurch.com. All right, so, Bubba, I want to report something from the
Rick, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Florida football playoff brackets.
Yeah, well, and we thank Craig for bringing that to our attention.
Yep.
So I have something going on that I don't know how to stop, and I'm trying to stop from doing it. You know how sometimes if your wife says, I wish you would stop doing this, and then you make an effort to stop it, but you can't seem to get it under control.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
And so, first of all, this past weekend, I told you that Sherry and I, we were at the farm, and down there we have Camp House, which is about to get into full-blown business. And at Camp House, I keep things, at Camp House, I've got everything you need to function, for an overnight stay to being down there. I've got it all.
You got it organized the way you want it.
The way I want it.
Right.
Well, it was interesting because Camp House gets made fun of a lot by Sherry, and thinking that we live like animals over there, which we don't. We keep it clean. It's a very schizophrenic house because it's basically made up of every piece of furniture, chair, table, whatever knick-knack that Sherry didn't want. We just throw it in Camp House.
Yeah, Camp House. Chairs don't have to match.
Nah. And there's all kinds. I love that when
if you got a recliner in front of a fireplace, that's all you need.
You know one
thing,
thing,
if it vibrates, even better.
You know one thing one thing I'm really proud of is when you step through those front doors, you look directly ahead and you see written, if God didn't want us to eat animals, He wouldn't have made them out of meat.
Yeah,
I mean, and you know, then you're in a different place.
Welcome home.
Yep. So anyway, so Sherry, when she went down there to get the little we call it the little White House. It is a she shack, whatever. I'm allowed to go over there, for basic
I
things.
love you got her house and your house.
Right. And so I was allowed to stay in the little White House because we were down there for the weekend. Well, Sherry says, "Well, I'm gonna do a little deep cleaning today." Well. Every time she ended up needing something, she would go, "Well, over here at my house, I don't have this. Do you have one?" I go, "Oh yeah, we got that."
Yeah.
And hey,
we're set up.
Hey, I need aluminum foil for this thing I'm preparing. I said, "Oh, you don't have aluminum foil over here?" We got over at Camp House.
Sure.
And I'd go over there. Her vacuum cleaner wasn't working. Do you have a vacuum cleaner at Camp House? Do I have a vacuum cleaner at Camp House?
No,
of course I do.
I got a shop
Yeah,
vac.
right.
What are you talking
Hey,
about?
hey, you know what? My coffee maker's not working. What's wrong with my coffee maker? Well, the one over at Camp House working fine. And so I kept coming through with things from Camp House.
Right.
But anyway, so part of it on the vacuuming, Sherry has told me that I have to stop scaring her. And
Like,
I don't
what
know
do you
if
mean
it, like,
scaring her?
this is what happened. It happens to us all the time.
Like walking through the house.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll walk in, I'll go, "Hey," ah! And she does this thing, "Ah!"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "What? Don't you know I live here? You got to let me know you're coming in here. I didn't know you were gonna." I said, "Honey, I live here.
You can't hear me walking.
I'm
you know?
here. I'm here all the time." And I said, "What do you want from me?" She'll be in the laundry room, and I'll stick my head around the corner. "Hey, ah!" And I'm like, "How do you know I'm not here?"
We have the same thing.
Do you have this?
Yeah,
I
oh
get
yeah.
it, too.
And Betty,
Y'all got it
blamed-
too, Greg? Is this a common thing?
Betty blames
Ah!
it.
Is it
on,
the same screen?
Betty blames it on her brother that used to scare her all the time when she was little.
Ah.
And anytime you come around the corner, I mean, it's so strange. Like, and my worst fear is at night. Like you've gone to the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
And I hear Betty coming to the bathroom. I like flip the lights on, start announcing I'm here,
Right.
I'm here.
Okay.
And sometimes she'll still scream.
I know. Well, here's what happened on that point.
And if the blow dryer's running, don't walk in
Okay,
there
all right.
again.
Here's what happened. So I have to go come through again because Camp House is ready for action. And in Sherry's house, I got to be honest with you, we came. If it weren't for Camp House, this weekend would have been a disaster. And I made her. I said so. Anyway, so
let's be sure and get
I brought our vacuum cleaner over to her house, and she's using the vacuum cleaner now. Well, I know what's happened. I've gone out. I'm doing stuff. Well, I need to enter the house, and I can hear the vacuum cleaner.
No,
So I get to the front door, and I go,
know where this is at.
Sherry. And now keep in mind, this house is about as big as this studio.
Yeah.
It's not much. This studio may be bigger.
I think so.
It is bigger.
Yeah.
It's about the size of just this right here. None of these rooms could be involved. I mean, it's a
There's
tiny,
yard barns bigger.
It's a tiny little house.
Yeah.
And so I get at the door and I'm going, "I'm now entering." Honey, Sherry, do you hear? I'm entering. I'm coming in the house. Sherry.
Oh,
Well, now-
you know what's going on.
Now I got to get in. Then I step in the house. Sherry, I'm in the house. She is from me to Helmsy. There's a wall, but
You're
we're about
doing
that.
this. You're doing this.
And I'm like, hey, I'm here. And Sherry is an intense. She vacuums. I'm talking about like she's vacuuming like this. And like the dirt's going. Oh no, it's her
Right.
again. And I'm like, Sherry, I'm in the house. And I'm thinking, here I go again.
Here, you knew it was going to happen.
And finally she goes, "Ew, hey baby." Ah! and I'm like, I tried.
You tried your best.
And I'm like,
Let me tell you what I.
And then get mad about it.
I know.
Then get mad
think-
about it.
I think all the ladies are that way to some degree. Now they love watching a lot of these murder movie
Is that-
things,
is that-
and
I
then
don't know what it is.
and then they act that way. What I have done,
right?
If I see the cord to the vacuum in
Right.
the same scenario, I will unplug it, make the vacuum go dead, and then I'll say, "Hey, I'm here."
Okay.
Oh.
That's not a bad idea.
Because when the vacuum goes dead, they immediately start trying to figure
Do you
out
see a
what
little
happened
spark
to
when
it.
you
They can't hear us over the
yeah,
vacuum
it will.
because I tried
It'll
that.
pop.
I was trying to be louder than that vacuum. They can't hear you.
Yeah, it won't
Blow
work.
dryer same
It
way.
won't
And
work.
what about when you know it's about to happen? What about when you know it's about to happen?
Yeah.
I love this. The same
now,
scream.
I'm
no matter
It's the
what.
exact same scream. It's not very long. It's just a quick
Yeah.
little, it's a little blur.
And jumps.
And I
jump.
said, Sherry, do you realize how many times somebody would have to been after you?
Yeah.
Nobody has been after him that much.
Yeah, encountering people that are
And,
trying
and
to
the
get him.
opposite with me, I don't scream, but I go into full defense like I'm about to punch somebody if I get scared.
Close fist.
Or like if I'm working on something and Betty will walk up behind me. Most of the time I hear her.
Mm-hmm.
But if she walks up behind me and touches me, I'm turned around with a wrench. I'm ready,
Yeah.
but I never scream.
We're sweeping
You know?
out the barn, thinking of you because you love barns.
Yes.
All I did was walk into the area where the vehicles are. I've just left the barn, stepped down into the garage, come back in. Ah! And I'm
You
like,
were just here.
I was just here. I'm just in the room. Who do you think it is? You think I was slaughtered? Never didn't make any noise.
It didn't take long.
Yeah, right. I never fought. They got me. Somehow killed me instantly.
Within 10
With
seconds.
no noise. Not even my falling you could hear. And now they're coming to get you. Who are these people after you? Ah! I love it. Yeah, so I don't know what to do about it. I keep announcing my arrival.
Yeah.
See, y'all have this too.
Yeah.
It happens to me a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get in trouble.
I get in
It's
trouble.
Claims I do it on purpose, which I don't.
I get in trouble for purposely scaring Terry.
Now that's different.
Say, I'm not
I'll
even
jump
on
out of
purpose.
the pantry.
Ski!
I don't purposely scare. It's bad enough as it is.
Hey, baby. Ah! All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Actor and left-wing activist Rob Reiner, old, white, successful, male, liberal. He fits the description to a T. He says that he was part of a women's march again. Now, of course, Trump, in his typical self, is claiming the women are marching and celebrating all he's done for women.
Yes.
Okay.
And unemployment being lower than it has.
It had. Boy, the numbers are great
He
out
said,
there.
if you look at the economy and unemployment, women are doing great under my presidency, so this is really a celebration of me, not a protest.
So be sure and
Gosh, I'm going to tell you something. It's like having one of us up there on stuff like this.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, here is Rob Reiner. I want you to listen to this. When we marched a year ago, we were scared of who was going to enter the White House. A year has gone by, and he has corroborated every one of our fears. What? And we cannot whitewash this anymore. And he begins screaming at this point.
Right.
We have a racist in the White House. We have a sexist in the White House. We have a pathological liar in the White House. And he's tearing away the fabric of our democracy.
Rick, I've been playing this as B-roll, but if you want some of it, it's...
Yeah, I don't hear Rob screaming.
I would like for him to point to me the confirmation examples of any of this. Okay.
Well, remember, his greatest role he's best known for, he was called Meathead.
Right.
Well, that's a good point, yeah.
Bubba,
I used to watch all the family.
We were
every
all
time.
here a year ago for many different reasons. But one of the unifying reasons was we were scared.
Yeah.
We were scared of who was going to enter the White House. A year has gone by, and he has corroborated every one of our fears.
He's struggling with
And
the delay.
we cannot whitewash this anymore. We have a racist in the White House. We have a sexist in the White House. We have a pathological liar in the White House.
Is he talking about the Clinton years?
And he is tearing away at the fabric of our democracy. And when we all came together last time, we had the power. And it's the women. The women have given us the power. And the women continue to give us the power.
So insincere, every bit of that.
He's clearly groped people in his past, and he's trying to get on the good side.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Again.
Why don't you pay him the same, Rob?
What
Yeah, Rob, how about
would
that?
what would Rob Reiner do if I sat down across from him and said, "I would like to take you to the founding fathers, since you think what you should be saying is our republic is being torn away. I want you to sit down, and I'm going to tell you what our founders thought the government should and should not do. Are you ready, Rob?" By the time I was done, he would be crying. He would be weeping, saying, "So the government doesn't do that? It doesn't do no,
Right.
no, it doesn't."
Well, he
you know,
knows it does.
So, but
I
again,
guarantee he's a living, breathing. It changes to what I think it should be.
But I must want to make sure I have this right. He says only now with Trump, this is the first time we've had a racist, a sexist, and a pathological liar. Does anybody?
If I was Rob Reiner, I would go home and work on Hollywood.
Right. Well,
Hollywood's got a problem, Rob.
Suddenly he's a champion for women. Well, look, no, think about it. If you believe that the Kennedys, the Clintons were champions for women, then Rob Reiner probably thinks he is too.
Yeah.
Because if you believe that, then you probably believe the things you're saying. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us today. So, I don't know. I think I'm going to have to get me a bullhorn. Can I have a little lady? All right, so your America update today.
Oh, the days of America.
Here we go. Your America. Now, you're going to hear a lot that we are not in recession and we don't have any inflation. And I tell you who I keep getting the inflation update from the most is my mom. I don't know what they're saying. I know when I went and bought coffee a week ago, and now the price of coffee's up to this. I mean, she's like, it's all where the prices are.
I heard Betty do that scream you were talking about. Sherry did when she told me how much paper plates had gone up.
I'm telling you.
Do you I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well. So
paper plates.
We have a news package from Fox, and it is entitled "Thanksgiving is going to be much more expensive as Bidenflation squeezes American budgets." And they're going to just give you the real numbers, and you can check these numbers for yourself. It's not like Fox News found some numbers that they made up. You can find them yourself. So here we go. Here is what it's going to look like as you go out to buy everything you need to prepare these big meals coming up. Here we go.
Let me show you some price comparisons here. A carton of eggs, this is supposed to be the cheap protein, right? Well, up 43% year over year.
Good night.
And milk, it's up 14% year over year. Maybe you thought you'd save some money with fruits and vegetables. Well, those are up 9% too. Coffee up 14%. And let me tell you, if you're a cook and you use butter, 33% year-over-year increase from October to October. Now, all of this means that Thanksgiving is going to be much more expensive. And you can't substitute anything for the turkey, right? Well, guess what? You're going to have sticker shock because the price is up 16% year-over-year. Even potatoes are up 15%. And people use potatoes to kind of stretch their meal if they can't afford a lot of protein. You want pumpkin pie? Well, guess what? You're going to be paying a lot more for that as well.
Wow. So some of the things she hit: eggs up 43%, butter 33%, flour 25%, coffee 14%, and it just goes on and on.
Well, now let's think about this. Why would eggs be up? The chickens are still there; they're still laying, right? But
everything to take care of the chickens,
fuel, everything you have to ship in to take care of the chickens costs more. Getting those eggs to market costs more. It all goes back. The common denominator in all of this, all of the inflation, is fuel.
Yeah,
that scares us.
And yeah, that makes me want to do that.
Oh yeah.
So I'm afraid I'd hurt my voice if I tried. I just, I don't get it. I saw, some of these election returns, and you're complaining about your price at the pump, and you're complaining about this and that, but you keep putting the same people in. I just don't get it.
Well,
don't get it.
I think because it's gotten down where critical thinking again is gone. I think that people are. This is an important question, okay, and this may explain it, okay. Let's put the shoe on the other foot. Let's say that everybody could draw the comparisons, and I know what y'all are going to say. Well, that wouldn't happen. Let's say that it did happen. Okay, let's say that Republicans were in control. We have a Republican president, and we have these exact same situations. And we looked to Congress, and we couldn't really blame Congress for it. Let's say that they had control of Congress as well, both the House and the Senate. Would we vote differently?
Well, historically, it's always been different. I mean, the out party usually picks up seats, which
I'm
they did
talking
in the
about
House.
would we vote for a Democrat
to get rid of
this same economy if it was being caused by a Republican?
Probably not.
Yeah, I think some of the platforms are to the point now that people are never going to vote for anybody else.
Right, and they see the Republican Party the way we see the Democratic Party, and that's why they don't vote, no matter what the situation is.
I will say this: if we had
this election proves that,
Rick, if we had a Republican that was making economic decisions that an 8th grader ought to know better, I might not vote for him. I might not vote for the other guy, but I wouldn't go out and vote for them.
Right now, that I think I would do.
And so when I see California's paying $12 for a gallon of gas, hey, enjoy it, pal.
Yeah.
They ain't on me.
Yeah, I've never been in the camp that somehow you disrespect those who fought if you don't vote. Those who fought gave me the freedom to express my disdain without any repercussion from the government for either one of them. If I looked at two parties or two candidates and I thought both of them were horrible and there wasn't one better than the other one, I wouldn't vote for either one of them because I just don't want to endorse either one. If it was like this. Now, it's not, thankfully. But
you can always write in.
Yeah, or something like that. Write something in.
Yeah.
But
I appreciate the votes this past time. I
You're
got some
welcome.
pictures of some of those.
Thank
you,
You're
Rick.
welcome, buddy. But yeah, I would. But I have rejected both candidates before.
Yeah.
And I just wrote somebody in, and so.
But because of the unity of the Dems, you basically are helping them out if you don't oppose them. So. I mean, what do you do? Because it's only going to get worse.
Yeah,
you got people that are just. I mean, Rick, I remember our national debt. Okay, I remember being concerned about it when it was $9 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what it is today?
I can't even imagine.
It's around 31.
And you look at that.
It was 3, I think, when Reagan was in, and people were griping about it then.
Yeah,
31.
I know. I know.
Say what?
But what you're seeing is, I think what you are seeing.
Let me give you an exact.
Was it the Clintons? Was it the Bill Clinton bunch that did the economy stupid?
No, that was what they did to Daddy Bush. Yeah, Clinton did it to Daddy Bush. Yeah.
So I don't think that's the case anymore, because if you can look at this economy and vote for the people who are causing it, unless they've convinced you that the opposing party caused it, I guess they could possibly do that with some sort of propaganda campaign. But it's almost like we're in a deal where it's all about a platform and all about other things now, because it can't be about the economy and the elections still be as close as they are.
Rick, 31,281,000,000,000, 369 million that we're in debt, going up quickly. That's $247,000 per taxpayer we owe.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To Ryan and Auburn, I got a bunch of this. Guys, look, I can't help it about Beth Mowin. There's nothing I can do. I'm sorry she's doing basketball. I'm not responsible for this. People keep blaming me that they can't listen to Beth Mowin anymore. That's not my fault.
Yeah.
I mean, Beth Mowin is Beth Mowin, and
she does what she does.
And says she's throwing out now all these basketball terms, like off the windshield.
Off the windshield?
Yeah, like if it comes off the backboard.
She's hipped it up to a whole new level.
You talk about Beth Mowins. Off the windshield. Ryan, how you doing?
Doing great. How about you guys?
We're fine, buddy.
All right, so this weekend at the basketball game, I actually got the opportunity to talk to Chandler Cox, and the first thing I thought of, since I'm a big fan of the show, is I got to talk to him about the Rick and Bubba show and see if he's aware. So first thing I did was I asked him, I said, well, you're aware of the Texas A&M game, Beth Mowins and her, commentary and how enthusiastic she was about your name. And he laughed. He said, yeah, I remember that. And then I said, so have you heard of the Rick and Bubba show? And he said, the what? And I said, are you kidding me? You've lived in Alabama for how long now? And you don't know about the Rick and Bubba show? So after that, I said, so you don't know about Rick's impression of Beth Mowins? And he said, no. And so I tried to do my best impression of you doing Beth Mowins, Rick, but I could not get it across to him. And anyways, he said he's going to try to listen to the show this week to hear you do your impression. So he could be listening right now.
Oh, you're talking about Chandler Cox.
Ryan, this is one of those amazing things because we do, unfortunately for her, think that she's very annoying doing the game. So
we're not alone.
Right.
You get Rick doing it, it's kind of like she's still doing it.
I know.
So it's very annoying.
Yes.
So I wish you wouldn't get that stirred up.
I know, right.
It's painful.
Guys,
it's painful.
Bubba, if you could see my emails and people putting me in on social media, people just start going crazy when she's doing a game now, and they just overwhelm me.
Oh, I know. I know.
I just want to give a shout out to Chandler Cox. I love this Chandler Cox kid. I mean, he's really something, Bubba. I'll tell you what. We're the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so we come back continuing with some wacky world stories today. Bubba, what is wrong with this woman that keeps stowing away on planes? And it must concern us. If we set out to get the TSA to the point that, terrorists would not be able to foil them, but yet a 66-year-old woman keeps getting out of her assisted living home and stowing away on planes?
Rick, that's her 10th time.
Well, Rick, I say, I like to turn these things around.
Took a hop to London.
Yeah, she's been doing this for a while. Instead of us looking at her as an annoyance and all of this, why don't we just put her on the payroll for TSA as a test agent?
Okay.
They said that
if you put her to work doing it, she'll get tired of it and she'll go back to the nursing home.
But surveillance caught her. She scoped the place out for 2 days. Yeah, just walking around. Saw her opening and took it.
So but Bubba, this is what she loves.
She just can't stop doing it.
She can't stop. Her being a TSA agent would almost be the opposite end of the spectrum. It'd be like trying to get me to coach soccer.
Rick, I'm telling you,
when I kept sneaking on and coaching football.
she is driven also by the desire she's not supposed to be doing it. If you made her do it, she would lose interest.
Well, now how is she going to do it as a TSA agent?
You tell her that her job now is to try to sneak on airplanes.
Oh, I see. She now has to do it to teach us to catch you.
And when she goes, well, I don't want to do it. No,
Yeah, because the thrill of it
is
the
famous smoke a pack of
cigarettes.
Right. Smoke a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah,
that one.
That's it.
Okay, I got you. But
I want to know what the rest of her day looks like. Like, what is she doing that we don't know about? Like, because she's stealing airline tickets, essentially. She's costing people money.
So she gets on the plane, hides in the bathroom, then looks for an open seat and sits down?
Yeah.
Ain't that what she's doing?
That's what she did.
Yeah.
But listen, she gets someone to sold out.
They say she blended in with passengers to get through the TSA. Of course,
walked in backwards.
She walked in backwards.
Greg, she didn't walk in backwards.
They pretty much said that. They just didn't say
So the last time that we caught her, we put her in jail for a time.
Yep.
Let her
a
out.
year.
How about this? Let her out on probation to assisted living.
Yes.
And she left there and did it again.
Yeah.
Bingo.
That's her 10th time she's been a stowaway.
But what is the end goal here? What is she wanting? Okay, so I'm flying to London. Now what am I doing there?
Does she fly back?
Well, she
they
caught.
sent her back. Yeah,
she got caught. And they don't say in the article how they figured it out because it just said she got on the plane, but they called ahead to Heathrow Airport and said, "Look, you got a stowaway coming. Send her back." So somehow during the flight,
and she couldn't produce.
Somebody figured it out.
Right, the proper paperwork, passport,
but
and all that. So they sent her
yeah.
back. Yeah, I don't know.
Because they said they figured it out before
Do
she got
y'all realize, though, because we've all flown a good bit, so we know the process. Number one, she's got to get through TSA where they... "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Wheel of Meat actually spun yesterday, so it's already been put up for the week. Congratulations to our winners yesterday. Do want to point you to LearBubba.com. We just talked about the economy. Wow. The price of everything's up. And you know what? Right now, LearBubba.com is ready to talk to you. Robert, I think I told you guys about this yesterday, but some of you may have missed it. Robert from Texas is thanking us. He said, I appreciate the tip on LearBubba.com. Thought I needed to buy some silver. Had no idea how to do it. Felt a little apprehensive because I didn't know what I was doing. But I took your advice, and I met with one of the folks from LearBubba.com, and they showed me exactly what I needed to do, answered all my questions. Didn't feel pressure to do anything, but they did help me with my first purchase. Feel like I'm actually doing something positive. I'm taking action to protect my family's finances that we worked really hard to build up. The purchase was delivered fast and complete. Great organization. Thanks for tipping me off on this, Rick and Bubba. Well, we got a Kennedy silver $50 for you from LearBubba.com. If you want to have a similar conversation, look at that little baby right there. That's the Kennedy silver $50. I got it right here. And you'll get one of these with no obligation to do anything, but it'll help you. If you talk to the folks at LearBubba.com, we may hear you emailing us just like Robert did to say, I appreciate this tip. No purchases necessary. You still get the Kennedy silver $50. And you'll also talk to someone at LearBubba.com that, like Robert, you may be someone who said, I've never really done this before. I need some help. And they'll help you. And then you can have that feeling, too. I don't feel helpless. I'm taking action to protect my family's finances when right now it doesn't appear like it. Let me tell you this. If you don't go protect it, this government surely won't. LearBubba.com. Or call 1-800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so looking in the world of Tom Brady, is, I guess it's no longer speculation. He and his wife are divorcing, right? Or have they already?
They officially.
Is it over?
The paper is signed.
Paper is signed. So now
they really got that done pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's been going on longer than we would all.
Yeah, because remember he missed training camp. They probably a lot of it was going on during that.
So I don't know how to say her name. How do you say her name?
Giselle.
Yeah.
Bunchen?
Is it Giselle? Giselle, is that right?
Yeah.
So anyway, she apparently there is some video of her training for jiu-jitsu. Now this is your area, Adler.
Yep.
And there's a rumor that she's dating this trainer, but she denies that. Is that correct? Yeah. So she's learning jiu-jitsu.
Let's not bring jiu-jitsu into this.
Right.
Now.
Yeah.
Come on
okay.
now.
Well,
there's also videos of her and this gentleman walking together. I think having maybe lunch and kids there, and so I don't know if that was post or divorce.
What are we seeing?
You know, if you got to train and you got to go through the measures of training, what do you call this, Adler? These moves they're doing here?
They're doing some moves on each other.
I mean, if you had to be in the training and your student was going to be Giselle, that wouldn't be a bad deal, would it?
Well,
I'm looking at you, Adler.
I'll answer, Bubba. No, it wouldn't.
I'm gonna say this.
Let me say this: there's worse arrangements, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He could be wrestling around with Tom.
Yeah, or me or something, you know.
Can I tell you, I didn't realize this. Watching this and thinking about some, time that Sherry and I spend together, I do know jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I didn't know I did.
You're a brown belt at least, right?
Oh, absolutely. But that's I didn't realize that. I have some of those same moves and I perform them quite well.
Hey.
Well, I'm just saying.
Hey.
So when we used to do the Adler stories about him wrestling with women, this is what it looked like.
Yeah.
No, that's not what it looked like.
Wow,
the women,
that's
I was beating the women up, not the woman beating her trainer up. So that just was a lot better.
Right. Wow.
Well, that's right there. Hey,
that armbar's not bad.
No, it's
not a bad armbar.
No.
All right.
Well, no, actually, it's bad. His elbow's not.
Arm has to go.
His elbow's not in. Yeah.
I guess the question is what we're asking you, Adler, and I think I'm asking this on behalf of Tom Brady. Is this guy like he's really a coach?
He's got a black belt on.
Did you pick somebody up on the street and throw this dojo on him?
Wait a second.
Is this the famous no, we're just doing jiu-jitsu? It goes back to the
he's smiling in this armbar. So
now she has denied that they are dating.
Correct.
Although it appears they're very close.
Do you remember the joke about the little boys?
I don't remember.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So the door wasn't shut very good, and one looked at the other, and he said, "What in the world's going on?" He said, "I don't know, but Dad's winning." All right, so all right, so
emails directly to Rick.
just Speedy because he wants that and what to have for Christmas.
and
I'm
the
covered
recipe
up
for the pound cake.
I am covered up.
Did y'all hear that Giselle secretly bought an $11 million house right across the water?
Yeah, that's what we were going to talk about initially.
Okay, right. So there is their old house.
Under construction.
Yes, and then right across the water, Giselle bought this $11 million house. How rich do you have to be to secretly buy an $11 million house and your husband doesn't even know about it?
Yeah, that's that's a whole nother league.
That's another level of.
So
wealth.
is Tom going to finish this house that he now has no family to put in it?
Good question.
Who got that house, or was it sold as community property of the marriage? And
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
know.
know how that all played out. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. Anybody?
No. Get my realtor on the line.
I don't know.
Oh, me.
But that's part of that Billionaires Row or whatever they call it. Billionaires Cove or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It seems like that now. The house they were building seems unnecessary now.
Do you? Yeah. Do you think if you're buying, let's say, an $11 million mansion,
not something I'm ever going to have to worry about.
Would you haggle on price with that, or do you just go, I'll take it?
Probably when you're in
not giving you more than 9.5.
Yeah. Probably when you're in that world, you're probably just like, yeah, can we just get this over with?
Just end it,
right? And if I overpay for it, I just don't think that there's probably too much.
Paid cash. She got more money than Tom does.
I keep hearing that. Is that one of those things we say trying to be sharp? Has anybody
no,
ever
I think she does.
Has anybody ever proven that?
I've read that.
Yeah, I think she does. I think she does.
It's like $100 million more than him.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It looks like Brady is believed, for at least right now, to be keeping the property on Indian Creek Island, known as Billionaire Bunker, along with other people that live there: Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner.
Vanilla Ice,
right.
I thought it was odd too.
Calvin Wilburn.
I thought it was odd too that when he saw the video that we just watched of her training for jiu-jitsu, he said, "I'd also like to announce I'm taking up karate."
Yes, and kung fu.
Right, and I've got a new trainer.
But wow, they could literally.
Okay,
swim
so
from one house to the other.
according to this story,
Bubba, look how close they are.
I know. According to this story, Rick, here's you some numbers. Giselle is worth about $400 million. Her very famous football playing husband, Tom Brady, is worth about $250 million.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think
so. She's about twice as much as he is.
I'm not familiar with the modeling world, but it must pay very well. Plus, I think what makes it easier for them is, with a football player, they're tied into a whole season. Once the season starts, what they're getting paid, they get paid. They can certainly do commercials and stuff like that. But I think with these models, how you can roll up a lot of cash if you can go, I can get 4 of these in one day, and every one of them pays me, the same. Mm-hmm. And as opposed to, you can really tally real quick because you can do more of it.
I also think their brand together is better than separate.
Probably so.
I think there's a lot to do with that
probably
too, on both ends, both sides.
Probably so.
She was named by Forbes as the highest paid model in the world 14 years in a row.
That'll help.
She beat out people like Kendall Jenner, who's a billionaire now, right? Or didn't they say she was at one time?
I don't.
Her net worth comes from multi-million-dollar contracts with brands like Chanel, Victoria's Secret, blah, blah, blah. She also has one with Sky TV in Brazil, where she's from. She also has books that she has put out. She also has a line of cosmetics she has put out. Cosmetics must be good because everybody that goes into that makes a lot of money.
Except for the animals they test them on.
Yeah. She also put a quarterback out. The door.
That's good, Speedy.
Speedy, I got it. I thought it was funny.
It was good.
You got me on it.
Tom Brady's famous, but she is arguably more internationally famous, I would think, too. So a lot of those campaigns can be international campaigns, whereas Tom Brady's getting more of your domestic sponsorships.
Yeah.
When did Brady come into the league? What year? Because he's been there
1938.
I think it was my senior year.
It was before the automobile.
Right. Well, she started her first Victoria's Secret show in 2000. So she's been at it for a while.
That's when he started too, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Michigan from 95 to 99, and then he was the round 6. He was picked in the 6th round.
Yeah. That's old news, Adler.
Yeah.
In the year 2000.
Yeah. So, wow.
They both got a lot of money, bottom line.
Phone calls are next. 15 minutes to the top. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Ask you for what? Boarding pass, please.
And that's before you ever get scanned.
Several
She got through that.
And then when we call for you to get on the plane, you have to give us your ticket, and we scan it as you're getting on the plane.
She mingled.
Both times?
I don't know.
It just said she got in a group.
She actually went through TSA, right?
How? How do I get through TSA without showing my boarding pass?
I better talk to Granny. She's pretty good at it. They make
That's
her
what
learn
I'm
some
saying.
tricks
She's
from
good.
her. Yeah.
This is like those hackers that they hire to work. Let's put her to work trying to get through the system and learn what she's doing.
Let's say you're sitting around talking and you're telling stories, and Granny goes, "How about this? I snuck on 10 planes." What? She has 10 times. She has gone through there and got on. That's pretty good.
They said that they are now
I
doing
don't know what
blood
her deal
tests.
is with it.
They said that the strange kind that she's kin to that guy everybody thinks is D.B. Cooper. What if we found out it was like his sister? What if it was like his sister?
Yeah.
Well, that's my baby sister.
Yeah, she's going to parachute out.
So I don't know.
I just think it's funny because we've reported on her before.
It's not. I mean, it's not good though. I mean, this can't be going on. This is bad.
How is she getting by that TSA agent that has to look at all your paperwork right there at the desk with a little light?
Look at her.
They're not telling it because they don't want everybody doing it, but she's walking through backwards. That's all.
Greg, she
I've
is
told
not.
y'all forever that if you'll walk through backwards, they don't see you. At a ball game, whatever.
She would fit into the crowd pretty well.
She would.
Yeah. Has to be a crowd, though. You can't just walk through backwards with no crowd.
No, you can make things happen in a crowd, but the way it's set up, though, I don't know how you ever get by with that.
So, Greg,
that
if there's a
checkpoint with your
crowd,
boarding pass.
I just spin around and walk backwards, and nobody ever sees
They don't see you. They look at everybody's faces, and they don't see your face, so they don't see you.
All right, so after examining the footage,
Everybody knows
all right, we've
If I'm
already
turning
talked
around
about.
backwards,
Everybody knows that,
Come
Bub.
Come on.
Well, we've already talked about how the footage showed her walking around for 2 days
Backwards.
and all this kind of stuff, but we really
not
are trying to figure this out. It says, so her biggest deal is that she just tries to blend in with the passengers. So you kind of get a mob going, and she just tries to blend in like she's part of it.
But what
That's
is
her
the
big
end
thing.
game for her? I mean,
And the fact that
A
she's
jolly-
an old gray-haired
is
lady,
she trying
probably.
to get to a place?
No, she loves it. She loves doing it.
She loves being sent back
challenge.
because that's the way she gets to do it again.
Yeah, why do people jump off cliffs? I mean,
It's just almost like, I guess, every time she
wants
tries it, she'll go,
attention.
okay,
Screw loose.
successful,
It's attention.
successful.
All right, guys, you got to read into this too.
Challenge to her.
All right,
Yeah.
so the blending in is how she got past the gate attendant. All right? Now, how she got past TSA, they're saying they're not gonna. We're trying to.
Well, yeah, you don't want nobody to know that.
Yeah, we're not gonna let you know about that.
Well, obviously, she's got some angle she's getting through.
It's something about she's a gray-haired old lady, and it's like you don't see her. You know what I'm talking about? There's no way a gray-haired old lady sneaking on a plane. It's like your mind won't let you see her.
well, I don't want to.
Surely I didn't see a gray-haired old lady go by sneaking out.
I don't want to be I don't want to be insensitive
Walking
to a very
backwards.
serious topic.
Yeah, you see the
But
back
I
of her
have to make
gray
this
hair.
point. I'm trying to picture myself like it. Some terrorist group organization is going, you mean to tell me that there's an old lady that gets on planes 10 times undetected? We can't get on a plane?
TSA better hire before they do.
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you, when she's a terrorist, there's an airline blown up in the bathroom.
I'll say this. I'm looking forward to next year, see if she does it again.
I am too. I hate to say that.
I mean, we've reported
It's
on
not
I know
that she
2 or 3
doesn't.
different times.
It's not she doesn't like being in that facility she's in, and she's not trying to get somewhere. She just
This is her thing.
This is her way of joyriding.
Well, I go back to
This
Helmsy.
is, I bet I can sneak on a plane. It's one of those.
Yeah, I go back
You
to
don't think I can
Helmsy
sneak on
and
one?
all those. It has to be that because I'm thinking, all right, there's been times, let's say that she doesn't get caught and it lands. And she gets off, and now I'm in London.
I know. How's she
I
gonna
mean,
get- she gotta do it
how did
all
she
over
get
again.
back?
What am
She
I
gotta
doing
do it.
now?
Well, for all we know, she's been stranded in countries for years. We don't know.
So does she start, if it's my jolly, do I immediately start when I land in London? I go to the airport and start it again?
just try to just turn around. And
I'd
come
like
back.
to interview this lady.
Yeah, most definitely.
Speedy,
So
won't you book her?
would you stay, now that you're
Now she's
inside
in
the
jail.
airport because you get off the plane in London, do you now just move around there and try to go to a gate and just get on another one? Because now you don't have to go through security again.
And what's her money situation? How does because if she gets away with it, she's got to eat. She's got to have a place to stay, and that's not cheap in the areas that she's at. And if she doesn't want to sneak back, and she just wants to fly back home, she's got to have money for a ticket.
She may have done that a few times. You're right.
What is her ultimate plan and goal here? Well, I don't get that.
She loves
I'd
it.
like to talk to her family members
Challenge.
too.
There's a lot of people do weird
Yeah,
things.
we don't hear a lot of family.
Yeah. What's her
of-
kids
of-
think about it if she has kids?
Maybe she'll take up canning.
Yeah,
ceramics.
But how comfortable could this be? So she gets on the.
Anybody
she
say
gets on-
anybody say Meemaw? No, what?
So she's on the plane and she hides in the bathroom until she finds an empty seat.
And then she goes
So
inside.
that's kind of how she blends in. But how comfortable is that? It's got to be miserable.
Well, how do
being
you
in
keep checking without
loves
people
it.
knowing you're in there?
She loves it.
Speedy, she loves it.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm like, y'all, I'd love to sit down and just ask her techniques. Say,
Yeah.
okay, Granny, they've got you. You're done with this. Tell us how you did it.
You gonna call her Granny?
Well,
You know, and I'd say, look, I tell you what you do. You tell us
Nanny.
everything that you've been doing. We'll give you a free ride over to Philly and back.
Well, no, Greg,
Super
you bring
Bowl.
up a great point.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number, and we're anxious to talk to you. Bring it in there, buddy. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We then move to the next caller. And there's room for you right now if you reach out. We'll start with Lee in Pensacola, Florida. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Lee, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Hey, morning, fellas. I don't know if you guys talked about it the first hour of the show because I missed it. I was talking to some of my old retired military buddies, and one of them told me something about Joe Biden's trip over to wherever he is right now, and he said that we are going to be paying the Indonesians to quit mining coal.
He
you
is
guys heard anything about that?
No, we
I know he's anti-coal.
Can I tell you this, though? That sounds like something ridiculous we would do.
It really does. He's at some climate thing, which
He is anti-coal.
He did fly there, and he is riding cars around there. But he went to some climate thing. I wouldn't be surprised.
How dare him.
if he said that. But you can't understand half the things he says.
That's true. And he don't know what he said. I mean, that's sad, but he doesn't.
There's room for you at 866 We Be Big if you want to dial us now. John's in Odenville. John, go ahead. 30 seconds.
How y'all doing today?
We're good, man.
Good. I just wanted to ask, man, I just wish everybody would cut Tom Brady some slack. I mean, for real, like coming from experience, it's not easy getting dumped by a really hot supermodel.
It's hard to get over.
Thank you for your delivery, sir.
Well, there goes listener of the week.
That was great.
That was a good delivery right there.
That really was. Cut him some slack, Rick. Come on.
Scott in McCalla, listening to ZZK. Scott, go ahead.
Hello, Scott. Scott, come in.
We lost Scott. I don't know if I am. I see another subject, high school football. I don't know if I'm bold enough to take another one of those.
Craig, golf shorts.
Rick in Jemison. Rick, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Speedy had a question. You said y'all eat gumbo for Christmas Eve, Christmas dinner. Do y'all ever do potato salad with gumbo?
No.
No, I've never tried it. We didn't do that in Pascagoula.
That is a southern staple in Louisiana. You got to try it, man.
I can't see that as a combo.
No, Rick, no.
Gumbo
No,
and
Rick.
potato salad. Don't knock it till you try it again.
I'll ask the Barbudas. He knows all things Cajun food.
There you go.
Let's go to. You want to try another high school football?
Yeah,
call?
why not, Rick?
Jay,
Tis the season.
Jay and Bessemer listening to ZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to see if my old high school from Florida made the shitty list this year.
What did he say?
Made the city list.
City.
Oh, okay.
He said city list.
Well, it didn't sound like that at all.
Okay, I was afraid he said.
I thought maybe he did.
Well, you know, the city schools play the city schools, the town schools play the town, and the rural play the rural.
And then,
based on classification.
Yep.
No, based on size of school. That's
Right.
what it was.
It is 1 through 4A is on a point system now, but I
The
don't know
others
about
are
it. And it doesn't matter who you play; you can set your own schedule. So maybe that's it.
The whole process sounds kind of.
It's kind of weird to me.
It's
it does. That list.
They're trying something new, and they didn't do it for all classifications, which tell me they're experimenting.
I hate to drift from high school football to professional basketball, but I think I just saw a highlight on the TV that's got some sports channel on it. Maybe that's ESPN. Is that what we have over there on too?
Yeah.
And it looked like the NBA players were sitting on the bench wearing masks still. Are they still
Some
wearing?
of them, yes.
Are
Some
they
of them are, Rick. You're right.
This I don't understand.
Is that by their own choice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I understand if you're
Is
someone.
that for flu?
There may
now?
be team rules that I'm
It
not
may be
aware
for
of,
flu.
but I
But
do
still,
think,
I mean, the flu's been around a while.
Yeah, that's right.
guys, I saw people wearing masks at tennis tournament this weekend. Not actually playing, but when they were off the court, they had masks on.
Well, and some people that are going through chemo or something.
No,
might be
that's
doing
different.
That. They
That-
do it all
yeah.
the time, but now they stand out because.
But that's different. I'm seeing
Yeah.
people that I don't think are in that situation
right.
that are still wearing.
Yeah, if you're in the NBA, you're a professional basketball player on a team playing, you're probably not in that classification.
What if you thought you looked sharp because during the pandemic you wore it and you got where you kind of like that look?
What if it became like a security blanket?
Yeah, it's kind of like that look.
Do you know
like the half face look?
Somebody told me straight up that they saw a woman with the mask on. It wasn't covering everything it needed to if it was going to work.
Yeah.
And she literally told this friend of mine, "I just do this because it's a security blanket to me.
Okay.
It makes me feel better. I know it's not working, but I like having it on. It makes me feel comfortable."
Well, there you go. Even though you have it on your chin.
Right. Hey, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tanner in Montgomery, I-92. Tanner, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Yeah, it is true that the caller that called in about Indonesia and the U.S. paying, I think it's the U.S. and Japan and some other countries are paying them $20 billion to stop mining coal. So that's...
And the reason is...
Add to that debt.
The reason is?
To put coal out of
Say that
business?
again?
I guess.
Because coal is evil and that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, man. I have no idea.
And look, let's face it.
Where is Indonesian coal going? Who they selling it to? Are they using it in their
here,
own
probably.
country or what?
Well, here's the other thing. The good news is it shouldn't be any problem coming with that money because we got money laying around. You know,
Yeah.
we're only in debt. How much?
31 trillion.
Oh,
we're only $31 trillion in debt. $200 and something thousand per taxpayer, and then what? $93,000 if you're just a citizen that doesn't pay taxes. That's on you.
Yeah, I'd have to pull those numbers back up on the debt.
I'm
clock.
rounding off.
Yeah, it was $247,000 that each taxpayer owes, and about $93,000 for just a citizen or someone living here.
Todd in Birmingham, ZZK, go ahead. Yeah, Todd.
Okay.
Hey, guys, I was going to mention to Speedy, I know we're in different stages of life, but we like Chinese food at Christmas on Christmas Day, kind of like they did in the movie that's coming back out, Christmas.
The Christmas story.
with
Yeah.
a little fall rah 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 rah. So yeah, we like some Chinese at Christmas.
Yeah, I know.
Some duck.
I've done that before. It's an interesting.
The halls
You know,
with
they had to go
balls of
there.
Rory.
Because of the Bumpus's dogs.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right. The Bumpus's dogs took it out.
Bumpus's dogs got the
dogs.
food.
I
They
love
ate,
that.
ate Daddy's turkey.
Bumpus's.
Chuck-
Chuck, when he said they ignored everybody on earth except his old man.
That was funny. Chuck in Cincinnati. Chuck, go ahead.
Hey, I have been watching shorts on YouTube with Matt Mitchell, like SEC shorts, and he's playing each team. Is that Cassio kid, and why has he stolen your look? He looks like he has your look with the beard and everything now. Is anybody familiar with this?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that Cassio was doing anything with SEC shorts.
He's
that,
not. There's that. There's another Matt Mitchell
Oh,
out there
that's
that's
right.
really funny, by the way.
ostrich
Very-
guy.
That's right.
yes,
Different
yes.
guy. Different guy.
And his
But
name,
they look alike.
well, the portrait photo or whatever
Yeah.
he puts out there, they do look similar, for sure. So I can see where the confusion, but it's not our Matt Mitchell.
Yeah, it's a different Matt Mitchell. I thought it was Cassio too.
okay.
The first
There.
time I saw it.
Look at him.
First time I saw him, I thought that was Cassio.
No,
He's
Cassio's
funny.
got a much scraggler beard than that. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Hey, this
That
guy's
guy's
very
beard's too
good, by the
neat.
way.
That guy's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Well, I'm out of time. All right, so well, sorry about that, buddy. We'll take a top of the hour break, and then if you are leaving us, then find other ways to grab that last hour. You can do that. There's other ways to get all the Rick and Bubba show, either live or on your time. Greg, catch TV4.
I'm just wondering what that is.
Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big.
Oh, wait,
is the
that's
number.
Tom Brady. He's coming back.
If you leave us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. There's old Bubba.
There he is.
All right, so government back open?
Yep.
Government open,
We
last
back-
I heard.
We're back open for business?
For 17 days.
So what we do, buy a little short-term deal there, get it back open?
That's a waste of time, right?
It sure was. Just
Cost a lot of money too, I'm sure.
Well, you know what I thought about? I thought about the guy that called in yesterday. He said, "And the government been shut down this many times." Yeah. Okay. So what's new?
Yeah.
Looks like we do it the same way every time. Everybody, then everybody opens it back up, and then it stops.
Yeah.
I heard some numbers yesterday, like it cost $900 million or something for a government shutdown.
I
I'm
hope
like,
it did.
How in the world does it cost that much to shut it all down?
My goodness.
I thought we'd save a little bit.
I was about to say, how much money does it cost to just turn the lights off and shut the door?
Yeah. Yeah, that's strange. I don't know. I don't know.
Look, once again,
Only the government could spend more money closed than it could open.
Well,
think about that.
I don't know when we're going to say enough. We just sit out here and just watch this ridiculous game.
It's the biggest scam ever
that they play,
and they're all in on it. Every one of them.
Everyone, top to bottom.
Hit the handle, flush the bowl. Let's start over.
Well, well, look, we'll never do what Thomas said we had to do from time to time. You know what I mean?
I don't even want to mention it.
No, but is it not in there? Was it not mentioned? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying if we do
I think it's in the last paragraph.
I'm not saying
so
we
this
should,
don't work out.
I'm not saying that. He said, Greg, there'll probably have to be a reset from time to time.
Hey, you know what?
That's not pretty.
It's not, but wow.
Well, he was only quoting history there when he said that.
Well, I'll tell you what's good. What
he was correct.
Well, I'll tell you what the deal is on it. And I told Bubba, I even had a conversation about this last night, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But I don't know if I'll talk about that conversation, but I'll talk about the event where what happens is we get to the point because we don't want a king. Let me be clear. But when you don't have kings, it's hard to make radical change.
Yeah, it's hard to get anything done.
And how the founders set that up is that's good because you don't want the wrong king to get in there. You'd really rather have this frustration than to have a king. Because if you have your king, you'll be happy. But if you get somebody else's king, you're not going to be.
Right.
You know what I mean? And plus, kings and absolute power seems to corrupt. Human beings can't handle it. You know what I mean?
No.
It gets real bad. But what happens is you get to the point that this thing is such an ocean liner, and it's so hard to make real change, especially when you have a group of citizens that say, I understand that we're all going to implode and this can't go on, but I'm getting something for nothing, and I'm just not going to give it up. And if somebody takes it from me, I'm going to cry, and I'm going to claim they're killing me, and they're not going to be able to handle the pressure of being deemed bad people, and I'm going to get it again.
Yep.
Even though in the long term, we're all going down. Yeah. Okay? But and when you get to that point, you say, by golly, we're making change. And we're going to rise up some more candidates, and we're going to send them up there. And then they get up there and go, okay, y'all sent 12 of us. We can't change anything.
No.
I mean, and so then people say, it's not worth it. So then all the people that would go up there and get after it go, well, you can't make any change. And then they won't do it. And then the people say, well, by golly, I'll do it. And the people who say they'll do it are the people you don't want there in the first place. So then it just turns into and you go, yeah, but there's some great people there. Yeah, but there ain't many. You know what I mean? I mean, there's just not many of them. And then the ones that are there, that they just outnumbered, they can't.
Yeah.
And then you think, well, I got this guy drafting with me. Then he fades. Well, okay, well, now there's 4 of us. You know, I thought there were 12. Now we're down to 4. And then everybody just goes, well, what the heck with it? And it is what it is. Yeah, and then we just all move on and do the best we can.
Yeah, and then it's football season again.
Right. Right. I mean, that really is the mentality. And I'm as guilty of it as anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, I do the best I can, but I do feel somewhat. So what I do is I go spend my time on things that I think really matter, that really will make change.
Yeah.
You know? And that's that eternal stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's just a human response, too. When you knock your head against the wall for so long, eventually you go, might as well try the door.
Right.
So you go do something else.
Well, even if you look back for us, that because we were so young, the Reagan years were certainly good, and this economy's even good. But if you look, the size of government and all the things that went on, all the things, there were a lot of bad stuff that happened to that too, government-wise, that the government shouldn't be doing. You know?
Oh, he fought it, but
Well, that's what I mean. I mean,
he wasn't king.
But yeah, and we don't want a king. We got one king, and that's the King of Kings, and that's the only dictatorship that's going to work. Why? Because we have a perfect, benevolent king, and nobody's going to knock him off the throne. But you start throwing human beings up there as kings, it just hadn't gone very well.
No. They're all flawed.
Right. Now look here, I'm king. Well, and then what happens then?
Good to be king.
Well, yeah, it is good to be king. What happens then is they not even if they think they're okay, they become paranoid because why? Because everybody likes to be king.
Yeah.
So now everybody's trying to kill you. So then you don't trust people. Even people screaming, you trust me? What was that look you just gave me? That was nothing. You guys, you planted something? No, I just looked away for a minute. I saw that.
Dilly.
Yeah.
Absolutely, like that. You look back in history. I mean, it really was that way.
Yeah.
They just do away with you if you didn't like.
And then if I
look
did-
at Kim Jong Un, what he does now, kills everybody he thinks is halfway a threat.
And then let's say that all of a sudden I was anti-Speedy, and I got the king's ear. I tell you, we got to get rid of Speedy. And he said, huh? Well, you know what he did. And if I can get it going, and you're screaming, that didn't happen. Also, whoop, your head's cut off. I'm like, Speedy's out. Rick, It is 6 minutes past the hour. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Do you want to mention it?
No, I don't.
You sure?
I love this.
No,
love it.
No, I don't.
I'm going to mention it. I'm going to say something about
Be
it.
right.
No.
Hey, be right, not
No.
first.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, look, we're not talking about
I'm messing with
life or death here.
Hey,
Well,
Rick, what state we talking about?
I kind of enjoy it.
I do too.
I enjoy stirring it a little bit.
The fact that we know
That is
I
the
love
point.
that you
enjoy
love that.
stirring it.
Oh, I don't just I'm elated to stir it.
I just
mean,
know. I'm glad I know two things: the pound cake recipe and this.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. We know who it's going to be. That's good.
I had some people on the inside.
Here we
and
We got it. We got the scoop.
And we're talking about this Auburn situation.
just saying.
There it is.
Who they gonna hire?
I've already texted my son so he can tell all his friends.
And and I have. It's been suggested to me. You remember the time that we called to let the Chicago Bulls know about Topaz?
Yes.
Yeah.
It has been suggested to me that we should call. Now, just stay with me. That we should call Canadian Football League's Winnipeg. What are they
Blue
called?
Bombers.
The Blue Bombers. And we should ask.
I don't know how I knew that, but that's what they
We
were.
we should ask their coach, Mike O'Shea is his name, whether he's been contacted by Auburn.
Mike O'Shea.
Mike O'Shea. He's a perennial winner.
How many Grey Cups?
And the Canadian, he's won several. By the way,
Rick, I think with the
Michael
last
Rick, remember
with
the
the
name?
last job at Auburn, I think they're probably going to stay with SEC experience this time.
he's
How
about
you think?
he's about to coach his third Grey Cup championship. He's a Canadian Football League Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And
Has a great beard.
yeah,
Look,
and,
we're trying to think outside the box here.
and,
Boy, we are.
And the discussion is
You're off the truck. You're not out of the box. You're off the delivery truck.
And
Okay,
and the
just like
rumor is that Yellow Fella really likes him.
Now, Rick, I mean, that's just what they're saying.
When Mike O'Shea is named head coach at Auburn, I want everybody to say, Rick, we apologize.
Okay, I'll be the first one to tell you.
From the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and Canadian Football League.
Why do they call them Blue Bombers?
well, as opposed to the Red Bombers.
Is it because it's cold? Everybody's blue there?
I have no idea.
That's why the jet went up there.
How about this? Just remember, hey, remember you heard it here.
Yep.
Remember that I mentioned Mike O'Shea. Just kind of keep that. Hey, Yellow Fella likes those out of the box thing, like Harsin.
No, I don't think he was on board with that. I think he wanted steel.
He likes an out of the box.
That's what the
candidate.
reports in the news said. I don't know. I've never met him.
Speedy, could you get me the number for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers?
Yes. Let's go here.
We'll just call and ask Coach McShay.
Could Dickie
straight
call?
up.
Could he ask?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure.
It would be funny to call Liberty and ask for Coach Freeze, tell him you're Auburn.
I'm gonna tell you. I'll tell you what's picking up a
See
lot.
how quick he answered the
There's
phone.
right now the things I'm hearing, out of the box candidate Mike O'Shea, most likely candidate Lane Kiffin. That's real.
Yeah.
Okay, and there may be an announcement coming quickly on that.
Yeah. We are hearing that.
And that Hugh Freeze certainly would consider it.
Is
Those are all three things I've heard.
Is that even a real account?
All right, I would like. Yeah, that is, by the way, Bubba. That's gaining some ground. The LK.
All right,
I selfishly, for no other reason than our partnership with the region's tradition, I selfishly want Lane Kiffin to get it because I think that will be an opportunity for us to get in Lane's world. And then I think we'll be buddies with Lane. I'll just be honest with you. I think we're going to be friends with Lane. When it happens later today. When it's announced later today, I'm looking forward to the next region's tradition where we can develop a friendship.
Let's look at this totally separate. If I'm going to be in the group with the new Auburn coach, who'd you rather me be in with, Lane or Hugh or Dion
Lane.
or Cadillac?
Lane. I preferably Lane. Now, Dion's a whole different discussion that I would like to walk out for sure. I just don't think that's going to happen.
I'm calling Winnipeg.
You call the Blue Bombers?
Well, y'all just keep laughing. Y'all just keep laughing.
I think them two right there work great together. Look right behind you, bro.
Yeah, there you go.
Bruce Pearl and Lane Kiffin work fantastic together.
Calling Winnipeg Football Club. If you want to purchase or renew your season ticket, please press
Remember, you
1
got to
now.
identify.
To speak to the receptionist, please press 0. Thank you.
0.
Hello?
I did not get your response in time. Please try again.
What are you doing?
Thanks for calling Winnipeg Football Club. If you want to purchase or renew your season
Hit
ticket,
0 now. We know.
1 now.
Go ahead and hit it.
To speak to the receptionist, please press 0. Thank you.
That's not working. You think?
0.
Imagine that.
0.
I did not get your response.
I did not
tried that
get your
too.
response.
We're hitting 0, but it's not happening.
Thanks for calling Winnipeg Football
Can
Club.
imagine the
If
board's
you
not
want to purchase or
cooperating.
renew your season tickets,
Oh, it's
please
the
press
computer
1
system.
now. To speak to the receptionist, please press 0. Thank you.
Is it a tone that it takes or the actual button?
Speed's going to tell me when to do it.
He's hollering 0. That won't do
Well,
it.
now we lost it. Speedy's hung up.
Speedy's on the line, about in there, I think.
Yeah, but he had me in line. Oh, here you go. He's doing it now. Okay. And we'll just ask him, guys. I just want to get this off. There's a little Mike O'Shea, momentum picking up, and I just want to get to the bottom of it. He's a perennial winner in the Canadian Football League.
That's all right. Getting ready for the Grey Cup.
Hey, Greg, he's got a real exciting offense. That's always what everybody
That's
wants.
all that
Till you lose. That everybody's like, why's their defense no good?
Yeah.
The team puts up 42.
All right, well, if we can't do it, dang it.
Can you do it from your cell phone and do a 3-way deal?
Watch it.
Adler, that doesn't help.
Yeah. Don't encourage him.
You are not helping, sir.
Okay. All right. I don't know why the tone won't work. We keep trying to press the thing we need to press.
If you want to purchase or renew your season tickets, please press 1 now. To speak to the receptionist,
Oh, goodness. I'm so nervous.
Don't be nervous.
Don't make me nervous.
please wait while I transfer your call.
Oh, boy.
Have to do it a different way.
You got to identify, right?
Thanks for your patience. If you know the 4-digit extension number of the person you're
I don't.
calling,
We don't.
please press it now. If you'd like
642.
our staff directory, please press 5.
3.
Or press 4 to leave your name and number.
What
and
about-
we will get back to you.
Okay, press 4. Leave your name and number.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Please wait while I transfer your call.
Good night.
I'm not being transferred.
I'm sorry. Extension 2528
Rick?
is not available.
So they heard.
Thanks for your patience. If you know the 4-digit extension number of the person you're calling,
Try something
please
different.
press
Rick, I think they've already packed their bags and headed to the planes.
Yeah, I believe they were
What was the
shutting it all
director?
down.
press 4 to leave your name and number. And
I tell you, it's tough to buy tickets in the Canadian Football
Well,
League.
they're about to win another championship. He's already gone.
Yep.
He's going to love
enter the
it.
last name of the person you are calling, followed
How do you spell O'Shea?
use the telephone keypad. Spell
Can you just say it?
OS.
pound when finished entering name. 0 at any time to exit.
Look at Speedy walking him through it.
I will ring.
Mike O'Shea.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Please hold.
They're getting coach on.
Rick.
I wish he would answer.
You
Oh,
wait,
my
you would. I'm
God.
about to break the biggest sports story ever.
Hello.
Coach McShay, this is Rick and Bubba. You're live on the radio out of Alabama and the United States of America. Go Blue Bombers. Coach O'Shea? Doggone it.
War Eagle.
He hung
So
up
he
on
just answers his phone.
We had him.
We had him.
He just answered, y'all.
Did you see when I said we're from Alabama, how quick he hung up? Y'all write that down.
He knew.
McShay. You called him
Was it McShay?
You called him McShay.
Rick, you called him McShay.
Rick, you called him McShay.
This jerk don't even know my name. Clunk. Yeah.
He thought about it.
And then
You
I
said,
said
I
it-
could tell he was thinking about it.
Then I said, "Is this Coach O'Shea?" I meant to say Mike O'Shea.
You said McShay.
But I think
Instead of McFly, you called him McShay.
But then you said O'Shea, so hopefully he thought.
Well, let me tell y'all something.
I don't know.
He
The minute-
knows the news is breaking here. When he heard Alabama, he
the
was
minute
out.
I said Alabama, he bailed. Now, some people say he will bail because I called him McShay.
Well, that's
but I think
because he sometimes goes by me.
I think
He's
bailed.
probably heading to a coaching meeting and thinking, "What idiot's got my phone number?"
All I can think about is the Grey Cup.
All I can think about is I got my cell phone, caller ID.
Hey, by the way, if you don't read anything into that, you're not paying attention.
He's coming. Yep.
I wanted to cross.
Next, we call Cohen.
By the way, when we break this story, I hope everybody apologizes to me.
Hello.
Did you see O'Shea? How quick he hung up when I said Alabama?
Yeah.
Huh?
I think you calling him McShay, did it?
No, that's not what did it. That's not what.
Rick, you think that there's going to put up with any foolishness?
No,
Look
I
at
said
it.
go Blue Bombers. Hey, he's coming to Revolution Auburn. Revolution
right. I like
Auburn
it.
football. We need to tell him what size the end zone is.
Cut my head off.
I did, but I'm just using that as an example.
But that's
guys,
it.
just look at
That's
history.
it.
That's how it was.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, so it's better than that.
Yeah.
But it can be frustrating sometimes that you go, can you really get this thing changed to the level that we'd go, wow, that's a big time change. So you just try to do those little things like we said. Just like right now, corporate tax rate, that's a little one. But it's helped.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's helped the economy.
Grow a little business.
Now, now them up there shutting the government up and down and just taking money and flushing it.
That's not going to help.
That's frustrating. You know what I mean? But
Crackling rosy.
He said he would be retiring and canceling the third leg of his 50th anniversary tour. He said it's with great reluctance and disappointment that I announced my retirement from concert touring. I've been so honored to bring my shows to the public for the past 50 years.
wow.
You and me, we're going.
Play it now. Play it now.
He dominated.
He's got some big fans, and they even made fun of it. There was some movie where the guys were impersonators. Remember that? Is
Yeah.
that Saving Silverman?
Yeah.
Is it?
that what that was?
Wow. You pulled that one out.
Well, it's a good movie. It's a funny.
And wasn't he in some movie?
Arlie
Jazz
Ermey's
Singer
in
or
that,
something?
too.
Wasn't he in some movie called Jazz Singer or
Oh,
something?
that's a great movie.
Was it? Okay.
Well, I didn't go that far. I just saw the comedies that made fun of it.
Right.
It was I think it was a remake, but remember?
Oh, you're right.
Coming to America. That's why that song.
Yeah.
That was all that.
That comment, but here's what I
It
don't.
was a
get.
good movie.
Here's what I don't get about Neil Diamond, and of course he's a legend. He's got Parkinson's, and now he's not going to tour the rest of his tour. He's 77. But what is the obsession with sports teams and people in general with Sweet Caroline?
Yeah, you hear it a lot in stadiums.
Does anybody understand that? Why is that? What does that got to do with sports?
Look, I got a daughter named Caroline, and she asked the same question. I can't answer it for her.
But you hear it in a lot of stadiums.
But
I think
why-
it's
but
just,
why?
I
Well,
think
I mean-
it's a good, easy sing along, and and everybody it's easy for them to sing.
Right, but what does that have to do with sports? I mean,
I think it's just it's a.
years ago, I saw a special. I believe it was on like an Entertainment Tonight, but it's been a long time ago. And Neil Diamond told who Caroline was, and it was about a young Caroline Kennedy, and how the whole Kennedy family, and what it was like a wonderful young sweet family with young Caroline, and showed pictures of her on a little pony, and he just loved that whole aura, I guess you'd say, of that family. So that's how he wrote that song. So I'm wondering, is that why it's so popular at Fenway Park? Because it's Massachusetts and the Kennedys. I don't know that, but that
good tie-in.
Not sure why Northern Ireland's doing it, but I got you.
Penn State,
of course, they're Irish.
I mean, but why not O'Sherry? Or why not Billie Jean? I mean, all these singers have these mysterious
Amanda,
women they sing about. Yeah.
But not with a hook that good.
No.
All right, guys, I think it's as simple as this. A lady by the name of Amy Toby was in charge of picking out music to be played at Fenway from 1998 to 2004, and she liked the song Sweet Caroline, and she played it, but it didn't become synonymous with Fenway Park right off the bat, and so she kept playing it, and then she said, hey, this is good luck, because she liked the song, so she would play it like during the 7th to 9th innings, and then it just slowly became a tradition, and so now it's played, as Helm said, on opening day, and then also I think in the 7th inning stretch they play.
And then a lot. "22 minutes past the hour." Rick and Bubba's show. Can somebody Google what date is the Grey Cup? when does he play for his 3rd Grey Cup? Did anybody give me the date on that? Because he probably won't announce till after. True. Because you don't want to distract the Blue Bombers.
Sunday, November the 20th.
Oh, that's coming up.
Oh,
yeah, baby.
The Argonauts and the Blue Bombers.
I told you.
On Sunday.
What about the Alouettes? How'd they do this year?
So that's this Sunday at 5
Yeah.
p.m.
Yep.
Okay.
So he's getting ready for that. We're
Look for a big press conference on Monday.
Yes, sir.
So you called him on game week, Rick.
For the Grey Cup. Don't miss that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Don't
their
miss that.
Super Bowl.
That is their Super Bowl.
Rick,
That's their Super Bowl.
He answered the
You know
phone.
you got cussed in Canadian going down the hall.
The fact
It may
that
have
you-
been French. It may have been English. We don't know.
That's true.
Up next, I'm calling Coach Saban to see who's replacing the offense coordinator.
All right, so there was a pause, right? There wasn't an immediate hang up, right? I mean, you could tell he's like,
Yeah, he
all right,
was
I'm
trying to
thinking
figure
about
I
it
it.
hadn't said McShay. We might have got him.
I don't know. When you said from
Rick, I
Alabama,
doubt
that's
when
what
he-
got him too. But I went back and listened to clearly said McShay.
I heard
think
him.
of his name.
You could almost hear him hanging up and go "a" at the same
Right,
time.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
I heard. Imagine how good the syrup would be.
Oh wow.
So all right. So now we go.
Can you make syrup from pine trees?
You can. It seems
Really?
like
Pine
it,
trees?
every time I've touched one, I get sticky.
But does it taste good?
I don't think so.
Don't they make that? What kind of trees? Maple? Is it maple syrup? Maple trees?
I
right?
don't know my syrup.
I
stuff
really
as well
don't
as I
either.
know.
I'm out of the syrup.
Every now and then I go out in the
blue.
woods to tap a tree. Every now and then nothing happens. All right, so
Y'all, we have started. I'm telling you.
just wait. Grey Cup Sunday. Don't want to distract the Blue Bombers. Come Monday, you watch.
There's a local reporter wanting to know if they can do a story on this, and y'all can be interviewed after the show.
Well, I'm telling you. Somebody said. He's been very
Right after our
successful.
Christmas shoot.
Do you want to hear the voicemail that you left for him, Rick? I've got it ready to go. If you want to just hear it.
I'd like to hear it.
It wasn't a
again.
voicemail. I was
What?
talking
Yeah,
to
straight
him.
up.
Oh, yeah, that's straight. Right.
Let's hear it again.
Okay, here we go.
Oh boy.
Please hold.
Look, I'm getting coach on.
Rick.
I just
Oh,
wait.
my
You would. I'm
God.
about to break the
Listen.
biggest sports story ever.
Hello.
Coach McShay, this is Rick and Bubba. You're live on the radio out of Alabama and the United States of America. Go Blue Bombers. Coach O'Shea? I said O'Shea.
You did the first.
It's so good. It's amazing.
I can't believe we got him on the phone. I didn't expect that. You ever had that? No,
Rick, it's the biggest week of the year for him.
I know.
And he's
I'm sorry.
probably headed to meetings.
Yeah,
right now.
right.
They're an hour
But
ahead of
now that y'all are playing it back, did you hear y'all's response? Greg goes,
Helmsy uncontrollably got up and walked around. I turned away. I was stuck. I couldn't go anywhere.
Oh man, this is so good.
Yeah. Wow. Just wait.
The only thing that could have made that better if he had said WDE, tell Carnell to clean out his office.
That would have been a good one.
That would have been good.
Would have he said, you're blanking right.
So funny. Go Blue Bombers.
Hey.
What have he said? Y'all Tigers or Eagles? Yeah.
Hey.
Okay.
You know what that means? We call back.
No. It's a Grey Cup week. Being a coach's son, I've already done enough.
Yeah.
I think we just let it rest. You know, we took a shot, we made it, and let's just go on and move on. Yeah. But when it breaks Monday,
Heard it here first.
What I will
the
be
next
doing
time you call, Canadian Secret Service will be tracing it.
Yeah. Y'all remind me to wear something on Monday that makes it easier for people to kiss my butt. Maybe sweatpants. Just wait.
Just wait.
Nobody. No, I got some sources people don't have.
Well, Rick, you definitely have made a pick that's not on the main board. I'll say that.
That's the first I've heard of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, just wait, hide and watch.
And usually the direction Auburn goes.
And
That's a good point.
well, the reason why this is happening, and because I have some sources, the reason why this is happening is Auburn is almost out of money because they're paying so many coaches right now that they had to get rid of. Yeah. And so they're like, the Canadian coach is not going to cost near as much, and he's an offensive genius. If we can, be in motion toward the line and have a bigger end zone.
I started to say, Rick,
30-yard
that 20-yard end zone, you're going to have to cut those fade routes down just a little bit.
Just wait. I'm telling you. Yellow fella loves him.
There it is.
You heard it first, folks.
Well, all right, so now let's go over to the Scourge of the Earth soccer. I would much rather watch a Canadian football game than any soccer game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you like the Canadian game?
Listen, I'm trying to
I
sleep.
haven't watched it a lot. It was on the other day. I
haven't watched a lot of it.
I haven't watched it
Yeah,
a
I mean,
lot.
didn't we have a Canadian team here one time? Wasn't
Yeah,
one of the
the
teams from
Barracudas.
that? The Barracudas.
That-
Yeah,
that-
you got the man in motion toward the line and
Deep
bigger
end
end zone. And what else is different?
I think they got a 55-yard line.
Is it long with the whole
Seemed
field?
like on the field, I saw it the other
How
day
do we
when they
fit
come
that
running
in
by.
Legion Field?
I don't know what
That
we
seemed
did.
like all that would fit.
I don't know what we did. It didn't work.
Could you throw it up in the stands and it count?
I don't know.
I don't know.
So here's, how these soccer players keep flopping? This one flops when a referee taps him on the back.
No, boy.
Now, what is that about?
Have you seen this? I
haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I just saw it on the lineup.
Oh, it's amazing. Check this out.
It really is.
And he's got so the ref is trying to help him out of a situation here and gives him a pat. And he falls again.
Oh, my goodness.
Please watch him look and fall.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's kidding.
And he's got down.
Is he trying to act like that guy hurt him when he put him in the back?
Because he's smiling right there.
He looked around and then fell. Look right here.
So
This is funny.
So he's joking.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
What a terrible game.
You never
It's
know out
ruining
there.
the game.
You never know on the pitch.
That game has ruined this country.
Yes.
Well, look, the players have got to do something for fun. I mean, they're bored too with a 1-0 insurmountable lead.
Easy. The World Cup's coming up, y'all. Watch
Adler,
out.
do you?
Well,
Adler loves it.
I
he
didn't
loves
flop,
soccer.
Speedy. It was a soccer guy flop, not me.
Remember when Adler first got
It's
here?
no worse than the NBA.
He was a soccer loving Democrat.
He was.
So now he's gotten staunch conservative. Will you one day let soccer go? Is that your next thing?
I'll still get into the World Cup. I'll watch it by myself in the studio like I have all those in all the years in the past. Just longing for some workplace friends to join in on some international camaraderie.
I'll tell you, finding a soccer friend in here might be about as difficult as finding a Democrat friend. You know it?
That's so good.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. We get to more of your phone calls before the hour's done, and we'll chat with you. More stories when we get back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then a lot of stadiums.
Is it eighth inning?
I don't know.
A lot of stadiums then just become copycatters.
Yeah.
We're playing it
absolutely.
because other stadiums
Yeah.
play it.
Yeah.
I can tell you why it's played right now in college stadiums right now, and in pro stadiums.
Everybody,
as well.
Chris Adler.
Because
Hey, Chris.
drunk people love saying "bye bye bye" and "so good, so good, so good."
You're right.
I think it's an
You're
easy.
100% right.
Yeah, I think it's an easy sing along for people who can't sing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And
I mean, you look at these college
I
kids
agree.
singing it, and you go, "You ever heard of Neil Diamond?" Huh? What?
Yeah.
It's just a drunk sing along. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And
Now,
it's
how
a
about
good one.
this? Neil Diamond has shown up at Fenway before, unannounced, and performed it live. I mean, it's a big deal.
Easy tampering with the memories now.
Well, I'm just saying that he has, not that he.
Well, this must have been a
heard him let it
rather sudden diagnosis of this because he had, a lot of scheduled dates
Yeah.
on other continents and says, "Hey, I got it," and everything's canceled. So I don't know.
And there's a promoter that's a big handle for.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
Of course, he's got an insurance policy again.
And he's trying to act like he doesn't care because he wants to have a heart for the plight of Neil Diamond, but all he's really thinking about right out of the gate is, I got a lot of tickets turned back in.
Well, yeah.
I got a problem.
Got a lot of paperwork to fill out.
Yeah.
But he's got
File his
insurance.
claim.
Surely he's got insurance.
Yeah, he's got to file that claim. Especially at Neil's age, you got insurance on him if you're a promoter.
Absolutely.
Sure,
You got to.
All right, so the Red Sox play it before the bottom of the 8th inning is when they play it.
Betty, welcome to the program. How are you? Betty?
Betty.
Are you calling?
Is your name Betty?
My name is Amy.
Well, that's probably why you didn't recognize us addressing you then, Amy.
I guess calling you Betty doesn't really work, does it? Since that's not your name.
No, it doesn't, but that's okay.
Hannah Montana.
Hey,
boy.
guys, I'm going to tell you something. I've worked the phones. You can't
Stuff.
understand a single word
blur.
they
There's
say.
stuff in
I
there.
thought I
Stuff
have
in there,
thought
ain't it?
I thought for years, how on earth can they miss certain names? I get it now.
Okay.
I completely get it.
So, Amy, Betty, go ahead.
I'll turn Chuck into John in a minute.
All right, Betty, Amy, go ahead.
Okay. I was on hold when Speedy was giving the explanation about the Caroline, so I didn't hear all of that. But Neil Diamond wrote that song for Caroline Kennedy.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did get all that. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you must
There's
not
a
have heard all
Boston
that.
connection there, but
Right.
but according to this story, the reason that it was started to be played during the Boston Red Sox game is because the person in charge of the music liked the song,
Right.
and then they started playing it, and then over time it became part of their game.
And back
day.
to Adler's point, that's why the Irish love it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great drunk sing song. That's why they like Danny Boy. It's all the same.
Yeah.
So we'll be back.
Hey, did y'all know it was named after Caroline Kennedy?
I did.
Heard a little something about
I
that.
got that. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. More of the Rick and
Just
Bubba
don't
Show.
ride with Uncle Teddy.
No. You know they're doing the movie.
I know,
I told you.
I know.
I
I
saw the
can't-
trailer. I couldn't believe it.
I know it.
You realize how long they had to wait?
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we got a...
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Bubba, you seen something of interest over there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you checked your email in the break?
I haven't.
You've got an email from Darren Cameron, who is Senior Director of Public and Player Relations with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Okay, good.
Coach O'Shea is telling me you're repeatedly calling him this morning. Can I help you?
Of course, that's not true. Yeah, I'm going to ask him directly. Don't be a drama queen. We called once. Now, he may be getting calls from other Alabama shows straight up.
Well, just ask Darren. Darren's his PR guy, so that's what he does. Public relations, that's us. Just say, what are you typing him? I see them thumbs going to town over there.
I said we called one time because we love the Blue Bombers. Apologize if we're excited. No, I said we called one time. We just wanted to ask him if he had been contacted by Auburn for their head coaching vacancy.
If he wanted to confirm any rumors about the Auburn head coach job, I think would be a better way to put that.
Okay.
And ask Darren if he wants to go on there with us.
Okay.
Yeah, Darren.
Because he's sitting there with nothing to do today. Probably listening now to find out what in the world.
Do you think other sports people are now calling him because of us?
I don't know.
Of us launching and breaking this?
Ask him if he wants to go on there and talk to us about it.
And tell him if he's not interested in Auburn, Ole Miss is going to be open here in a few weeks.
Right.
It's possible. You're right.
Or Liberty.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Darren's a PR guy. He'll want to go on there.
Yeah.
And he can put all these rumors to rest, and then that'll be it. Boom, we move on to the Grey Cup.
Right.
Huh?
Right.
Right. I mean, that's how I'm thinking it.
Should.
By the way, O'Shea won 3 as a player.
Oh yeah, he's
got him a few.
He's a
great coach.
He's a winner.
I'm telling you, he's a great coach.
He's a winner.
Wins everywhere he goes.
War Eagle.
I like how quick he got our email though. That's good.
That's pretty good.
We're big in Canada.
Rick, I'm curious where this initial tip came from.
I don't give up sources, buddy. I don't give out my sources.
So it makes you a journalist, isn't it?
That's right. That's what I hold true to. I learned
Rick,
that.
how much are you typing? Just ask Darren if he'll go on there with us.
Well, I keep stopping and listening to what y'all are saying.
I mean, them thumbs have been going crazy over there. Huh?
Look
I mean, like you're playing a video game or something. Are you typing?
Right.
Do you use 1 or 2 thumbs?
1.
Interesting.
Yeah, my arthritis I can't use 2. All right, here it is.
You might ought to read it back before you hit
I
send.
said, Coach McShay answered. We didn't expect that. Oh, I'm sorry, it's O'Shea.
Yeah, O'Shea.
Yeah, let's not call him.
No,
We called
twice.
We called one time. We just wanted to ask him if he wanted to confirm or deny that he had been offered the head coaching job at Auburn University.
That's so good.
That's all. Would you like to go on the air with us?
And,
how do you like
put
that?
this to rest.
Right.
You know,
Should we
give him
the-
some finality.
Should we give him the hotline number?
You want me to give him that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
We're
Rick,
sure this
you're
is coming.
using
And tell him when he needs to call pretty quick. Tell him we're done here in a few minutes.
Bubba,
Yeah.
did you
What
vet
time
him?
it is?
I mean, I'd love to go overtime, but we're gonna miss the affiliate.
Bubba, did you vet him in there? And is he legit?
I don't know.
Oh, I mean, it could.
I'm just
be
reading
somebody
the
messing
email.
up.
What is his name?
108th Grey Cup champions.
Darren Cameron.
Gosh, they've won a lot.
Cameron.
Cameron?
CAMERON.
Rick, you're saying some phrases that could be misconstrued, I think, in that email. Like, you're saying, like, that's all. Like, it could be like, that's all we were doing. Or it's just like, that's all, okay?
No,
See
I'll
the
take-
tone.
Here he is, right here.
I'll take
Senior
that
director. Here he is.
Is that him?
He's legit.
Yeah.
Okay, we got the right
He looks
guy.
like
at
somebody
least.
we'd hang around with.
He does, by the way.
Yeah.
I'd have lunch.
D
with him
Cameron
today.
at thebluebombers.com.
Well, I don't
He's
know if
been
you wanted
with them
that out
for
on the air.
14 seasons.
Oh, you can go to their website and get it. It's
All right.
no secret.
I just took care of
Adler's getting on there, buddy. I know.
Yeah,
Hey,
calm
Well,
down,
I
Adler.
just wanted us to be responsible.
Hey, calm down, Dad.
Listen, you hosers. I just want us to be responsible.
Hey, we just want to comment.
I should have put A in there.
Hey.
We
And
just
lo-
want to comment.
But the Blue Bombers.
I just put in there. I should have put A and then love the syrup. Keep it coming.
I love maple syrup. And all police
And
should
we-
be on horses.
We like the regular, not the low sugar.
I was just I didn't.
Rick, don't text him again. I don't think you're going to make any ground.
Rick,
there.
call
Maybe
him
he'll
back.
just call us.
They said that he is a great coach and is in every Hall of Fame there is there.
That's right. So
Player and coach.
He might as well
Sounds
come
like
down
it.
here.
Mhm.
Sounds like it.
Well, he's about to win his third Grey Cup in a row. You like that? I don't know if it's in a row, but his third Grey Cup.
It's pretty good.
Winners win.
Yeah, I don't care what
No,
level you're at. When you're
when
the champion, you're
you,
the champion.
you think I wouldn't take Mike O'Shea? I'd take him.
Sure.
He's a proven winner on the field, and on the sideline.
You know, a few rule changes he needs to work.
Yeah,
with.
but the way we're changing football, it's a lot like Canadian anyway.
How in the world to get my cell phone? Hello? I'm just kidding.
Hey, it'd be a major pay upgrade for him too.
Oh, what kind
They
of?
don't
What,
pay-
what,
they
what
don't
do they
pay
not?
them
What's
like
the
they do
CFL
here, do
play?
they?
Well, they're going to pay him in Canadian money.
Greg, that's hilarious. The
And Rick,
what they-
ask him if you can get syrup from a pine tree.
right. What did they knock down? What are they knocking down? In
It looks
CFL?
like about anywhere from 500 to $1 million.
Oh, really? That's,
Oh, man.
It's chump
That's
change.
staff money.
It's
Yeah,
chump
really.
change.
No, Jack
He
State
could
paid
come
him.
here.
Rick.
He could come here for 3 years, do horribly, and never have to coach again.
Right. It's a position. coach
Or
the
in
SEC.
Auburn a year and a half.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good point.
That's
Buck.
a good
He
point.
could buy the Blue Bombers after we get done with him.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, so the Canadian football field is actually bigger than the NFL.
It is.
Yeah.
We just been talking about that
Yeah.
all morning.
He's got a
We're
deeper
not
end zone.
pick
For
up on that.
15 minutes, we've been talking about
Where
that.
you been?
It's bigger.
Are you watching soccer again?
It's larger in size.
Are you watching soccer again?
He don't.
Oh wow. I better stay away from that one.
Uh-oh. What happened? He emailed you back?
No, not him.
Oh.
Somebody at Auburn going, hey, where'd you get this information?
Uh-oh.
Okay. See what you've done, Rick.
You're so bad.
Hey, I can't wait till
so
tonight on the news.
I can't either. There's already
There's a
somebody
rumor out there.
There's already somebody wanting to talk to y'all.
I'm telling you, Ryan Brown says I'm on something.
I guess see now you pulled in.
You gonna get
Somebody ready to call them.
Rick may be on to something.
That's Rick, Ryan.
Rick might have served right into something here. Guys, let me tell you something. Let me tell you what y'all better hoping. And listen, if this turns out to be anything, the victory lap I will take will be unbearable. Okay, it will be unbearable.
I think it will be right up there with me telling Dunaway 2 weeks before the plane took off that Franchione was gone to A&M, and everybody thought I was nuts.
I know.
You remember that?
Yeah,
I was way ahead of
And
him
why
on that
was everybody doubting you on that?
one. Well, nobody thought that the Alabama coach would leave for another school. That just didn't happen.
Can you remember how
you're right.
uninspiring he was?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my.
Franchione.
He told you think yes, let's get out there and get after it, boys.
How did he get this job?
Adler keeps showing us the dimensions of the field.
So the blue field is American football. The red field, Canadian, is bigger.
A little bit bigger.
A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. And
Cameron got back to you yet, Rick?
no, I'm waiting on Cameron to get back to me.
Let
This is
my
Coach
Cameron
O'Shea.
go.
Well, Rick, you let the cat out of the bag now.
Right now, we're being reported to Canadian authorities.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
How
really
about
strikes
it?
fear
Didn't
in
take
me.
them long to find you, did it?
I tell you, unless they get off that horse, they ain't gonna catch me.
That horse will give out down here. Too warm for it.
All right, here it is. They said that Auburn is going to trade in the song War Eagle for this, and they're coming on the field behind Mounties. I'll tell you, I'd play for that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty tough.
Yeah, he is tough. He's very tough. Hey!
Here it comes.
You heard it first here.
Here it comes.
And honestly, we didn't expect the coach to answer the phone. We were going to leave a message and request an interview.
Sure.
We didn't know he would answer.
Yeah, that seems impossible.
It did.
But he answered.
He
Oh my
did.
goodness, Toomer's Corner. I'm reading right here. They're now offering maple syrup flavored lemonade, y'all. It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got an earthquake in Alaska, and Speedy's worried about the host family.
Yeah.
Have you heard from
He's
him?
been in Alaska. He feels like he's a part of it.
Y'all remember
I'm a
back?
local.
Remember back? We used to have an affiliate in Alaska till a brother bought it from another brother and kicked us off.
Yep.
Yeah.
booted us.
Oh, yeah.
Stupid brothers.
Gummit.
But so we're not there anymore.
What was that show that y'all had to make an appearance on? What was the guy? He came. He brought us some
Oh,
salmon.
I love
Hawk.
that, yeah.
Hawk.
Oh,
Hawk,
yeah.
yeah.
Hawk
Hawk show.
Hawk show. Does Hawk still love us?
Yes, he does.
Does he? You don't ever hear from Hawk.
He brought us some fresh salmon.
There you go.
Remember that?
You did.
I did not till just then.
You don't remember that?
I do
Proud
now.
you
yeah.
said it right.
Yeah, I do.
Do you
now.
remember it? Yeah, I did.
Well, what brought all this
Remember?
on is that
Well, maybe I made it up.
early this morning we heard that we had a tsunami warning.
A tsunami?
Do not like
which,
those warnings.
Which is, as I like to call it, Greg, a tsunami.
Tsunami. Tsunami.
Well, you know how I feel about silent letters. I mean, that just works.
Oh gosh, you it's
I
maddening.
can't. Yeah,
It's maddening.
I mean,
How can a letter be silent? Why is it there?
yeah. I mean, we're just wasting ink and paper, right?
I know, it was maddening. Yeah. I'm a letter, but I'm silent. Shh, you don't see me.
So this was all.
I see that T. I see you.
Yeah. This was
I'm
all
not
brought
here.
on by an 8.2 magnitude earthquake about 155 miles off the coast of Alaska. But
Greg don't
those
care.
tsunami warnings have been canceled now. But
Especially
the whole
Alaska,
west,
it's mostly just
the whole West Coast was under a watch for a while.
for a tsunami.
Yeah.
Boy, I didn't know good.
Yeah.
I'm
That's a
concerned, but it is
tsunami.
long
I know y'all talked about that movie, y'all. That tsunami movie.
Oh, good night.
That thing. Did you ever see that, Bubba?
Yeah, I saw
And they
parts. I didn't
portrayed
see
it
the whole
perfect.
thing,
Oh
but I
my
saw parts.
gosh, misery.
The way they portrayed it.
Oh,
when
I
you're
was
there,
there.
and then all of a sudden, I felt like I was in the water. I couldn't breathe.
I wanted to be let out of that movie so many times I couldn't get out.
Yes.
I kept saying, I am done with this movie. Just turn it off. Don't stay
Now,
with this.
is this the
You've
one
seen
where
that,
the-
if you see one more compound fracture.
Is this the one where the kids and the parents get
Yeah.
separated and
Oh,
the dad's looking for them?
Of course, we were talking this morning. What's the title?
The Impossible.
That should not be the title.
it shouldn't.
If you said, Greg, if you've seen The Impossible, tsunami does not come to my mind.
I mean, call
if
it-
you go, Greg, have you seen Tsunami? So, yeah, it's pretty good one.
Why not call it tsunami?
The Impossible.
How about of
Well,
all
they
the
just couldn't
things,
think of nothing else
you
to
know,
call it Big A
we
Wave.
have warnings for.
That'd make it bigger, better than that.
Big A wave. Coming to theaters. No one knew it was coming. A big A wave.
Better than The Impossible.
All I'm picturing is we did this movie at the movies at Church of the Islands, and I just pictured Pastor Hodges giving
Setting it up that way.
giving that title.
Yeah.
A family together till they were separated by a big A wave.
But you know,
here comes a big A wave.
we have warnings.
It's a big A wave.
You know,
it's about to hit Rick.
we have
I'm
warnings
B-rolling
about everything now. Even volcanoes, we have some idea, but you know, this has come a long way now. But back then, I mean, you're out there having a good time, and hey,
Look, Bubba, they got no idea.
40-foot wave.
Give it audio, give it audio, Rick, so
Look
the
at that
radio
right there.
audience
Look
can
at
hear
that.
it.
Well, I'm looking at it, Speedy.
Good night.
Big A wave.
Forceful.
What's a wall
A
of?
lot of big force.
Big A wave.
Makes you go back and watch that resume from God to Job again, doesn't it? So what you gonna question me?
Big old wave, guys.
Oh, they were so happy.
Hey,
right? They were just so
can you stand up and tell that wave to calm down? I can.
Yeah.
Got well, I had a Bubba, for me, and it is bizarre. We've talked about it for years. Lacrosse season has started back, and so this is one of the weirder things that's happened in my life, and it's all about being a dad. That how your kids bring you into worlds you would never be in. I mean, never. I mean, I'd never ever in a million years thought that I would ever be concerned about lacrosse, care about lacrosse, and certainly never, ever coach lacrosse.
Right.
I mean, never.
None of us saw that coming, Rick.
Well, I didn't, and if I didn't have a kid ever played it, I still wouldn't. I mean, if somebody would bring up lacrosse around, I'd be like, oh, man, let me get out of here. You know what I mean? But, I mean, when your kids get involved in stuff, you get pulled in it, and, you start getting involved. And because it's relatively new to the South when it first started, they didn't have a lot of coaches, so they go out, and they're trying to find people, and our school's trying to get a program going. And they brought me, I'm from football over, and I didn't know anything about the game and still don't know a whole lot, but, trying to learn it. And so it was because of my lack of fully understanding the game. And it is 10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. The lines are open for anyone who would like to join us, and if you move now, you will get in. Helmsy's taking the Helms takes the round. So you can call right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, now HelloFresh.com/Bubba 70, the number 70. Let me tell you this right now. If you go to HelloFresh.com, you'll see right now these incredible menus that they put out every week. You pick the meals that you want. They supply the recipes and all the ingredients. It's going to save you 20% on your total food bill. Meal planning's never been easier. You're still preparing the meals. They don't take very long, and you get them on the table, and you're saving money, and you're also enjoying some delicious recipes that maybe you've never tried. But right now, all the grubbers out there, or some people call you foodies, here come the holidays. We've been telling you that. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year. Avoid all the running around and added stress this time of year and do what we do and enjoy HelloFresh.com/Bubba70. This delivers delicious recipes right to the door. And let's talk about even their 20-minute meals that are really good. You want those too. But right now, we've got Bubba 70. You know what that's about?
What?
You can probably guess. We've added the number 70 to the code Bubba for 70% off. Good gracious. 70% off HelloFresh.com. Free shipping too. So you're almost getting this for free, and it's saving you money as well. So if you want 70% off, go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and then put the number 70. And you get 70% off plus free shipping. Wow, never been a better time to try it. All right, let's go to the phones. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you make the move right now, you will get in. There is room for you. We start with Wes. Wes is in Spanish Fort. Wes, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds on the show. Go ahead.
This could go another way. What if in Monday press conference he's sitting there at the table and he says, I was going to go to Auburn, but they don't even know my name down there. Some guys radio
no one's really
run him off.
No one's really thought about the damage I may have done. Well, in fairness, Wes, what this is me now, telling the press person there at Winnipeg. I was thinking we were going to get a voicemail and then we would request an interview, and I was shocked when Coach O'Shea picked up, and I wasn't really ready for that, and so
Rick, he looks pretty mean. He may be looking for you.
Nick Ribb is back too. So
yeah, he is mean.
Yeah.
Well, he's a great football coach and was a great player, and he does look mean now. We just,
he's a long way off. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we were just trying to,
Look, he doesn't. To me, he looks like he demands excellence.
I like that.
He's got a little bit of ginger to him, a little gray, which is my facial hair.
Yeah,
so
looks
I feel like everybody that coaches in Canada is kind of like Bud Grant.
Yeah.
That tough.
Yeah,
That's where Bud came from.
Look, the Canadians, if you see their
he's Canadian.
What do you call their
him and the Roman the quarterback?
What's their leader? Is it a prime minister or a president? What's their leader called?
What you
no.
call
What they call what's his title called?
He's prime minister. I
Castro's boy.
When you see him, it doesn't. You don't think tough.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like the Great White
Trudeau.
North.
Yeah. Let's go to Wes. Another Wes. Hey, Wes. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
this is Les.
Les. Okay, Les.
Less is more.
I thought the odds of two Wes's in a row were not real high. All right, Les. Go ahead, buddy.
So, with all the talk about food this morning, do you think you might have been thinking about a McFlurry or a McRib, and you got McShay in there?
Yeah, it's possible.
As always.
Well, it's just and let me tell you what's even funnier, Les, is I knew it had an Irish feel because O'Shea is Irish, and so are the Mick.
Yeah.
That's Irish too. So I think I picked the wrong Irish prefix. Son of O'Shea. Let's go to Johnny. Johnny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good, man.
I got it. So he gets paid around $500 to $1 million.
Yeah.
Well, add in healthcare to that. He's got a job.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's true.
But all his health care needs are taken care of in Canada, right? Unless he's sick.
Unless
he's really sick.
Look, I would come.
Or needs an MRI or something.
Yeah, I would leave and come here for the health care alone. Especially if I had something real serious. Yeah, that's true. So I don't know. Look, the person I heard it from wanted to remain nameless, and I'll leave it at that. And we were just trying to get clarification because we need to take this. Let's see.
Did you get a reply yet? I've been looking for mine to see if I got a reply.
By the way, funny one. Leanne says, I'm surprised that when he answered the phone, he didn't scream like Sherry because you surprised him. I'm trying to see if I got Cameron's been back with me. Darren Cameron. No, still nothing from Darren.
I guess we're not going to get him on today, but maybe Speedy, you can contact him after the show. I'd like to talk to him tomorrow.
Now that we got the handler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just say,
shoot
look,
it over to
this
me.
was-
I don't have all that, but shoot me over his contact.
Oh, okay. I'll send it right over to you.
Send it right over.
Yeah, he's.
Red
Why
Rover?
did you go with Snagglepuss
I
there?
don't know.
Why is that?
Murgatroyd. Exit stage left.
What makes you do
Just send it right over.
What's made you do that?
That's good.
Okay. All right.
Send it right over, eh?
Do you get emails now?
Yeah, really.
No, I mean, wasn't there a time you weren't getting them from everybody?
From y'all, it was just blank.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Gary in West Monroe, Louisiana. Gary, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I'm sorry if I'm going to get into some established Rick and Bubba law here, but Bubba's hairdo, he changes it from time to time. And
He
I
does.
work with a poor man whose wife combs his in the morning, and you can just tell when he comes in like that. And he's a good-looking man, and just, the comb-over works for me.
Right.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you what happened to mine. I moosed it up today, and
that doesn't happen much anymore.
Well, we had a TV shoot. I did it yesterday too, but then I got rained on coming in this morning. And if you put headphones on and mash it down all morning, it really turns into a mess.
You want to turn it up for a little holiday smut?
That's right.
Bubba's like Katy Perry. He has a different hair look every time you see her on TV.
That's
I basically have two.
Had a little shoot today. Of course, it's been canceled.
He's mad about it.
Nah, I find myself having a hard time being mad about it.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. That's a good point. Now when they would try to make me make it up, I'm gonna be mad.
Greg. Oh, wait a minute. My date is freed up. All right. Somebody's, because I know he's passed on. Somebody's trying to be Coach Dye. Should we take that call?
I can tell you it's not Coach Dye.
Well, I know it's not, but I mean, do we take? Now y'all spooked them. They hung up.
No.
Well, we've been spooking everybody today.
You didn't want to hear a good impression? It would just be an
I would love to
impression.
have heard it.
It would have been an impression. Bubba, why? What upset you? I mean, nobody's gonna get you Japanese maple.
No, Speedy, you remember the time you called?
Repossessed my beagle.
Speedy called Coach Dye one time when we had the sports show, just off the cuff, and he did like this guy just picked it up. Hello.
It spooked me. I'm like you because
It throws you a little bit.
Yeah.
You get ready to leave a message.
Yeah.
Yo, hey.
Oh, hey. Coach.
So anyway,
I'd love to hear the conversation that O'Shea had with this PR guy going, hey, these jackasses have been calling me all morning.
We haven't.
I
We
know.
haven't been calling him all
That's what he
morning.
told him.
That's not true.
He told you, buddy.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. We broke a story, and then, of course, other sports journalists out of the state started calling.
That's exactly what happened.
Now, we did let the extension out on the air, I think.
Did we?
I think. When they transferred us. But, I mean, somebody would have to know the number. No, somebody had to,
Anybody could have done it. All
I don't think the Blue Bombers are hiding their phone number.
No,
from
I'm just
anybody.
saying, so it could be our listeners. Other people could be calling and him thinking it's just us.
Yeah.
To Rick's point
We
earlier.
called one time.
Right.
I called back again during the break.
Did you?
And then we did play it again on the air, so maybe that
Doesn't
didn't
count.
confuse-
That's
right.
Doesn't count.
They're
That's a
probably just
replay.
confused.
That's just a replay.
Look, we trying to get a story.
Wait till it makes the Wiggins show, and they call him again.
Oh, wow. But all you have to do is call, and it says type in the last name of who you're trying to call. We did.
Yeah, that's
all of a sudden, he said hello. I didn't know it was going to go that way.
Yeah, Coach.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah,
one. That's another reason.
Coach
to go,
here.
It's another reason to go to
Yeah,
Auburn.
Coach. Hey.
Another reason to go to Auburn. You get a secretary.
That's right. People can't call you direct there.
Right. And you got to go through a lot of people to get. I'm telling you, can you imagine dealing with this press down here in SEC football versus Winnipeg and the Grey Cup?
Oh, big difference.
Huh?
And he wouldn't have to live under the tyranny of Justin Trudeau, too.
That's true.
So there you go.
It's a great point.
You do.
It's a great point.
Castro's boy.
Yeah.
Castro's oldest boy.
Thanks for being with us today, gang.
We did all we could do.
Did all we could. We tried. And so if you are wrapping up your time with us, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba because you're catching some of the archives today, well, that'll come your way. Or maybe your station plays the show in a different order. But if you leave us, have a great day. And check rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.